What's up, guys? Good morning. I hope you guys had a wonderful weekend. Let's get right to it. If I have to throw this in a subscriber mode, you already know what it is. All right, they're spamming the chat, doing a whole bunch of shit. What's up, buddy? All right, so let's talk about last week. We'll run it into this week. Two things, right? Missed Tesla Monday. I had some things to do. I gave you guys the long for Tesla. Gave you guys the long on Moderna. Thursday? I had a limit order just in case we started to roll over to give me a stop. I had my stop with a limit order, and I ended up trying to raise that order, and it had already executed. So, all good. Both of those just under 1,000%. So, we'll look to make this one a good week. We have a few earnings, more or less some mid-cap earnings. I'm going to go through and pretty much build my watch list right now. So if anybody has any questions, throw them down below. Hit the like button, subscribe. There's a few things I want you guys to keep an eye on starting this week, going into tomorrow and Wednesday. Outside of some Fed members, I want you guys to look at, which I'm not personally worried about the Fed members unless they say something really crazy. Keep an eye on Bitcoin. Bitcoin is... It is trying to hold this level now. It looked like it was trying to break down. I say this because if you start to see Bitcoin pull itself back, look for the market to either follow behind it or start to lead it. Okay? Keep an eye on Bitcoin, because if things were okay and it's risk on, this is the riskiest of the risk, if you feel what I'm saying. All right. This should be your indicator. Really, this is just one big consolidation. And this is healthy. And if you think it's going higher, this is where you need to be a buyer. If you think this is going higher, this is where you need to buy. Buy the dip. Right? Weakness in the midst of strength. That's exactly what this is. Right? Because if this is nothing but a consolidation, a rally consolidation, this is a perfect entry point to go long. You may get 62. I don't know. All right. So I do want you all to see something else here. The SPY and NASDAQ, even with this morning, they're both leading. They led Friday. They're leading today. So that's where I'm going to keep my trades at. Right. I'm going to be looking towards NASDAQ, technology, and the S&Ps. But I want you guys to also see that, there was a big outperformance with the Dow last week. All right, if you guys have a look here, let me throw up a 15-minute chart here. All right, so the Dow last week, and this is why you could get a softening in this sector, right? And the NASDAQ and the SPY start to catch up. If you can see here, towards the beginning of the week into last week, right? You're well above this area right here. Right, the Dow is up here. Right, if we go to the NASDAQ, let me actually take this in a little bit because I know you guys can't really see it. Right, you see how far up it is below. We'll say Friday, Thursday. We'll say Monday. And if you go to the IWM, right, it's been in a really nice uptrend. It's also well above there. Now go to the Qs. Now see, there's many different ways you can look at this. Right, the Qs are just getting above that Monday level. They just got above it. So it was the Dow was leading us higher in the IWM, and now you're seeing that catch-up trade with the NASDAQ and the SPY Friday, right, towards the end of the week, coming into this week. So I'm going to be watching some earnings plays. I have a few lists. I have a few ideas on my list. I have not ran through the scanner yet. I've been running around doing a few things to get the stream ready. So I have not really gone over the scanners, but I will tell you guys I am watching AMD. I'm going to be watching AMD this week. If you notice some of these solar names, which I'll have to clean this chart up, I'm going to keep an eye on some of these solar names. If we start to get yields start to pull back, right? If we start to get yields, I know I'm going a little quick here because I need to. All right, if we continue to see yields pull back, I want to look for those sectors that I want to look for the sectors that are going to be, that are going to benefit from either a pullback or a rally. Um, but again, if you're new here and you do have questions, you can throw them down below. Let's get right into it. All right, 415 or 515. Nothing's really changed as far as the SPY. I do want to see if we can hold this 50-day moving average, get above it, hold it. I'm not sure how much room you have to go higher. If you notice, look at your volume. Look at your volume here. Sell side volume did kind of give up, but keep an eye on the volume. You do have a lot up here. When you start to get to 515, 516, you should encourage a little bit of selling pressure up there. And that's going to be my levels. These are my levels, right? I'm going to be watching Monday's low, Monday's high. I'm sorry. Pretty much Friday's low, 507, the 20-day moving average, and then I'm going to be watching back up to the upside, up to 512, 515, 516. All right. 518's obviously on the list too. The way I look at this, and I've said this before, I look at this as just like here, not, and maybe there, right? I look at this as just one big wall, and you have nothing stopping us to get up there, right? There's nothing really stopping us to get up there, like, because you've cleared this support level, right? It's not like we're coming up and we're bumping into that, right? That's a nice double bottom, bump into it, reject it, or, kind of bounce around up there and stay up there. So if you guys see what I'm saying, if you look to the left, in my opinion, you really don't have much stopping you until you get up to these areas here. So, this whole area is on the list. You do have Fed members speaking. You have them speaking today. All right, you do have them speaking today. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep my eye on yields. I'm going to keep my eye on Bitcoin and whatever some of these other riskier assets are, and I'm going to see where the markets are trading in conjunction with one another. I'm going to be keeping an eye on semiconductors. Okay, I'm going to be keeping an eye on semiconductors, the solar names, and things like that. All right, so if you guys have stocks you guys want to throw in the ticker or throw in the chat, go ahead, be my guest, and I'll cover them if there's anything you guys want to cover. Right now, let's get right into it. Apple is another one. I mean, you saw Friday. I was doing a little bit of work last night, and Apple. Actually, let me see here. Let me go. So I'm going to get to Apple in 1 second here. I want to see this. So 440. Yeah, I would love to get a pullback to this 50-day. That's going to have to be the play in my opinion, is a pullback to the 50-day. Right? We're gapping above it. You could, guys, we could have a gap and go. All right, you could have a gap and go, and this thing really start to rally, and you don't get your pullback and retest of the 50-day for another 3 to 4 days. All right. We do not have much of a catalyst this week outside of, we really don't. We have Michigan consumer sentiment, and you have initial jobless claims. Outside of that, we really don't have anything that's going to be moving the market. You're going to get some data, some revised and future data. You may get some movement there. You may get some movement off the Fed, but we just came off the back of a Fed meeting, so I would not expect the Fed, unless they say something really crazy and persuade the markets to really think that, which is what Powell said, which is kind of crazy. But Powell says, hey, we're not putting a time on this. I'm not saying December. I'm not saying September. I'm not saying the fall. I'm not saying the end of summer, because I don't know. It could be sooner. It could be later. You know, and you saw what happened on Fed Day. So let's get right into it today. Some of the catalysts that we have. Let me go back here. Let me go to my scanners. And look, FSLR today, right? This is the first time I looked at the scanners this morning, and here's a big winner, right? Off the back of earnings, and we were just talking about solar names. You know, this one's a little choppy. I don't want to deviate from my plan, so let's get right into it. Apple. So we do have semiconductors. BABA, EMPH, QLD, SPXL, names like Snow, right? Pretty much NASDAQ names. All right, so wow, what a big gap down. That's funny. So Apple, I'm watching what we do if we test Monday's highs or Friday's highs on Apple. All right, I'm gonna watch and see what we do with Friday's highs, because I think you saw some real pressure there. You had some small volume that came in and bought the dip during lunchtime. So if we get the chance, I'm going to look to try to get short on a pullback on Apple. All right, whether it's up here at 185 or 186, right? You have 186, 185, and then you have Friday. You have the low of day, which is 183. So I'm not going to rush into it. You can see right now it is trying to slowly reject Friday's low. All right, so this is going to be an area I'm going to look at for Apple. 183. I have written down 185. I have written down 185. All right, and my thought process is we get a test, we get a bounce back into, which we're getting into yesterday. You know, we're getting into that close there, which this is a nice level here, 183. If you guys can't see it, this is kind of showing you, if I draw a line here, right? If I put a line there, I'll make it big. That's what she said. All right. So if you have this line here, and I put this up here at 183, you guys will notice that's a really nice level, and we're starting to reject that level right there. Right? You can see resistance, support, right? Tried to rally, tested it, or you ran up to test it, pulled back, rallied through it, came back down, you know. So the bigger support level is obviously the psychological 180 level is what we're going to look for. But 185, and again, I'm going to start today to kind of analyze where things go. I'm telling you guys right now, I will not let last week happen again. Or I'm not letting last week happen this week. This week, I'm on one. I'm just going to put it out there right now. This does not mean I do something stupid. All right, this doesn't mean that we do stupid things, but you know, like a lot of last week for me, that was so frustrating that I took into the weekend was like things that were outside of my control. And it's going to happen. You guys are going to have to understand that throughout all the years, you have to understand there are still ups and downs with doing this. You're going to have ups and downs with doing this. Things are not always going to run smoothly, right? Tesla was just, the stars had aligned Monday to put that trade on to the long side. Right, Moderna. I ended up getting, you know, I put a limit order on that trade, and I ended up trying to come back to it, raising it, and I ended up getting filled. Right, there's nothing I can do about that. You know, yes, I could have taken the trade again, but you know, once you go into paying up for it, then you could start to dig yourself a hole. You know, so sometimes it's best to just let it go. You know, you know yourself better than anyone else. So, Me, I do not want to go down that rabbit hole. Maybe I'll try it twice, but I just, I kind of thought that I would have, it wasn't going to go in the money that day. I mean, that was a huge, both of those trades were huge trades. There were a couple calls. I did trade the SPY. Like, don't get it twisted. I had a green week last week. I traded the SPY when need be to raise some money, but outside of that, so we're going to look here. Friday's low for Apple. All right, Friday's low for Apple. We'll see what the overall market's doing and whatnot. Let's go to AMD. Let's go to AMD. We can look at Moderna and a few other not Moderna, but Mara, because if Bitcoin wants to, if Bitcoin does want to bounce, I do want to try to be on this. All right, it looks like you're coming down into. Look, it's already broke it. You guys see what I'm saying? Like, if you guys asked me, like, Bitcoin should have technically, it doesn't have to do anything, but in my opinion, you kind of wanted to see this area there hold, and it broke, right? And I think that's what Friday's close, maybe. That's 64,000. You would wanted to see that hold and just to get, that 68 test, 67 too. All right. That is what we'll look for, but where is the pull? Where are you going to hold this pullback at? Is my question, right? I don't have many indicators and stuff on here, on this chart, but you can see it looks like you're just bouncing back and rejecting the 50-day, not once but twice. So, 63. I know I'm all over the place here. We'll see. We'll look at 63 and see if 63 holds. It's got a little bit further down, but I personally wanted to see it hold right there. Right? I wanted to see it hold right there at 64, just under 64, and it could still wick, right? It could still wick back up, but that to me was just a perfect level to just hold on and just even climb to retest that previous high. So let's go into AMD. Here we are with AMD. I can stick to this chart here. Let's go to a daily chart. Now, AMD is weak. Do not try to get cute with this thing. AMD is weak. All right, if there's one stock you don't want to just like, the bounces have been shorts. Okay, look at the volume. I mean, it's pretty clear what's going on here. I pretty much have my levels already, but I did want to look at it on TradingView. And you can see, what did we say? The bounces are shorts. Right, they've opened up opportunity. Last week, I gave out the 150 calls on AMD. Okay, I gave you guys the 150 calls on AMD. All right. What is going on here? Sorry. All right. So, I'm going to tell you guys right now, the level I'm looking for is 159, 160, and it looks like we're not there just yet. 153.65 was the last fill. And this one, it's like 165. 164.50. All right. See, I don't need to worry about 164.50 and the 100-day because we're not there yet. All right. What I need to worry about is that 20-day moving average that's sitting here. Me do this. All right, so we have 153, 153, 157. I personally would like a pullback into 150 again, right? You had this prior double top you guys can see here, right? That prior double top right there. All right, I would like a pullback, whether it's the 9 EMA, Friday's close, Wednesday's high, Friday's close. All right. This is where I would like a pullback. So we'll see if we can get that. You can already tell you're trying to reject in front of 156 on AMD. I'm going to wait for pullbacks. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to wait for pullbacks to get long AMD. I'm going to just try and put this thing on. I will say right now that the volume isn't really there Friday, but you kind of got a little bit of Friday you made a little bit of headway there with volume. I don't have the levels ready, so you guys are going to get them as I get them. So you're turning this level here, guys, into rejection right now. This is that prior. This is that prior support from a few weeks back. It was support here, but you can see down here on this trend line, you can see this whole area was just a rejection point right there. So let's see, where would it be? Right there. And that's actually where it's holding. I'll look to see if we can hold there. All right, that's 154 to 153.35. Is that what that is? It's in, and listen, the stock is in a downtrend. Okay, there we go. That looks a lot better, doesn't it? This is why I don't like this chart, because the chart looks so ugly. The chart really is ugly here on AMD, and I feel like I'm kind of trying to force something, and that's not what I'm here to do. You know, anything below 153.35, you know, I would like to see here. I would like to see it stay here, but 20-day, I would have to honestly say, if you get a pop into that 20-day moving average, you probably want to look for a rejection, all right? Because you're going to get that pullback. It's just, where is the pullback going to happen? Is it going to happen now, and you're just going to start selling off like the whole pre-market, and then you come out of the bell with a bounce? I could see that happening, or I could see personally right now, what I would expect is it start to bounce right now. Right, I would expect AMD to try to bounce off of this level there right now, and then you just see this thing kind of just top itself out up at like 154.75, and then you get your pullback, and maybe later on today, maybe the end of the day, we try to get like a, you know, see if we get a test of Friday's highs and Friday's close, and try to put this trade on. That's all we can do. We have a stop. Make sure that there's no other semiconductors that's going to move AMD in the wrong direction. You do have microchip this afternoon, which isn't ironic, right? So that's that. I do need to go over the news. So the stocks that I'm watching is going to be Tesla. It's going to be Tesla and AMD and Apple. I'm going to tell you guys that right now. All right, Tesla, Apple, and Tesla, Apple, and AMD. These are the names I'm going to be keeping my eye out for. All right. All right. Okay, so Tesla's had a nice consolidation here down above that 50-day. We've rejected the 100-day. We have rejected the 100-day, and you can see we're just coming down here and kind of curling 179, so 180. Let's go look at this. Let's go here. Or let's go here. No. what is that, 182? That's a nice bounce off of 182 there. Why do I have all these? Oh, I gave out the long, what was it? You could see. I'm just trying to get, what should I do? Should I do 4? No, I'll leave that there because I'm going to change this here. I'm going to change this in a minute. All right. Sorry about that. All right, so Tesla's doing a nice job of regaining. What is the purpose of this level here? I need to know. All right. Obvious rejection points up here at 185, right? Was support acting as resistance. Now it's making lower highs and it's putting in lower lows. Are we going to start to see that change? And what I'll do is I'll probably put this trade on and I'll stay in it for a few days. All right. That's probably what I'm going to do. Let me see if we even have anybody here right now. If we don't, I'm just going to go about my morning and see. No, we don't. All right. All right.
Letter V, Visa announcing an overage exchange also exchange B1 stock, that's letter V.
I have to grab my whatchamacallit, guys, so just give me 1 second. I have to grab my AirPods.
Shareholder meeting where Squawk returns after this.
For Schwab. I love to help people understand the world through their lens and invest accordingly. You can call us Christmas Eve at 4 o'clock in the morning. We're going to always make sure that you have all of the financial tools and support to secure your financial future. That means a lot for my community and for every community.
A fresh take on the hottest trends in the market, from every click to every tick.
There's no fear of missing out on Next Gen Investing. 1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
Shares popping on that.
Welcome back. It's the home stretch here on the Future Show. Alex Coffey in for Ben Lichtenstein. Joining us now, Michael Zaremski. He's the Director of Futures and Forex at Charles Schwab. To set up the week, it's a lighter economic data week here. Michael, good morning. Happy Monday. But we got a ton of Treasury auctions on the calendar. Can you set us up for them?
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a ton of Treasury auctions on the calendar. We've got a ton of Treasury auctions on the calendar. We've got a ton of Treasury auctions on the calendar. We've got a ton of Treasury auctions on the calendar. We've got a ton of Treasury auctions on the calendar. We've got a ton of Treasury auctions on the calendar. We've got a ton of Treasury auctions on the calendar. We've got a ton of Treasury auctions on the calendar. We've got a ton of Treasury auctions on the calendar. We've got a ton of Treasury auctions on the calendar. We've got a ton of Treasury auctions on the calendar. We've got a ton of Treasury auctions on the calendar. We've got a ton of Treasury auctions on the calendar. We've got a ton of Treasury auctions on the calendar. We've got a ton of Treasury auctions on the calendar. We've got a ton of Treasury au Good morning, Alex. Absolutely right as well, too. This is one of those weeks there with the economic calendar being very light. Even the earnings calendar is light for a lot of the names that traders be interested outside, maybe Disney, Uber, and maybe ARM there as well, too. So there's going to be a lot of focus on the U.S. Treasury auction this week. We have 125 billion worth of issuances this week there. Starting Tuesday, we have 58 billion of 3-year notes, but it's really, I think, the longer end. So we look at Wednesday and Thursday, we have 42 billion of 10-year notes. That's going to be tied for the record amount of issuances of that, tied with the February auction as well, too, as long as 25 billion of 30-year bonds. Now, we've seen that there's a lot of investor appetite for that. The shorter term to the belly of the curve with the last auction a couple weeks ago, where we saw really good demand there for your 2-year notes, your 5-year notes, your 7-year notes as well, too. So I think the 3-year note auction there, even though yields are down a bit from where they were a couple weeks ago, they're still above where they were the last auction there. So I think the 3-year note auction will probably be well supported there by investors there as well, too. It's those longer term ones now that I'm a little bit skeptical, especially for those indirect bidders there. Those are your international buyers, your central banks. We know that with the yields here down, I mean, just a couple weeks ago, we saw the 10-year note yield above 4.7%. Today, we're at like 4.47. So we've seen the yields come down, but over 20-some basis points already. What is the appetite of those investors there, those long-term holders there, those foreign buyers there, to buy longer-term years treasuries when you can go get a 2-year note for almost 4.8, 4.9% here as well, too, and to hold that kind of rate for that much longer there, especially since we've seen increased U.S. government deficits as well, too. And even though the Treasury said that we're not going to increase the auctions over the next several quarters there as well, too, I think there's some doubt there as well, too, that we can sustain this level there and not increase the supplies going forward there. So I think it's going to be very interesting to see, do those buyers show up here for those longer term maturities there with the yields coming down from where they were just 2 weeks ago.
I think it's completely right, especially since the Fed has somewhat kind of frozen that shorter end of the curve. And we know that also, of course, when it's come to volatility in the market, it has been those longer end of the curve auctions that have led to that volatility. It's sort of where the playground is right now for interest rate speculation, is it's less influenced by the Fed day to day. But I'd also argue too, if we're really looking at these with a magnifying glass, those super short-term 4- and 8-week bill auctions is where you're going to see kind of skittishness if there's banking concerns, things like that, as those are used for collateral. But there hasn't been for over a year, so we'll see if that changes or not as we go into the summer. But let's talk some Fed speakers as well. If you're looking for something that could influence even those other middle-of-the-curve auctions, it could be some of the words from the Federal Reserve, and there's going to be a lot of them this week.
Absolutely right there. We got 10 Fed speakers out this week as well, a mix of voting members and non-voting members here. But I think what we got to look for here is, do we see any kind of pushback from these speakers there for what seemed to be a rather dovish Chair Powell there on Wednesday there, kind of saying that there's really no chance there of hiking rates as well, even though, we're going to keep rates here probably higher for longer there. So we want to kind of see what is the commentary here as well, too. Do we have some of those speakers maybe push back and say, yes, and inflation does remain sticky or even starts to tick up there as well, too? We cannot take rate hikes off the table there. Now, I think the one we're going to focus on, especially though, even though he's not a voting member this year, here is Neil Kashkari here, the hawkish of all the Federal Reserve officials as well, too. So you want to kind of hear what he's going to have to say in his tone there as well, too, because if he seems even just a little bit dovish for what his tone has been just in the past several months as well, too, that can be an impetus here that maybe we're starting to see the Fed kind of members there kind of getting on page there with Chair Powell as well, too, that I think they really do want to actually cut rates eventually as well, too. They just need to see it in the data there. And maybe we finally start to see some softening data there with the wage gains starting to come down as well, too, and employment there maybe starting to see a little bit of slowdown, but not enough there to cause a recession.
Mike, I completely agree, but I'm fascinated to see what the market does with whatever these Fed speakers say, because we'll see if they take them serious. If it's only Jerome Powell that matters, or do the rest of his gang influence the market too? We'll find out this week. Michael Zaremski, Director of Futures and Forex at Charles Schwab, with the setup for the week. Joining us here now in studio is the chart master himself, Rick Ducat, to look at, of course, none other than the 10-year yield as we set up this week. That's going to be heavy on auctions, heavy on Fed speakers, as we just heard from Michael.
It's going to be a big week here. And this chart has been pretty interesting as of late. What we're looking at here is a 30-day, 1-hour chart here. You can see that we enjoyed a rather consistent trend line going upward here for quite a while, culminating in our highs near 4.735. Since then, though, we've broken through to the downside here. Now we have a new trend line to watch here with these subsequent highs after our 30-day highs here. And this is a chart where the horizontal levels stood out to me here. 4.57 here was a period of consolidation, then a low, then another low here, and another low, and it was a consolidation point around this area as well. It did eventually break to the downside here. Now we're finding some stabilization near 4.46. This green line here, you can see that matches up with an old high point from the rally here. So that's the kind of thing you want to try to look for. If we were to break further downward, check out this light green line. It matches up with a low point here near 4.337. So those are some areas to watch.
Now, granted, this is a fairly granular look. You're just looking at the last 30 trading days, but it does seem that this has been a pretty technically, adherent asset over the last 30 days. How critical was it that it broke through this red dash line, or is this largely still sort of a bullish setup in an asset that has largely trended higher, at least over the last month and a half?
I think once we look at the longer term chart, you can see that it still looks rather bullish here. And this red line here near 4.48, this area matches up here with some lows and then subsequent highs, and a low point right there as well. Then you can see here that we are pushing through to the downside here. So even though we are taking a little bit of a hit here in terms of the technicals, it's still an upward trend. Ever since we did a double bottom near 3.8 or so right here and here, we've been trending upward rather nicely here. And we haven't even touched our lower trend line yet as well here. So it seems like things are still more geared toward the upside for the most part.
You know what I love about this, Rick, is this highlights the importance of why you need to look at multiple time frames. This is a totally different picture. What do we got going on down here, though? This is the RSI?
RSI is a bit of a fly in the ointment right now here because you can see we enjoyed this nice trend line to the upside as well. But now we have broken through the 50 midline and invalidated the trend line. So momentum is a bit of a hiccup here. And it's also not a great sign that we're crossing below this red line here. But like I said, we're still hanging on to our trend line. Our moving averages are still mostly holding up here. We are below our yellow 21-day EMA. So perhaps starting to roll over a little bit here, but our longer term ones are holding on.
Yeah, so moving up, any final thoughts here, any final charts here for us as we close out the show and we look at the 10-year yield and what might happen this week?
Just a quick look to filter out some of the noise at a weekly chart, trending upward nicely. Next high point is our highs here near 5.013. Not a lot of huge resistance up from there to here.
This is exactly the reason why you got to look at longer term charts, shorter term charts. You get a different picture on every single view. That last year looked more neutral. Short term looked a little bit more bullish. I mean, this looks very bullish if you're looking at this trend. Very, very impressive. We'll see what happens with yields as they continue to move higher. Rick Ducat, the chart master, always a pleasure, and thanks for joining us going through that chart of the day. That's going to do it for us here on The Future Show. Alex Coffey for Ben Lichtenstein. Coming up next, we got Oliver Rennick and Morning Trade Live. Have a great day, everybody.
So what can you watch at the Schwab Network? Let's break that down for you. Every day from our studios here in Chicago and on the floor of the NYSE, we deliver more than 8 hours of live programming. We kick off every day bright and early at 8 a.m. Eastern with our Futures Show hosted by Ben Lichtenstein, breaking down commodity markets, futures, and technical trends. At 9 a.m., I'm in studio hosting our 2-hour opening bell show, Morning Trade Live. It sets the blueprint for traders for the day. We invite top analysts and investors to determine what's driving the early action, how to interpret the news, and what's on the agenda for the session. Hey, Nicole, tell them about our shows at the NYSE.
Thanks, Oliver. Welcome, everyone, to our beautiful NYSE studio. We are here on the New York Stock Exchange floor, broadcasting live each day. I host the Watch List, which provides investors a fun midday update on the major news stories and themes. Best part of being down here is we are right in the center of the action. The energy is palpable. The sights are unmistakable. It's back to Chicago now. Jenny Horn.
Thanks, Nicole. Hi, everyone. I'm Jenny Horn, the host of Next Gen Investing. We all know how many new investors are beginning their trading journey and are eager to participate in the markets. And that's what I cover alongside Alex Coffey from 1 to 2 p.m. every day. We watch the hottest names, trending sectors, and under-the-radar stocks. Oliver, back to you.
For our active traders at launch, Fast Market steps up the engagement to a deep dive into volatility, options dynamics, and trading trends with former floor pros Tom White and Kevin Hinks. At 3 p.m., I'm here to guide you through the closing bell. We construct the best narrative explaining the day's action, which trends held or broke, and prepare for tomorrow's earnings and other market-moving events. Spend some time with the Schwab Network. I promise you haven't seen anything like it.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors. Named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 5 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with no monthly service fees or account minimums. Unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Good morning and welcome to Morning Trade Live. I'm Oliver Rennick. Thanks for tuning in to the Schwab Network this morning. We are kicking off a week that's kind of quiet on the calendar. Could be an opportunity for bulls after a strong finish to last week and a really good second half of putting stocks back on track into the momentum trade that carried us for the first quarter, but broke down pretty hard as we came under threat from sticky inflation, hawkish language from the Fed. Last week we got something very different, which was weak data, downright bad data. Worst week for economic data, judging by the rate at which we missed expectations in more than 15 months. So, odds of cuts coming back into the dialogue in hopes that you'll get some relief. But if relief does come at this point, is it because the economy is slowing down? That's going to be the main thing we're trying to assess this week, as we do have futures bid here. Investors still have that knee-jerk response to when yields go lower, they buy risk assets. But is that going to work forever? That's kind of my question. So far, it has generally worked. Seems like it's going to again this morning. We've got futures up pretty solid across the board. Russell's the leader right now. Got the dollar down. We got bonds bid, so it's pretty much the same regime as last week. Dollar down, yields down, stocks up. Got Bitcoin up this morning. Pretty clear, some risk on throughout the weekend and overnight session. We do have some earnings this week, and we're going to talk about some of the stock-specific news in the airline world and Starbucks, some commentary from Howard Schultz after that stock got killed on earnings. We'll have Disney this week and some other fun ones we'll get ready for. We're going to do some trading this morning ahead of a few important reports, but obviously the giants of tech are largely behind us, but still, keep in mind, we've got a lot of chip makers and cloud companies over the next couple of weeks. We still haven't heard from NVIDIA, of course, and some of the other key names in the hardware space. But generally, as we got the mega caps firming up, most of your big giants were a positive for the market, particularly Apple. That big buyback and dividend payout to investors certainly reminded us what that company does and what it's capable of. All that added up to higher highs and higher lows as well in the S&P since we dabbled with the 4 handle late last month. Stocks have been now
All right, let's go. let's see this. Watch. Was going over a few things. I needed to clean up my charts. Go over. Just do a couple of things. Why is that so loud? If the sound doesn't sound right, I'm not sure. It sounds like the sound is trashed. So I do apologize. I don't know why it's doing that. It could be my phone. It could be my phone. So, all right. I gave you guys Tesla, AMD, Meta. What else? Carvana. I haven't charted that yet. Give you guys kind of give you guys an idea of roughly what it is that I'm looking at. Let's go to the overall markets really quickly. We only have a few more minutes here. So, the Dow, getting ready to pull back. IWM. So the IWM is still stuck below Friday's high. Just so we are all clear there. All right. The Qs, briefly, just sitting right at and above Friday's highs and the 50-day. The SPY and the Dow are your winners. I mean, look at the extension. So, you know, I would look to see what carries us today. Like, if the Qs are kind of going to give, it feels like the Qs are going to, like, just along with the IWM, it just feels like there's not a ton of momentum there, if you ask me, right? I would look for the pullback into 436 is what I would do. I would look for a pullback into 436, the 50-day moving average, and that's where I would look to go long. And then you have nothing stopping you to 442. 442, 444, same difference, right? Watch for a minor rejection at you watch for 438. I would keep that on your radar. I would keep 438 on your radar. Did anybody watch the Berkshire meeting this weekend? Same old song and dance, where they think everything is corrupt between Bitcoin and AI. Oh, it's corrupt. It's bad. Like, the dollar doesn't fucking have its downside. Like, it's just the old in them. It's in my opinion. But I watched it this weekend. It was good. It was pretty sad to see Charlie gone. But you know, I guess that's life. They've done a lot of good for people and businesses. And now you have like an administration like we have now that says, you know, that you have that a mom and pop shop might have to worry about another company coming in and buy them out, and the government saying, no, you can't do that. Like, the idea, you know, I can see why it's in place that they cover some of those things, but turning some businesses away from being bought. A lot of times they're being bought because they don't want to lay people off and they can't afford to keep it going, right? And another bigger company come in and use it as a tax write-off, right? And keep those people employed and keep them working and try to figure something out with it. But anyway, you know, so that was a highlight of the weekend. I watched that and I ended up getting some sleep. So anyway, back to the chart. 443 is the top end, and then this 50-day moving average here at 436. All right. If you do break 436, I think you got to look for 432. It's a little ways down. You do have some support here at 435. Obviously, all in between there, you're going to have levels, but yeah. Tesla, Meta. I'm going to watch AMD. I'm not going to run to the. I'm not going to just like run to this trade on on AMD. So look, so if you go to Meta, right? If you go look at Meta, Meta's above Friday's high, right? Tesla isn't. So what I'm going to look for, let me go to a 15-minute chart, make it a little easier on the eyes. All right, you can see Tesla is not. Tesla is not. That doesn't mean that it still can't rally, right? It just may mean that we need a little bit more of a pullback. I would look for that pre-market low. This is kind of what I was thinking too. I'm actually curious if Tesla breaks this level today and we end up going lower. You know, we got to go lower. I feel like we got to go lower before we go higher. At least to fill this gap here. If I take this off, let's do this. Let me take pre-market and stuff off so you guys can see this.
Second contract with NASA for Blue Waves for Space Technology. That's BURU.
And I have not read the news or anything. I'm just slacking, man. My cat's been bugging me this morning, just like going crazy. Just, I ain't even getting into it. Yeah, you just have this gap fill here, and it's sitting down here, the support level. It's like, it's obviously a range. The bottom end of this range is obviously 160, but you have a gap down at 172. All right, so I would keep your eye on that. I would look for a pop. I have this black box drawn up in here, this dark gray box up here. I am curious. I guess we could do it a couple different ways. I am curious to see if we pop into that level and reject it to try to take the short. It could just be a sideways type of day for Tesla. But I felt like we've consolidated 1, 2, 3. Maybe we test it one more time, and that fourth try is when it breaks to the downside. Right? It's not above Friday's high. That's not a good look. That's not relative strength. So, I think we see shorts try to take this back over, and we'll see. We'll see if that's the case. You know, I'm not rolling it one way or another. Moderna was last week's play. This thing was in the money in an hour and a half. All right, we literally took the long right here. If you were with us, we took the long right there. So this thing's consolidating. There's a lot of stuff surrounding this with the drug cancer, the mRNA, and using it for cancer cells and stuff like that. So this consolidation up here at VWAP's where we got long, and this thing was in the money, but in just an hour and a half. We took the 125s, 125 calls, and it was there. I don't know. This is a 1 minute chart. It was there in an hour and a half. So in an hour. But anyway, keep an eye. I would keep, if you're watching mRNA. Again, there's a lot of news. They had earnings along with this cancer news that's going around. Watch this area here at 125.27. Pretty much Friday's close because you can see you're kind of struggling there now. Kind of. Depends on what time frame you want to look at, right? 125. 125. This thing is probably going to sit in a consolidation for a little bit, but I want to see if people start. I want to see how far this thing has to go because you really have room on Moderna up to, which you hit 130 Friday or Thursday. You hit 130 Friday or Thursday. I want to see if this thing does. I'm going to keep an eye on this for a few days and see if it does end up breaking through 130 and see if we can't get up to 140. I think 140 is the level on Moderna. It's waiting to get there. I do. I think 140 is a possible area that you could see Moderna in the next couple weeks. Maybe. I don't know. This thing needs to pull back, in my opinion. I just don't think anybody that has any brain on their shoulders is just going to take this long. You do have a wedge forming here. All right, you do have a little bit of a wedge forming here. And that was the break out of the wedge right there, right? This is the bottom end of it right there. right? And then right there. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. So yeah, that's that. I would look for pullbacks into 120, 115, 118, that 120 area. I would look for pullbacks into this box there. So that's your first breakout. Just keep an eye on it. It's got news behind it, and if you get any type of just anything hit the tape with this, it's going to move.
China's Xi in meeting with Macron, von der Leyen, that China, France, and EU will wish to see an early ceasefire and return of peace in Europe and support political settlement of the crisis.
All right. What else do we have? Let me go here.
Spillover and escalation of the fighting create conditions for peace. Talk stable international energy and food security.
Palantir has that. So Baba was a big runner. We had our eyes on this, and I did not trade it. This thing Wednesday. And look, it's all the way back to 90. This thing has just got some relative strength. Friday, also GME. I called this trade out, and I just did not think that it was going to do what it did then. GME just had a crazy day Friday. Crazy day Friday. And we were all over this. We were actually on this very early, on this run back to the 100-day, because I called out the 14 calls and said it looks like we're headed for the 100-day. And then right here at that bull flag is when it came out on the scanners, and then when it really people really started talking about it, then you got the rip and just that extension higher. So crazy day with GME on Friday. So this was last week. Some of the things that happened last week, just a nut move, man. It's wild. AMD. I'm going to give AMD a little bit of room. You can see it's rejecting off of 155. Rejecting back off of it. I say we play the range, right? I say we play the range, all right? You have support, right? Up there at 160. It broke. You never really got a chance to retest it. Once again at 145, 158. Well, really, it did end up going back there. So I gotta say this is the ugliest fucking chart in the world, guys. So give it a little bit of time. If AMD pulls back to 150 and it could hold and start making some progress, maybe out of nowhere it has some relative strength. I'm just going to keep my eye on semiconductors. Intel has been garbage as well. Even worse of a stock. Can't say I'm not surprised to see that coming. And then Meta. I did not read any of the news, so we have 10 minutes. I need to see what's going on today outside of earnings. Oh, Baba has earnings. Oh, look, real quick. If you guys are looking at Meta today, if you do watch Meta, watch out for this level here at 460. Because you could just sit here in between 460 and 450, which is a nice little range there. Watch out that you don't bump into that level, bro. And you're kind of just like stuck. All right. Watch out for that level up there. I haven't looked at Amazon or anything. I haven't really been able to go over that much. I haven't really been able to go over charts as much as I wanted to this weekend. So Robinhood receives an SEC notice about potential action against crypto, and the shares slip. All right, so that's not a good catalyst there. Oh my God. That's not cool. What's funny is Kramer was just talking about how he loved this stock. Crypto, Robinhood, he loves this stock, blah, 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 blah. And then here comes Gary Gensler. You could consider this a really long cup and handle if you get a low volume pullback here. You could watch for that. If you do get a test of the 100-day moving average, I would look for Robinhood to see if you can hold that level and hold the 100-day and see if you don't rally off of that. When is this? This is 5/8. So in 2 days they have earnings. And look, so yeah, Robinhood's getting spanked right now. Come on. All right, so Robinhood, obvious, 1750. This is a new stock, so this chart is just So you broke this level on the back of that news, and you quickly recovered it. So I do want to see what happens if we break it, and or if you get a pop that gets rejected. Look, just continuous rejections up there at 1780. So that is the rejection level, though. Let me go over here. See, I don't want to get started on a new stock right before this bell opens up. I hope you guys have a wonderful day today. I'm just gonna keep my eye on some of the few names that I have, and that's about it. And use this to go over my trades live. I'm trying to fix the channel because I like, it's really hard. I'm not good at it. Like, that's the truth. I'm just not good at streaming and stuff like that. And you know, I'm not blind to say it or afraid to say it or not. It is what it is. You know what I mean? So, what the fuck is going on, bro? Come on. Like, all I'm trying to do is get my charts saved. That's it. That's all I'm trying to do.
EQT 13G filing Wellington Management reporting a 10.12% passive stake. EQT has raised
Fuck this fucking thing, bro.
13G filing.
You okay, Turkey? Are you okay? Alright, guys, let's get it. Oh, come on, bro. So I keep my name on the few names that I have here. And that's it. And that's all it is. We have 3 minutes.
VVPR, Vivo Power VVPR, Vivo Power.
Oh my god.
Shareholding to 13.5%. That's Victor Romeo. VVPR, VVPR.
All right, guys, we have 1 minute. 1 minute. I guess there's a lot of people watching Mullen today too. All right, so there goes Tesla. All right, again, I'm watching to see if we struggle up there at like 184. Good luck today. I'm gonna have let me get all my stuff typed in.
The opening bell is brought to you by Nuveen, a leader in income, alternatives, and responsible investing.
184, 185. Let's see if we can put in a new high. See what it does up here. Micron is doing really good right now. If anybody has any questions or would like help with anything, you could just let me know. Throw it in the chat. Yes, I was able to. And look, right off the bell. Let's go. Bro. No, Okay, AMD already to the south side, you guys. AMD already to the south side. Meta also. Yo, what? Oh no, that's PDD. So Tesla's bouncing up there. Watch 185. Watch the volume. Meta's pulling back, and Tesla's going higher. It's a nice hold on Meta. Oh my gosh, I have to use the restroom, of course. Of course, of course, of course, of course. Tesla's going, you guys. Tesla. Okay, hold on. Hold up. We might have one of those days here where bro. Fucking God. Bro, why are my charts trashed? This is what I mean. This is what I hate doing. I hate having to. Alright guys, watch here. If we just continue to hold here, Tesla might be on one today. So I'm watching this level up here. Even know this is way too many levels, but the volume is just so I'm also watching this level here, up here to like 188. If we hold, watch like 188. Okay, that volume looks like it's drying up there. Alright, 188. Bro, what is going on here? Like, if I would kill to just like let my charts just put it where it belongs and like where it looks okay. And like don't like so I don't have to touch it anymore. Like for real. This is the biggest pain in the ass, is just messing around with these charts. Look, there's the break. I'm gonna go for it. So I want you guys to notice that Tesla has some really nice volume to the upside. Okay, has some really nice volume to the upside. Yeah, it's starting to freeze up now. What is this? 182.
As for Buffett, which we began the hour with, interesting to listen to him really take responsibility for that trade, which obviously got unwound. Take a listen to Buffett.
We sold. I was 100% responsible for the Paramount decision. I read speculation that
Look at Meta's bounce, guys. That's a beautiful bounce on Meta. Beautiful bounce on Meta. If you get a pullback to 456, Qs are still going. Just feels like Tesla's running out of steam there. Feels like Tesla's running out of steam. Okay, there you go. You got the extension. 188. 188's another level you're gonna have to watch for. Right there. Okay, you got above 186. Wow. What a day. All right.
Without a doubt. And by the way, let's be clear. The loss on Paramount was, infinitesimal compared to the gain on Apple or the overall position.
I don't know what's going on with this fucking stream, bro.
In aggregate, but not as a percent overall of their performance in any way.
Now, what was his view on the Vision Pro? Did you get that? EHC Hank shares hopping here as a long sell. $18.75, the high of about 7.5%. That's EH.
All right, we're getting our pullback now. And we said watch.
Jim, speaking of tough talk, I got to get your take on this Schultz post regarding really the U.S. operations of Starbucks.
Okay. All right. So obviously, Howard Schultz very unhappy. The LinkedIn post. I think he focuses on a couple things, not just not that America has to be fixed, but there is.
Okay, Meta's struggling up there at 458. Meta is struggling. AMD testing pre-market lows also. I cannot believe this. I cannot believe it. I need a pullback on Tesla. I need a pullback. I should have just taken the long because of the consolidation up there. It is what it is, you know. You know, I kind of just didn't want to front run the move in case it wanted to, like,
from McDonald's and Mondelez and Lamb Weston and Kraft Heinz.
Expensive.
Yep.
Expensive. And Howard did not key on expensive other than the fact that I think, David, one of the things that he is upset about, obviously, is that no one on the board understands the inner workings of the company. There's no retail operator or merchant.
It's just not giving it to you. It's not giving it to you at all. It's not giving you a pullback at all. There's just no sign of weakness now. This thing is really strong. Be careful. Alright, don't do anything. Right, look, it's going to extend. There's no weakness. There's no pullback. It's... Fucker, yo. Alright, Meta looks like a good spot there. That was Meta, right? Look at Meta. Come on! Bro. Like, I feel like it does this shit on purpose. I really do.
Shares of Peloton at $3.58 now, up about 4.25% PTON.
See if you get that pop there. You just have to watch because 460, you're going to run into some trouble at 460. On Meta. You're going to run into a little bit of, you know, a little bit of consolidation up there at 460. So there it goes. I'm so fucking done with this thing. I really am. I'm so done with these charts. Oh, that's a... Was that a failed attempt to go higher? Let's see. It just looked like it.
HOOD, Robinhood shares
We talked about Robinhood this morning.
About 1627 earlier on that Wells notice. Now seeing some activity. The weekly $20 calls. Hotel Oscar, Oscar Delta.
This level right here is just perfect on Robinhood.
Given the fact that there had been an expectation they were going to do 15 to 20% growth, they didn't do that. Giving, I know, for instance, Howard was never ever mentioned weather as a reason why his numbers came down. That was actually one of his hallmarks. Please never mention weather. Duncan had numbers that were the opposite of Starbucks, and Duncan offered
Robinhood, you could see this thing go to $19.
ONFO.
Possibly. I'm not going to fool with it.
I don't think they're going to be as well taken, if only just because Howard decided to leave the board, and Howard is not desiring to come back on the board. So I don't think that, I think it's interesting, and I think it's a nice note about what should be done. But beyond that, David, I don't know what else there can be done.
Okay, so there's your pullback on Tesla.
Obviously, to be fair to Luxman as well, a number of these issues were in place, Jim, before he took over, that are raised by Howard Schultz. Were they not? Yeah.
No, they were. I think
WETH, We Touch Technology, getting a pop here on some volume coming in now. WET, Whiskey Echo Tango Hotel, WETH.
That's the pullback right there, 186 to 188. Fuck.
We Touch unveils cutting edge second generation touchscreen product, receives $15 million in orders. That's Whiskey Echo Tango Hotel, WETH.
suboptimal. I think these people felt the numbers were just plain horrible.
Jim, more macro. Above 5150 for the first time since tax day. That's in spite of the fact that some of the headlines coming out of the Middle East do not give great hope to a ceasefire, let's say, in the short term.
I am surprised that they're being ignored, given the fact that this is something that affects all of the world. Because last time when if you want to just, I don't like to conflate money with lives from on either side, obviously, but I do think that there was a $5 war premium in oil that had disappeared, given the fact that maybe that people had hoped in a ceasefire, and that $5 war premium is going to be built back in. When David speaks to Derek Woods, I think you have to try to figure out, David, exactly if there could be a return to the war premium. I don't know.
Okay, I will try and do that, Jim.
Yeah, because I mean, the piece that there was a perception that maybe there would be a treaty.
There goes Tesla.
And I know that Lincoln is working hard for the treaty. It doesn't look like there is. Yeah.
MULN, Mullen, getting another pop.
It's just really just a gap and go. You have to believe that Tesla's just going to be on one today. Just gap and go, gap and go. Look at the volume. And I did not get that entry there, so I needed a pullback. I never got the pullback. It is what it is. Alright, I thought about taking that entry right here. But it's like, do I do that? And then like, into 188, is it worth it? Is my risk to reward worth it? Because I'm going to give 186 to 185. I'm going to give $1 to make $2.
Certified compostable protein trays as an alternative to polystyrene. That is Alpha. That's Echo Mike on the river.
Gotta fix my charts again. What's new? What is new?
BENF shares halted on a circuit breaker.
What's new?
Echo the number Foxtrot, BENF. Shares halted on the way down $6.47.
Put something in the market. You also producing so quickly. It does matter how hard it is to produce.
That's
But
well
that's a
said.
great cut, and I think your person, that's very important.
Meantime, as we go to break, as we said, 51.57 is going to be about a 3-week high on the S&P. Every sector green except for staples down just a touch. And you can see bonds 10 years still circulating 4.5. Not a lot of Fed speak. Actually, tonight we'll get Barkin and Williams this afternoon. But for the week, it's mostly about jobless claims and UNISH on Friday. Stay with us.
Stay with us.
The Bond Report is brought to you by PIMCO, a global leader in active fixed income.
After last month's massive solar flare added a 25th hour to the day, businesses are wondering, what should we do with it?
Making an eggs 25/7.
You're darn right.
Solar stocks are up 20% with the additional hour in the day.
With the extra hour, I'm thinking something like power nap.
Oh my god, bro. I'm gonna lose my mind. I swear to God. I swear to God, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. You have some relative strength in the overall markets. I just want to know why these charts are so hideous looking.
If you're looking for speed, you've come to the right place. 28 miles per hour, up to 65 miles of range, and equipped with hydraulic brakes. This is the Electric XP 3.0. Fully foldable, fully assembled, ships free. Simple as that. Go to electricebikes.com and come ride with us.
Switch to Shopify so you can build it better, scale it faster, and sell more. Much more. Take your business to the next stage when you switch to Shopify.
At our previous home, we had wood. I never liked it. I wanted a sustainable option, and that made TimberTech the obvious choice for me. I love the indoor-outdoor living. I mean, to be honest, the decks have made it even better. I'm so happy with it.
Rose Sparks, engineered for the spontaneous. A dual-action formula with the active ingredients of Viagra and Cialis.
All right, I gotta play here. I gotta play here. Let's get it. Let's get it.
GME GameStop at the highs of the day.
GME again. GME going again. Everything, not everything. Look, damn, look at GME, guys. Still going. We called that out Friday, oddly enough.
At the highs, $4, hitting a high of $4.90, up about 16%. Micro uniform leaving November.
Okay, Tesla breaking down. See why I said, like, is it worth it? You guys see that now? It's a nice wick off of that. Shit. Oh my god. Fucking piece of shit, bro.
110%. That's NUVO.
Fisher has the answers you need, and our fees are structured so we do better when you do better.
Call for your free Fisher Retire Right. Call now 1-800-340-6111.
Let's see, where's...
Shouldn't you retire the way
Yeah, we don't have anybody here. All right.
Call us today.
Their AI capabilities are more advanced? Eh, shut the hell up. I'm sure you're trying to talk about China. Okay, so 176. An 83. 4, 5, 6, 7. It's 4. That was such a big move off the bell.
Time for Jim and stop trading.
You know, there's one of the most controversial stocks in the market is Carvana. One of the most controversial analysts on the street is Adam Jonas from Morgan Stanley. He has to sell on this, but he talks about raising his price target from 45 to 75. Bull case 180. He talks about the return to profitability. Now, the one thing that I think that he doesn't really take into account is if the stock was up another 6, 5.5. And this is one of the greatest short squeeze of all times. I spoke to Ernie Garcia a couple times. Ernie went from being having just a major home run thanks to Apollo.
So you guys see what happened there.
I think it's just a different company. Sometimes you just reinvent your company and it goes places, and this is pretty good.
Meantime, Jonas has also written about the EV business. I think he said going into a dark age while robotics, AI are ascendant, and as a result, Tesla's priorities are changing too.
Right, and I do think that when you do robotics, there's only one company that
There goes Tesla. There she goes. That was a perfect entry point right there. Right there, guys. That pullback and hold right there. Bang. It's a perfect entry point. You're having some profit there. $83. 87.50. 4, 5, 6.
This bakery needs new equipment fast to keep up with demand. So they're going to OnDeck, the online lender that makes it easy to choose your loan, and if approved, get funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
I can't do it now. So these contracts, you could have just got these at 190. They're at 230.
Thinking about retirement? Would you like to have retirement income that you can count on for the rest of your life? How about up to 33% more income? Call this number to get this free book.
NUVO, hold code,
This book is
again,
filled with valuable
now
information
up about
uncovering little-known secrets to help you maximize
132%.
your income in retirement. And it's free.
NUVO.
Retirement income you can count on starts by calling for this free book. As a bonus, we'll also rush this annuity rate report, also absolutely free. Annuity National researched numerous products with some
A lot of stuff moving this morning. A lot.
like Nassau Life and Annuity.
Coming up, the CB Employment Trends Index for April.
Retirement income you can count on.
A lot of stuff moving here.
Call now. For your free books, call 8.
Look, and I was gonna say that's not surprising that AMD. So being able to smell that sentiment of shorts, like stocks that have decent short squeezes or short positions, stocks that have been relatively weak, you should start to see some profit taking across the board. Now DJT already did it, so you probably wouldn't see. And look, it is. Come on, bro. DJT. All right, so DJT is up. It's already made a nice recovery. Let's look at ARM. Look at NVIDIA going. Man, look at that. That's a nice setup right there on ARM. What?
March, actually 111.25 for April.
95
$111.25.
dollar.
And March is revised to 112.16 from 112.84. That's the CB Employment Trends Index.
After reporting a profit beat, revenue was shy. Company sticking
103.
raising its operating income guidance for the full year.
7.
Discount carrier, larger than expected loss, said it expects second quarter revenue to come in below estimates. And then there's Paramount.
GME GameStop moving 1677 now, up about 2%. At the highs, the intraday high for GME.
Space is ripe for M&A. And then Buffett, of course, revealing over the weekend he sold Berkshire's entire stake in Paramount at a loss. David, that was pretty good stuff with Rowan about media in general.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, as you might expect, not willing to talk specifically about the bid, but I was actually surprised he was willing to engage at all and just simply talking about this inflection point in terms of media that we've talked so often about and what they see as a real potential opportunity, at least in terms of the work they've done previously. Don't forget Apollo owns Yahoo. And they helped to turn that around to a certain extent. They own a lot of TV stations, legendary pictures, and they could obviously with Sony roll into and create a much larger hole there in terms of what Paramount might become. When it comes to Paramount, we'll just have to wait and see as that special committee of the board, Sarah, continues to focus on both bids now, no longer in exclusive talks for the Skydance. So it's nice to have you here. We should point out Sarah is here, even though we're in separate boxes. Maybe we can take a there it is. You see, we're together.
It's exciting to be here, David. There are 5,000 people coming here, and the Milken Conference is this pretty unique mix of investors and increasingly CEOs that are getting a lot of face time with institutional investors. That's why some of the big bank CEOs are here. And we have great conversations, obviously, coming up all day. Looking forward to Exxon, obviously, this hour for you and David Solomon. And then later, you're going to hear from Jane Fraser. I'll talk to her in the afternoon, the CEO of Citi. We haven't heard from her in several months.
SGE, strong global entertainment shares, will halted at the highs now, $3.06, up 168%.
We're going to talk
That's
to Ken
Sandy
Griffith
Gulf Echo.
later as well, and then we've got a bunch of CEOs coming in the next hour of Money Movers. And the topic du jour here is what's happening in the economy with inflation. We've had these sticky numbers, and now there's hopes that the Fed is going to start cutting rates again this year. Remember a few weeks ago we weren't so sure.
No.
We got the softer jobs report, and I think there's a big debate
What the fuck?
around the corner.
What are they talking about on CNBC? I seriously wonder sometimes what they just talk out their ass, like for real. Like, sometimes they say the dumbest shit. Like, and I get, you know what I mean? I've done it too on here, but she said, we didn't know if we were going to get cut rates a couple weeks ago, and now it seems like we are. Bro, that is not anything of the sort that just took place in the past few weeks of the market. The last Fed, not the last one, but the one prior to the Fed meeting we just had, you actually had Powell talking about the lag effect, this, that, the third, and it looked like we were on a path to rate cuts, and now this past meeting completely disregards that. So the complete opposite of what she's saying. I know yields have pulled back, but there's a reason why the 2-year hasn't pulled back as much. So you got Powell saying he doesn't know when. He doesn't have a time frame. So oh shit, I forgot about Apple. And look, we gotta pop right into that low a day on Friday and a rejection there. We said 188 was also another point where you could see a rejection on Tesla. But I'm not going short. Just not doing anything stupid. Meta's just, what did I say, guys? I told you guys that Meta could get stuck here in between this level, and that looks like what's going on. She looks so fucking fake. Look at this. It's sad. She has fucked her face up, it looks like. I mean, she's okay, but...
So for yields to kind of stay lower and help juice the equity market, you might need to see some more economic indicators come in worse than expected. Not necessarily recession or big slowdown, but that's kind of where we are in terms of the macro backdrop right now.
Sounds good to me. I don't know what Carl thinks.
Carl, what are you watching this week?
No, I was making a list of what you were saying about the quits rate. You throw in the NFP miss, new rents down 8 straight months, productivity's running 2.9, ISM new orders to inventory down 3 straight months. There's a lot of dove food out there, as we like to say.
Yeah, I mean, you can paint a picture where you would see the inflation progress pick up, but the question is that really happening? Because it's been terribly difficult to forecast inflation. And we did get some prices paid internals in both the ISM services and manufacturing numbers that were a little bit firm.
Look for a pullback on Apple right here.
I think everybody, including the Fed, needs to see what happens. The good news is you're going to hear today from a range of CEOs across different industries and investors, top investors, about what they think. And so in the next hour on Money Movers, we're going to kick it off with Chevron. Obviously a great barometer of oil demand. Mideast tensions flaring. Israel is trying to evacuate Rafah from civilians right now. So the question on escalation in the Middle East, potentially. You're going to hear from IBM CEO Arvind Krishna about AI. And also, it's his first time talking since they reported that slowdown in consulting business, which spooked the street on the stock recently.
I'm glad to hear from Bruce Flatt, obviously. So much in infrastructure.
Look at Apple, like the daily chart on the bottom right.
We talked a bit about
it did not at all
earlier, and then
like,
I'm sure you're going to talk private credit with Arrighetti as well.
I shouldn't have to zoom into it. It should have been saved.
on tomorrow, private credit. Still a big topic here, and I do wonder how much it is kind of holding back the distress cycle that everyone was waiting to see as a result. This
it's
direct
lagging, so I apologize.
A fixed income bias here to a certain extent. You got to remember who Michael Milken, right? I mean, let's not forget
John
why we're here,
King,
and
yeah.
who created the high yield market to the extent that we have it. Carl.
It's a huge
Back
event,
over to
guys. We're really grateful you're there. Viewers will be too in the next couple of days.
Really?
Meantime, S&P
sure?
NASDAQ coming off their best day since
Oh,
late
really?
February.
I
both
could personally
posting their
give a shit
second
less,
positive
Carl.
week in a row for the first time since late March. Let's bring
give
in
a
Mona
shit less.
Mahajan, Edward Jones Senior Investment Strategist. Mona, and talk about this
all
sort
right,
of.
so
I think it's been described as 2 steps
Tesla,
forward,
nice
1
relative
step back
strength
that we've
here.
been managing to
Watch
put together
Apple
last few
for
weeks. What do
another
you think's
test.
going on?
Watch Apple for another test of the. Okay, look, it's blue. Okay, so now it wants to do it. So when I click on it and it's blue, and I start typing and everything, it has a mind of its own. Watch this level up here at 183, 184, and see if we can, look for a rejection on Apple. That's pre-market highs right there, and here she goes. Let's see. Can she break? You might get another test of 183. I could see that. I could see another test of 183, or that was it. That might have been it. I would like a 183.33, like a Friday's close. But I don't think that's coming. I think if you can get some volume here, she might start going. Tesla was a nice find right off the... Oh, nice, guys. Nice. 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 This thing is pulling back on lower volume. You'll have to see there. That could be your chance, but you broke VWAP and everything. This is tricky here. Tricky. This is tricky here, guys. So I had said watch out for 188, 186 to 188 as a rejection point. Now it's just up to the volume. Like, do you get a bounce and it just sits here and consolidates? Right? Between 185 and 186? That's surprising, guys. I'm going to tell you right now. I think that's really surprising that we broke VWAP and everything, because normally you would expect not to, on a day like this. I mean, I guess a pullback is cool, but it just feels like you should not have broken VWAP like that.
Shares of Exact Science are falling here on that news, 59.77.
Who here is going to go after the long? What do you guys think? Long? Long and strong? Any takers? I want to know what your guys' thoughts are. Long here at 185, or are you going to try to take the short up at 186? What would you do? Whether you trade it or don't trade it. What do you think is going to happen? Was that just, did we just get a failed breakout? Or I guess you could say, if this thing isn't going to pull back further, then what do you think? Consolidation rate right in between this level. Okay. I'll take that.
All the insights that you want and need to become a better investor. From Omaha to Wall Street and the
CNBC Pro. Everything you need, all in one place from a source you trust.
Go Pro with a flash sale offer for a limited time. Go to cnbc.com/joinpro now. Explore true crime shows all this week on Xfinity.
I could really spend the rest of my life switching to Zen. Just get out and feel right now.
Court Cam is back in session. Being guilty of murder.
I'm about to take an inmate into live with me. It's very important for me not to go back to prison.
Watch AMD up at 155. Watch 155 on AMD. Okay, oh my gosh, 160. Wow. Holy smokes. So I was looking at the 190 to 190 250s on those calls. They went from 190 to 230-ish. Wow. Got ate up. I don't know what the... Okay, now see, the delta was a 32, 34 or something like that. Oh, shit.
Shares did react negatively in the morning. You can see that they reversed their course almost 2% higher. Mizuho, for example, putting a note out saying the reaction this morning was overblown since investigative subpoenas were already disclosed in Hood's 10K, so nothing new. Memory chip maker Micron getting some love from Baird analysts with a new outperform rating and a price target of $150. They say memory prices are rising faster.
Micron. I seen that this morning. It had some news with an upgrade there. And Tesla's breaking. Tesla is breaking.
KP, thanks so much. We're seeing parts of Nevelos this morning. Still to come, highlights from the Berkshire meeting over the weekend, including Warren Buffett's take on Apple after trimming their stake by about 13%. What investors need to know when we return.
Power eTrade's easy-to-use tools like dynamic charting and risk-reward analysis help make trading feel effortless. And its customizable scans with social sentiment help you find and unlock opportunities in the market. eTrade from Morgan Stanley. With powerful, easy-to-use tools, Power eTrade makes complex trading easier. React to fast-moving markets with dynamic charting and a futures ladder that lets you place, flatten.
Okay, so MU. Let's go here. Let's go here. No. Bro, are you kidding me?
It was an obvious choice for all of the things that we wanted. Appearance, durability. There is no other choice. It's that good.
I'm not sure what to do. 148 now, 150. I stupidly just want to buy calls right now.
Frustrated with your online search results? Call Reputation Defender today to join tens of thousands who improved their online reputation.
182.
Reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 1-877-866-8555.
184.
Sound familiar? It should. Electric vehicle IPO? What the fuck? The Hawaiian Clean Energy deal.
I can't believe that. So it was, I could not get short up there because it just really was screaming relative strength. Gotta watch 184 and see what happens. I don't like that you just broke that level though at 185, 184.50. You can see here on the daily chart it was support, resistance. This whole area right there.
You paid down the mortgage, invested in your home. I guess you could say your home owes you.
Just eliminating mortgage payment freed up a lot of cash for us.
The fact that we're still in this home means so much. I get to go and do what I want when I want.
Our customers' homes are taking care of that.
Hold up.
Maybe your home could do the same for you.
Call AAG and get your free info kit. Call 800-791-6000
Yeah, that is. I don't know. I can't call it. I think it's an ugly chart. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna keep an eye on. I'm gonna keep an eye on 184 here. Keeping an eye on 184.
Berkshire's annual meeting fielding questions from shareholders for several hours on Saturday. One of the big headlines was Berkshire trimming its stake in Apple by about 13%.
We have sold shares, and I would say that at the end of the year, I would think it'd be extremely likely that.
You see how Micron looks kind of like Tesla, but it has this like double bottom gap, like holding this initial morning push up higher. Or no, that's really just a sell off, but it just looks a lot better of a setup than Tesla, right? For the long, like I would not be scared at all to take this. Risk is defined. I have a direction, a target. And that's the difference between Micron and Tesla. There is how one they set up kind of exactly the same, but one is like one just looks a lot better, in my opinion. It's just my opinion.
The information reporting that Microsoft readies new AI model to compete with Google and OpenAI.
Did you find Berkshire aficionados who normally go seeking clues about the U.S. economy who this year were more interested in the Japanese economy?
In the Japanese economy or in sort of other aspects of how the business is being run.
This was another one that I was watching last week. 410 is just a rough level there. Gotta get above 410. Bro, TSLA, enter. Come on.
Everyday chaos. This Mother's Day, help Mom take it in stride with thoughtful gifts from WeatherTech. From playing in the rain with muddy cleats on the floor liners to dirty camping reminders in the carpet liner. Spunky toddlers testing out the all-purpose. Epic food fights contained by the sea.
Okay, let's see what happens here if we can pull out a long. I'm going to put a stop down here at 184. This might be a little too far out. Oh, wow. Look at it drill there. That's weird. That's not a good look. All right, I got it. I took that. Whoa, 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 whoa. No, 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 no. That's not what... That's crazy.
This bakery needs new equipment fast to keep up with demand.
TPETA Trio Petroleum.
The online lender that makes it easy to choose your loan and if approved, get funds as soon as the same day.
We get NYSE listing compliance. That's Tango Papa Echo Tango.
Looking great for the harsh winter season? Cerako's best-selling line of automotive care products can transform your vehicles quickly, easily, and affordably. Our #1 selling headlight kit restores cloudy headlights back to light blue and keeps them that way, guaranteed. Restore that faded trim in just one wipe with our easy-to-apply trim coat kit. Achieve unsurpassed gloss, shine, and slickness with our rapid ceramic paint seal. Buy any of Cerako's #1 selling ceramic products for under $20 at these leading retailers today.
Alright, took one little piece right there. So we got a 138, 140, 152 exit there on Tesla. On that long there. On that there long, I will not... Like, if I can just get an extension back up through here, I'm going to take some of this off just to lock in some profits there. Yeah, right there you go. There you go. I think we'll get another opportunity at this. Let's see here. Yeah, see, that's... You gotta break above that level. That's another... You're just sitting... Let's see, look at the volume there. If I get another shot, I'll take another shot down here at 183.75. Look, 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 look. Here she goes. Ah, can she do it? Can she do it? Come on, you can do it. You can get up there. If Tesla struggles here, let's look at the overall markets. Damn, that sucks. That sucks. Tighten it up, soldier. Take your profits. It's struggling. Let's see. Just don't lose money. If it's paying you, take it. We got a hell of an entry there. Got a really nice entry there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look for, I'm still looking for this 184 level, see if she'll hold, and I'll get back in it. I'll just trade this shit all day long, baby. That's going to be a problem if they don't come back in and... So David Solomon from Goldman Sachs is on CNBC right now. He paid us a lot of money for that, you know. That was a really nice trade that we took on Goldman Sachs a couple weeks ago. And we said that it was going to put in that we were looking for a new high, and that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened. 1.8. Should we look at puts? Should we look at puts? What do you guys think? What type of time y'all on? I mean, that's still very low volume. What time is it? 10:28. We have 2 minutes. I'm not going to look for a short. I'm going to stay where I'm at. I'm going to stay in my lane. Right here at the 184s. That delta's pretty wild. It's damn near 20% movement. Look at the 185 calls. If we can hold 184. We have 2 more minutes left.
CADL.
We're going to find out quick. Bro. I was wondering what was going on there. That's not cool. That ain't cool, bro. The whole thing was messed up. I was wondering what happened to the volume. I was like, what the heck?
If you give them tools that allow them to expand their capacity to focus on things that are valuable for our clients, they can actually take on more. And it's a silly analogy, but think back to when we started. If I go back to when I started 40 years ago, it took 6 hours to do a common stock comparison. Now it takes an instant. It doesn't mean over that journey we've had less people focused on our clients. So productivity, the ability to take smart people, give them tools so they can do more quickly, help our clients think about things in different ways. That's where our focus lies on this at the moment. And of course, there are efficiency opportunities if we focus on those too.
Right. And the testing, I mean, it's, again, early days here in terms of what you're seeing and how you're seeing it.
You have to test. You have regulatory structure. I mean, there's a lot of work to do. I'd say it's early. We have a lot of focus on it. We're putting resources toward it. But this is
David Solomon. Let me get a job at Goldman. Give me a shot.
just in terms of the acceleration of how on our platform we can create more productivity and more efficiency.
Watch those 185 calls.
You're coming off of what was a very strong quarter. By the way, 25 years since the IPO. Congratulations.
I still think we get another little down move here.
And I was reflecting on it. I mean, it's really, if you think back and you think about the journey, there's been some very big disruptive events. 9/11 changed our lives forever, the way we think about the world. Financial crisis, pandemic. In fact, we shut down the stimulus that comes out of that. But through it all, I'm super proud of the organization, our people. The organization stayed focused on our clients, growing our business, and we've accomplished a lot over the course of the last 25 years, and hopefully more to come.
And as I said, you had a very strong quarter. You did seem a little more positive in the overall environment than I'm accustomed to, because you are.
Microsoft 407. 408, I'm sorry. Micron. Oh my gosh, I can't do this. I can't fucking do this.
What's giving you sort of a more positive tone, I guess?
Well, I was trying to amplify. If you really look back at the second half of 22 and the first half of 23, got a little better in the second half of 23. For investment banking activity, it was a 10-year low. Companies need to finance.
Watch Micron if it tries to turn this area into a rejection. And again, watch Tesla. See if Tesla can hold up here. Let's see if it can hold up. I would at least look for a test back to 186 off of 184, 183.85. I'm really interested in Tesla here. Just to see what...
American Airlines, the weekly 14.5 calls.
We're going lower, man. Tesla's going to get trashed.
Shares of American getting
Look, it's blue.
$14.08. AAL.
Do you think as the election looms, not larger, as it gets closer, does that paralyze anybody when it comes to activity?
I think an election is a moment in time. There'll obviously be a perception of markets.
SGE. Poop. Well, no, this thing's up a lot, but be careful.
I just think if you're to look at the next 12 to 24 to 36 months, we're going to see activity levels that look more in line with 10-year averages than well below 10-year averages.
A couple of rate cuts might help. You think we'll get them?
I've been more cautious on that. Early in the year, when I was on the network and people were thinking about 7 rate cuts, I was more cautious. I think inflation continues to be a little bit sticky. I think there's a possibility of a rate cut or two.
I can't believe AMD is up here already. It did not look like it was going to do much of anything today. I wasn't sure about it because it just had this... The chart on AMD was just awful. It was awful looking.
Something that's come up in my conversations with you and some of your colleagues through the years is the idea that buried within Goldman is provision. Yeah. That's a pretty big number, 296 billion, going up obviously significantly. You're a fairly big player in private credit. Is there a point at which you think that suddenly that will get more attention with the fee-related earnings that come from those assets will?
Well,
From the investor perspective.
I think you know, David, because we've talked about this a bunch. We have two key focus areas for the firm: our global banking and markets business and our asset wealth management platform. We've been growing our asset wealth management platform very nicely. We had a target when we did our initial investor day in 2020 of raising $150 billion of alternatives by the end of 2024. We upped that to $225 billion. We met that target a year ago.
That might be close to the top there on AMD. Might be right there, or no? Yeah, AMD 156.
Asset wealth management platform. It's growing. It's a big focus of the firm, and I think over time the firm.
I think I might go heat up some chicken and whatnot.
Of the strength of this franchise and its ability to really create unique solutions. It's a solution-based business that can really support our clients' needs. And so we're in a very unique position with a full scope of products from liquidity to public fixed income.
I think there's another F-16 or something above us.
To really serve capital allocators well. We think it's an area we can grow in quite consistently over the course of the next couple of years.
So Friday, got to see two of the which is rare, the helicopters that they take, you know, that you guys see when the president leaves the White House on Inauguration Day. The helicopter that they fly out in, what's it called? Yeah, they were using two of them. They brought it to the airport right here where I'm at. This one. These two Marine ones. There were two Marine ones. So two Marine twos. Marine one. Yeah, it was this one. There were two of these.
So you said you saw on the call that you saw people, that you saw some clients actually refinancing private credit through the syndicated loan market.
I think you're seeing both. Okay, so you're going to continue to see growth in private credit, but I do think you're seeing a pickup in debt.
MULN, Mullen, more highs now, $5.55. Michael Uniform, leaving November. Shares up about 33%. After the earlier press release, PI, GOSS, Gossamer, Piper reiterating their $15 price target.
What do you guys think?
Saying partnership is amazing.
Another shot, another little trade here, or what?
That's GOSS. Kyle Foster
It's there.
Increase the return velocity of capital. I think we had a big reset on
Just watch out for 185. If we cannot get back through 185, trouble's a looming. Bro, look at the 15-minute chart. These two are okay, right? Look at the 15-minute chart. Like, are you serious? I'm sorry that I get frustrated on here, but you would get tired of doing this too. If you consistently had to just click and click and click. Like, it's so bad.
I've got a lot of energy. I'm focused on our clients. I'm focused on our people. I'm focused on our business. And I feel good about where the firm is. I feel good about the progress we've made over the course of the last few years. And we're going to continue to execute.
See, you know, the volume is telling us that it was to the buy side, but it just could not hold.
I just think the firm is an exciting place to be right now. So we're going to stay focused and continue to move forward.
Maybe it wasn't that much.
The returns that you saw in you know, I mean, are they sustainable? In global banking, and
we've been very, you know, clear that we feel that we can run our mix of businesses in a mid-teens level of return through the cycle. That doesn't mean we're going to see that every year, but we've been clear that we're marching in that direction and confident in our ability to deliver that for shareholders. So we're going to continue to stay focused on delivering.
Almost an 18% ROE for the global bank and the markets business.
Well, I said on the earnings call that we had a very, very good quarter, and that should not be the expectation for every quarter. But our mix of businesses, we think we can deliver mid-teens returns through the cycle. And we think our shareholders will do very well if we continue to do that.
Yeah. All right. David, good to catch up. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Appreciate it. Great to see you.
Good to see you as well. David Solomon, CEO of Goldman Sachs. Still ahead right here.
And look at that. Right back up to that level. That's a nice quick move. And they are worth more, so they're holding value. Those calls are holding value really nicely.
Is this your dream of retirement? How about this sweet game? I like fishing. Or is this a little more your style? Retiring well isn't a guarantee, it's a goal. It's easy when markets are going up. But what about when they're not? That's why you need this.
Call for Fisher's Retirement Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility. Our stock market outlook plus the Fisher.
What if we do this? What if we do 4? And we'll put the SPY right here.
GME GameStop, the May $15 calls trading now on GameStop, Golf Michael Echo.
Our fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. Call now for your free retirement survival kit.
Yeah, there's definitely an F-22 or something up above just circling around. It's just sitting there sounding like somebody's rolling trash can down like the road or driving. It's just sitting there, so it's just sitting up there circling. He's probably heading back to DC.
Now the best-selling pain relief spray has gotten even better with an easy press activator to get the perfect coverage and dose.
It smells really good. It relieves the pain quickly, so I can continue doing what I love. It's compact, it travels easy.
So yeah, but yeah, that was cool to see 2 Marine Ones. You know, the helicopters that I usually see are the ones with the blades that, you know, are sideways that fold up, and they every Friday and Sunday I see them. But you know that, so it was pretty cool to see 2 of those Marine Ones. I don't think I've ever seen them used before, so I don't know if with some of the stuff that was going on they decided not to use them, and because I think they said that there were a bunch of maintenance work that was getting done to them or something. There was accidents with them. And there goes Tesla back above the level. There it is, guys. Did you guys grab those calls there at all or what? That was a nice move there. You know what? I need that. That's what I need right there.
Exclusive access to market experts to help you identify opportunities in any market.
Unrivaled access, essential tools.
That's CNBC Pro. Everything you need, all in one place from a source you trust.
Go Pro with a flash sale offer for a limited time. Go to cnbc.com/joinpro now.
We are back here in Los Angeles. ExxonMobil completed its deal to acquire Pioneer Natural Resources late last week. It more than doubles its footprint.
CADL, Candel Therapeutics, $10.74.
Nice pullback on Meta there. Double bottom. All right, so we have a couple trade ideas here. All right, I've already went long Tesla. I'm gonna be taking. I should probably just. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do here.
Banco BBVA Argentina.
So we got in those at 130. They're at 160 now. I would just, me personally, it gives it to you. Watch VWAP. I would be taking it off as you get paid. Beautiful buy trigger. I just think you might have trouble back up there at 186. You might. So I have, come on. I'm going to go make, oh damn, look at that. And that's what I'm talking about. Look at that rejection right there.
reverse synergy, just to explain to people, what are you talking about?
What the heck?
Pioneers doing that we can then adopt and bring into the broader portfolio of Exxon.
Such as
Procurement opportunities.
Suck ass. Sorry, he said such ass. It sounded like suck ass something.
Brings a level of understanding and expertise that we can basically leverage across the rest of our businesses.
I don't know why I try to save the price points on here because it does nothing but just get messed up. Again, Meta, please be aware that right there, right around 460, you might still have trouble at 460. That's a $5 move. That could be a really nice move for you, but just be cautious. If you take the long, I don't blame you. Just make sure you take your profits and that you don't let a green trade go red. AMD ner.
Part of the issue I remember at the time as well is it's not just enough to electrify, but you got to make sure the electricity that you're actually using is being generated in a sustainable way. Is that the case as well?
Absolutely, yeah. We're doing a lot of work to make sure we're getting renewable power into
So this weekend, I actually thought about I thought about going.
On your recent earnings conference call, you were also asked about another area, which is carbon capture, of course, something else we spent a good amount of time talking about during our doc, which I can continue to promote here. Maybe people will still watch it. It's on Peacock. Where do things stand in terms of the use of Baytown? What you're doing there? You got a number of questions about it on the call as well, specific to sort of progress points that you can share.
Well, when I say in the call, what we wanted to emphasize is that the transition, the drive to eliminate emissions in the economy has an electron solution that also has a molecule solution, and we're a company that knows how to manage and transform molecules. Carbon capture and storage is a big part of that. The challenge with the existing technology for capturing carbon out of the atmosphere is it works for high concentration streams, but it's very expensive for low concentration streams. So we're working on a breakthrough technology to bring that cost down. We built this pilot unit in Baytown, which is early in its development, early in its run, but we're seeing really positive signs, and so we're working.
It's a brand new approach, you say.
Brand new approach using brand new material. You think about where technology has come since what was essentially a very old technology around capturing CO2. For the purposes that technology was designed for, it works, it's economic. For what we're trying to transition to and to capture very low concentration streams, we need a new technology. Fortunately, there's been a lot of development in technology since that original technology was developed. So we think there's an opportunity to change.
But we're a long way, aren't we, Darren, from actually getting to a point, you indicated this, where we can really, where this can be a profitable business in any real way.
Well, I think we're a long ways from getting the costs of capture down, and that, to me, if you're going to achieve the global ambition of net zero, you're going to need a lot of different tools in the toolbox. Carbon capture needs to be one of those, and if we can find a way.
Jumia getting another pop here, $5.34, seeing some more call activity. The weekly 5.5 calls on JMIA. Juliet Michael India Alpha.
We're hoping to make this one of them. There's lots of people working on this, though, so I'm not suggesting we'll be the only ones, or we will be the ones that actually have this breakthrough. But whoever does, they're going to need companies like ExxonMobil with our balance sheet, our ability to build these projects, to deploy that around the world at scale.
Yeah, you're pretty good at managing those giant projects. I mean, by the way, that takes me to another deal that didn't get as much attention for obvious reasons, the Denbury deal.
Mullen shares making new highs now. Micro Uniform Lima November, $5.99, up about 42% at the high. SMY, Sanofi, Bank of America, and BNP poised to win lead roles on $20 billion Sanofi spinoff. That's from Bloomberg. That's Standing River Yankee and Bravo Alpha Charlie.
To sites to sequester the carbon, and so the Denbury, the largest CO2 pipeline system in the U.S., gives us the ability to transport that CO2, and a huge advantage.
Russian Foreign Ministry says Russian nuclear drills should be considered in the context context of hostile statements by NATO countries.
Highly concentrated streams of CO2.
Darren, a good amount of attention and time spent by me and some of my colleagues on.
Alright, I'm gonna go heat up some chicken. I'll be right back, guys. If anybody has questions or anything, throw it in the chat if you guys want to go over any lessons or anything. And look, there you go. That's why we take profits.
Yeah, I think the timeline ultimately will be decided by the arbitration process and the arbitrators. And as you said, we're still putting together that panel of arbitrators. And then we'll go into discovery and through that process. I think that John Hess made the point that he felt like this would slip into 2025. My view is it will go into 2025 as well. I mean, this is an important arbitration, obviously, not only for ExxonMobil, but for Chevron and Hess. So we need to take our time to do what's right, make sure that we do all the due diligence, and we get to the answer here, the right answer.
I know. Well, the right answer. I mean, you continue to have confidence, and I think it comes down to maybe what is maybe as few as 11 words in the contract that you're going to prevail. But why?
Yeah, I wouldn't concentrate on 11 words. I would tell you this contract is designed to ensure that we have those rights. It's a foundation of these contracts that we do all around the world, so we're pretty confident in it.
And you said last week, I think, with Beck here a week and a half ago, you're not interested in buying Hess.
That's right.
That is correct.
This is around confirming our rights to this very valuable assets. As part of the transaction, we confirm their rights. We then understand what the value of this asset is with respect to this transaction, and then we decide what options that we have to maximize the value for ExxonMobil and shareholders. Remember, David, that's development is world class. My view is it'll go down in history as one of the best deployments.
Whenever U.S. short and medium-range missiles appear.
You'll see the supply-demand balance is tightened, and there may be pressure on prices, but I think for now the world is well supplied and I think pretty stable.
Pretty stable. All right. Darren, it was great to catch up, however briefly. Thank you.
Good seeing you.
Good to see you too. Darren Woods, Chairman and CEO of ExxonMobil. We have a lot more Squawk on the Street for you straight ahead. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, I'm Jay Jackson. For almost 20 years, Abacus Life has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors. And in just seconds, you can
Russian Foreign Ministry said Russia to consider
to learn what your policy
F-16s in the Ukraine as carriers of nuclear weapons.
Abacus was right for them and their estate plan. Don't sell or lapse your policy without going to abacuspays.com first. There are no fees and no obligations. Get the real value.
Marijuana moment. The reporter says Florida Republican Party passed a resolution opposing the marijuana legalization initiative on the November ballot, clearing the way for Governor DeSantis to formally raise money to fund a campaign against the measure. That from Marijuana Moment.
Or if your heart rate shows signs of stress, so you can decide to push yourself or to lie low. Live smarter, stronger, healthier with the Aura Ring.
When you own a small business, every second counts. 120 seconds to add the finishing touches.
All right, so there you go. Tesla breaking down. Yeah, I'm gonna go make some chicken, bro. If I have to click on these charts anymore, bro, for real, I'm going to snap. All right, so there's the break. There's your sign that level is not holding, and we said 186 to 188 rejection. Took the long off of that. We got our rejection there. No, I don't want a 175 put. I'll be right back. Yeah, there's some headlines coming out with Russia this, Russia that. Bunch of fags that ain't nobody scared of or worried about.
Your trusted local advisors, backed by specialists nationwide.
Feeling better already. Disney set to report earnings tomorrow.
You fight for the Mother Russia.
A big underperformer over the last 3 years.
Do it for Mother Russia.
What to watch, Julie? I was trying to remember the last time we had a pre-market print on Disney.
Fucking retards.
That's right. Disney typically reports after the
So yeah, this weekend they had some of the Bradleys that we sent over. They had a big tourist attraction over the weekend and last week. Let me see here. I'll talk about that when I get back. I'll mention to you if you guys did not see. But they captured a lot of the vehicles and stuff that we sent over. And not only are they going through it, obviously, going through all the armor and how we played them and, you know, giving them a leg up, even though we have new, you know, this is old, somewhat old equipment. It's in the hands of them, and they're showcasing it on top of ransacking it and all that fun stuff. Now they're pretty much putting on a show saying, look, we can compete with the world. We're to Russia, where it's cold and there's nothing to do. Russia, where we have never heard of face wash. I'm just playing, bro. I'm just playing.
Pretty interesting, Julia. We mentioned with Kramer earlier today a couple of positive notes. One by Loop Capital, they go to 140. They say that streaming losses may be ahead of guidance.
So Tesla is still green. All right, I'll be right back.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
I want to see what he looks like.
He has quickly become a darling of Madison Square Garden. Even Iggy Azalea is happy. Knicks outscore the Nets 60.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Where is it? Let's see here. Charles in the swab. Charles in the swab. Charles in the swab.
Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Kickstart your morning with a full dose of commodities, technical analysis, economic data, and live reaction in global markets. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. And available on all of your favorite streaming services. Futures with Ben Lichtenstein every weekday, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
A fresh take on the hottest trends in the market, from every click to every tick.
There's no fear of missing out on next-gen investing. 1 p.m. Eastern. Only
Look for the
on
SPY to
Schwab
get back down to this level here. 437.
Good Monday morning of the trading day. Welcome to Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Some up arrows again here on Wall Street. And we have a big show for you. On today's show, our 360 Spotlight will focus on Paramount as merger talks with Sony and Apollo are heating up. Our disruptor today, Micron, after getting an upgrade over at Baird. And our 360 round covering so many of those retail names in focus. The upcoming weeks, we'll see a lot of these retailers, Crocs, TJX, Foot Locker, and more. In the meantime, here's a look at the markets. As I mentioned, 51.57 there on the S&P 500. That's gaining more than 0.5%. You're also seeing the Dow higher today, gaining over 103 points at 38,779. The Nasdaq up more than 0.5%, and the Russell up 1.2%. Energy, industrials, tech, financials leading the way today. As we look at oil and gold here, and those are both higher. In fact, oil's up over $21. Gold is up over $21 at $23.30. Oil 78.61 the barrel. U.S. dollar 104.88, and Bitcoin 63,635, up 1.6%. For a look at some of the top moving stocks in today's market, I'm joined by Kevin Hanks, Senior Manager, Trading Services, Charles Schwab. Thank you so much for being with us. Of course, Berkshire Hathaway all weekend. It certainly was in focus. They had released their earnings, and it's all the talk in the last 48 hours. So some of the standouts from Buffett and Berkshire Hathaway's reporting.
Yeah, it was an interesting. Remember, they released their earnings on Saturday, and Warren Buffett does his big show from Omaha, Nebraska. But what they did was they earned $11.2 billion after taxes for the first quarter. That's up 39%, Nicole. $189 billion in cash that they're holding right now. Frankly, he said he's having trouble finding deals. It's funny. They reduced their Apple position by 13% to around 790 million shares. At the end of 2023, they had about 905 million shares. You know, he praised Apple, even though he did lighten up the position, basically saying it was for tax purposes that he was lightening up the position, and the position was getting a bit concentrated. So they also reported good results from Geico, the insurance company, $1.9 billion in income. Remember, this company a year ago made only $700 million, and in 2022 lost money. So nice recovery there in the auto insurance sector, as premiums for up approximately 10% in the first quarter. So pretty good news, and a large cash position out of Berkshire Hathaway. Elon Musk put on X that he should take a stake in Tesla. Nicole?
Yeah, I thought that was funny. I found that interesting that he said, listen, you know, now you have some money laying around, how about some Tesla? I mean, Buffett still has so much Apple, as you noted, but trim that stake. American Express, Coca-Cola, a lot of fun always. This weekend is always huge for the shareholders and for everybody on Wall Street. Kevin Hanks, thank you so much. Senior Manager, Trading Services at Charles Schwab. Thank you. Let's get some insights on the news shaping the markets. For that, we welcome in James Sahagians with us, CFP, Managing Director, Ramapo Wealth Advisors at Steward Partners. Thank you for being here. Some of your thoughts on the market ahead, the week ahead.
The week ahead, we're coming off a week in which we just experienced softer than expected employment report and softer than expected GDP print. So we are expecting, earnings season is winding down, and we are starting to see some softness, the long anticipated softness of the economy starting to take hold.
So with that, does that give you a cautionary tone in your mind, and are you investing as such?
Well, coming into this year, everyone was expecting several rate cuts. I think we were at 6 rate cuts at the beginning of the year. We're only 4 months into the year, and now the consensus is only one rate cut for the rest of the year. So that has been because the economy has been stronger than expected. Inflation has remained very sticky, but we're starting to see signs of a cooling economy. If we look back over the last 4 years, we had an unprecedented level of government stimulus spending. More than $8 trillion were spent in the past 4 years, spanning both the Trump and Biden administration, largely in response to the COVID pandemic, but also continuing with a bunch of other programs in the Biden administration, such as the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS Act, and a variety of other stimulus programs that are now starting to wane a bit. And we think the economy will likely slow because it's very unlikely that any new big programs will be passed in the coming year.
Yeah, understood. As you look at where we're headed here with the markets, you said, look, if government spending changes a little bit, maybe we don't even need the rate cut. But when you see the S&P 500 today, 5154, are you thinking that there are some good opportunities? I mean, where would you put some money to work?
Yeah, there are always good opportunities. In particular, we're very bullish on bonds right now. We think that interest rates have likely peaked and are likely to come down. And for the first time in my career, and I've been a financial advisor for 25 years, there's actually some attractive opportunities in fixed income for the first time in a very long time. Also think there's some very attractive opportunities in some of the new technologies that are coming out. Obviously, this market has been led by a lot of excitement over artificial intelligence and a variety of new technologies that have everyone rightfully excited. And I share that excitement.
Yeah, understood. So watching the bond market closely, I think rates will likely come down. And so that's a good area. What about things like the Mag 7?
Yeah, the Mag 7, I think you have to be specific as to each individual company. Some are, I think, reasonably priced and represent very good value. But I think there is a lot of opportunity for continued outperformance in some of them. But I think you need to be very specific. I'd avoid a few and be more optimistic on, some of the leading companies, particularly in the artificial intelligence space.
So you would avoid some, and the AI space, I'm sorry, you like those or you don't like those?
I do. I mean, some of the leading names in this space, they're all very well documented. I think there is justifiable excitement for participating in those names. But, the Mag 7, I think, really is probably no longer the Mag 7. I think a couple of those names have probably rightfully dropped off. And I think we've seen a very healthy broadening out of the market to include much more than just those 7 names. If you take those 7 names out of the market, I think valuations look a lot more attractive.
Yeah, oh, that's interesting. You also talked about the credit card balances that folks are holding. You were looking at other things such as the CHIPS and Science Act, the Inflation Reduction Act. Are there other areas of the market that seem to be winners to you, and why? I mean, could it be CHIPS because of the act? Could it be retailers that are discounted because you're worried people are, have high credit card balances? I don't know. What are you thinking here for some other big picture ideas?
Yeah, we started to hear even in first quarter earnings reports that the consumer seems to be weakening. Even companies like Starbucks and McDonald's last week reported that their sales were light. So I do think we're starting to see the consumer get tapped out. I think we'll start to see, economic growth continue to weaken as we move forward, and that lends opportunities for companies that benefit from a weaker consumer, companies like discounters and others.
All right, James, thank you so much for being with us. James Sahagian, Stewart Partners. Thank you.
Thank you.
Plenty more to come here on Trading 360. Up next, it's the big three. 3 stocks, 3 charts, 3 trades. Rick Ducat goes through the technicals. Kenny Polcari standing by to take a look at Illinois Toolworks, Exxon, and IBM. Trading 360, Schwab Network. We'll be right back.
I remember when I first started flying and we would experience turbulence, I would watch the flight attendants. If they're not nervous, then I'm not going to be nervous. Financially, I'm the flight attendant in that situation. The relief that comes over people once they know they've got a guide to help them through, I definitely feel privileged to be in that position.
Missed out on today's market headlines? Get caught up and catch the wrap at schwabnetwork.com. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalides, live at the New York Stock Exchange. Glad you're with us. It's time for the big three. 3 stocks, 3 charts, 3 trades, and Rick Ducat will take us through the charts. Here to take us through the trades, Kenny Polcari, Senior Market Strategist at Slate Stone Wealth. Hey, Kenny Polcari is with us. Good morning to you both. Thank you for being here. Kenny, before we get to I'm doing great. Thank you. The markets first, Kenny. Some big picture thoughts.
So listen, I like the market. You and I have been talking about this. This volatility that we've seen, I think, is not unexpected at all. I think I laugh every time that the narrative changes, right? Last week in the midweek, we kind of got the sense that rates were being held for longer. A rate hike wasn't necessarily in the cards, but neither was a cut. And then after Friday's NFP report, right away they start going, oh, well, your NFP report was weaker, so the cuts have to be coming. And so they talk themselves back into that narrative. One way or the other, I think investors need to continue to remain cautious, be very strategic. I think there's still some volatility ahead. I don't think there's going to be a big sell-off, but I think we're kind of kissing the eyes here just at the moment till we churn a little bit. We get some new information. Next week, we're going to get CPI and PPI. That's certainly going to add to the conversation. And I think people just need to be aware. But overall, I am bullish on the market, but strategically bullish, right? Not just passively.
Right. Okay. I want to talk about some of the names that you're watching today. A name like Illinois Toolworks in the world of industrials, in fact, hit a new high of 271 not that long ago, just had some earnings. Has been a winner 1 year, 6 months. Where do you think this is headed and why? What's driving this name?
Oh, it is, like you said, in that kind of diversified industrial sector, right? I think that sector, the industrials generally, but that sector is going to do well. This one is down versus its peer, right? It's down about 6% on the year. If you look at the chart, you'll see it's had a real significant pullback, but yet it traded right down through all the trend lines, but then found support at that 240 level, which was, if you go back and look at the chart, you'll see was a level that was resistance for a while, then became support. It feels like, once again, that it is support, right? But my sense is just with the improving outlook on industrials, it's a core holding in our core portfolio. I don't own it individually, but it is part of our portfolio. But I just like the story. I like the name, and I certainly like the action on the chart. And look at this, we're up 60 cents today on the trade so far.
Okay, let's hear what Rick Duquette has to say about the charts, please, Rick.
Well, the near-term situation has been that of a downward move here. You can see that we did have this upward sloping trend line in blue for a while here, and then you can see as well that we transitioned after we hit these yearly highs near 271 into a downward sloping channel. This channel took us down through our 3 moving averages that we follow: yellow 21-day, orange 63-day, purple 252-day exponential moving averages here. So we're below all 3 of them. We are finding ourselves in a situation, though, where I think there could be some green shoots showing here. Take a look at this candle we formed at the lows here. Looks like a hammer candle to me here, where we have a relatively small real body, the distance from the open to the close, with a long lower wick here. That's it's kind of shaped like a hammer, basically. That's why they call it that. We did get some upside follow through, and the move up is continuing today. Even though we have a red candle, we're still up on the day. So the next step would be to take out this purple 252-day EMA. And you can see as well, there are some other signs of a burgeoning uptrend here. We've got the RSI crossing out of the oversold area and also invalidating that downward sloping trend line here. So the move looks like it could be primed to the upside here. We've got some clear volume nodes near 250, 255, and 263. So those could be some potential resistance points to the upside if we keep making our way up.
Thank you for that. And look, as we saw the trends and the sell-off off that high, and you think that there's opportunity, Kenny, at the same time, most of the targets I see are at current levels. 249 from Wolf Research. Deutsche Bank has a 212, 244 from Wells Fargo. It's not like I see Truist with a $305 target, but most of the targets are really not much higher than here. Does that worry you?
That's right. I hear you. So it is a contra trade for sure. And look, it is, and I've already said it, it is down against all the peers. So it has been underperforming. But then from a chart perspective, I actually think that's where the opportunity is. I like the fact that we pulled back. I like the fact that we broke all 3 trend lines, but then found support at that 240 level. And now we're starting to bounce back. I think if we hit the trend line resistance, which is now 248, it might struggle a little bit getting through there. But then I think, I have a much more bullish look on it. I think the action will improve. That's just, that, and it is one of our core holdings. And so we also have a very positive view on it.
Yeah. Okay. I'm seeing 135 and 127 as some targets for ExxonMobil, which is trading around 117 today. Where do you think this one's headed and why?
Look at this one. I love it. It's, again, this is one of my favorites in the energy space. It's a name that both I own as well as the firm. So let's just put that out there. The stock is, the stock is up about 16% year to date, although it's down. It's pulled back 7% off that April high. It tested down at, we saw it test earlier down at 114 and change. It's now rallied back a little bit, and I think it's going to do better. Look, we're coming into the summer driving season. We've also, while oil has come down a little bit, the Saudis have made it very clear that, sub 80 is not something that's acceptable to them. So they'll continue to try to take control of supply and demand in that conversation. We saw what happened over the weekend. They're raising their prices to Asia. And so I think that this is going to bounce back. And I actually, to your point, you see the much higher targets on this stock. Besides the fact, look, they have their earnings came out. They have a very strong balance sheet. They got $30 billion plus on hand. They got $7 billion in debt. The Permian Basin is producing oil at $38 a barrel, right, producing well below current prices. And then there are other places that the cost to produce oil is even lower than that, right? They've raised their divvy 42 years in a row, making them potentially one of the dividend kings, right? They pay about, I think, 3.2% right now. But I just like the action on the chart. I like the pullback. Since I like energy, this is one of the names that that I'm going to like.
Okay, understood. Rick, take a look at the technicals, please.
Well, when we look at this chart, we can see one thing stands out right away is that we had a very strong rise from our yearly lows down here near 95.77 to our yearly highs of 123.75, and that was basically straight up here. So a strong move, and we've given some of it back at this point. We're down like 5% or so from those highs here, and we retreated back to an area that stood out to me. This green line here represents our post-gap highs and then a subsequent high that we reached that was right around there. Little chop around this period, and then we came quite close to testing it there, this level near 114. We didn't quite get there, so that level held firm. We also did not touch our orange 63-day exponential moving average. That would have been another supportive indicator here that we didn't even need to quite get to yet before we fought our way back above this trend line here. So that downside breakout, that false breakout from our trend line was perhaps a little scary here, but now we're making our way back up. Looks like we retested our yellow 21-day EMA today as well. Now, unlike our last chart, we don't really have a lot of clear volume nodes here. So kind of just heavy trading, spread throughout this area, not really any clear standouts here. So that's something that we would be on the lookout for a volume node to develop at these elevated levels here. Looking at RSI, we can see it's been trending downward here. However, we are right on the nose of that 50 midline. If we were to get a bit more of a bounce in price, it would be really interesting to see us cross above our yellow 21-day EMA and get that bullish crossover at the same time here. So that would be a good sign for the bulls. In terms of resistance, these old highs right here near 120, that could be one area to watch if we break through the 21-day EMA and this short-term downward sloping trend line. To the downside, the 114 level, like I mentioned, this green line with it being quite close to our 63-day EMA, just below near 113.74. So some fairly straightforward boundaries to keep an eye on.
All right, thank you for that. And last but not least, and we think about, the dividends and the aristocrats, right? Dividend aristocracy. And we go from Exxon to IBM, and they're both in that category. Tell me a little bit about IBM.
Listen, how can you ever argue against Big Blue, right? I love that stock. I own it and we own it, just to put it out there, right? They are way underperforming a little bit, right? We see it's only up about 1.5% year to date, maybe a little bit more today because they're up another buck and change so far. But they're in their report, in their earnings report late last week, whatever it came out, that we see that they're winning some big AI business faster than many people thought, I think, right? They maintained their full year outlook. Revenues are up 3%. Free cash flow jumped up to 1.9 billion, and profit margins are improving, right? AI is certainly driving that story, as it is for a lot of names, but IBM has pulled back, and so I think it provides a longer-term opportunity in a very stable tech name that's not going to be necessarily as volatile as some of the others.
Yeah, what's up, buddy? Sorry, no,
to the point, look at the relative strength. We're down below the 30 line, right? So we are in oversold territory for IBM, which is why I think we're also going to see a jump up. Now, look, when the earnings come out, you see that gap lower. So there's that gap that it has to fill. It will most likely start to fill that, I think, over the next couple of sessions as we move forward, right? The only thing that's going to disrupt this is suddenly if we see next week's economic data, spin out of control with inflation out of control, that may cause the conversation to become about raising rates, and then the whole market's going to get hit. But I don't see that happening.
All right, so you think there's opportunity here, traded down through the short-term trend line. You think it's oversold, and you see this opportunity. Tell us, Rick and Kat, about the charts, please.
I've already got a green trade on today. I already took.
It came down and tested. Came down through all three trend lines and tested the long-term trend line just the other day and held.
I was cautiously optimistic about the long. because of that 180 level.
Well, it's a
up there
rather
on
curious
Tesla,
chart here. Like Kenny mentioned, there was some big gaps here. We had a big gap up on earnings. We
Just so
made our
happened,
way up to those yearly highs, just shy of 200.
correct.
Then we started traveling back downward here. We had this kind of downward channel that we were keeping an eye on. We crossed below our two shorter-term moving averages. Then we had a bit of a bounce right before earnings, and then a collapse here. And you know, we did fall downward.
The thing about this is you should not,
for the most part, this trend line on the RSI. We had our little false breakout there, but we made our way down to the oversold area, which is a bearish sign here. Today it's looking like we're getting quite close to making our way out of the oversold area, as well as invalidating that trend line. So that would be a more positive sign here. I had talked about a hammer candle earlier, and it looks like, you know, another one formed at the low point here. You know, we had a small real body and a long lower wick here. This candle was green instead of red. It can be either color here, but we once again did not quite touch that purple 250 2-day EMA, which was supportive and matched up with this rather large volume node near about 162 or so. So if we were to keep moving our way back upward here, this gap is a key level to watch here. We had our post gap highs. This is our dark red line near 175, and our pre-gap highs. Then our post-gap lows came in right here near 179. So this area between like 175 to 179 could be a resistance zone to keep an eye on here. It also lines up pretty closely with our moving averages. So that lends some extra weight to these levels. To the downside, relative lows at this green line right here near 158 or so. So that gives us some levels to keep an eye on here. If we were to fight our way back up and take out that gap, that would be really interesting.
Okay, thank you for that, Rick. Kenny Pulcari, final thoughts.
No, I think, listen, I always enjoy doing this, but I think overall, the market feels like it's kind of in a good place. I think people just need to be cautious about interpreting the data from a day-to-day basis and kind of look at the broader picture, right? I think that they should be prepared for some more volatility, but not necessarily anything that's going to be a disaster. Like I said, I'm long-term bullish on this market.
Okay, thank you both very much. Kenny Pulcari and Rick Ducat with our big three, and we looked at Illinois, Toolworks, Exxon, and IBM. Thank you both for being here today. Coming up next, our spotlight on Paramount, the merger talks with Sony and Apollo, heating up. What you need to know next.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education, crafted just for traders. All so you can trade brilliantly.
Young lady who was mid-30s, a couple of kids, recently went through a divorce. She had a lot of questions when she came in. I watched my mother go through being a single mom. At the end of the day, my mom raised 3 children, including myself. And so once the client knew that she was heard, we were able to help her move forward. Your client won't care how much you know until they know how much you care.
Cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage and insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Only on the Schwab Network.
to Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. It's time for our spotlight on Paramount. Joining me right now, Jamie Lumley, senior analyst over at Third Bridge. So now, after the exclusive talks with Skydance lapse, and now they can go out and talk to the other suitors, which include Sony and Apollo, where do you think this is headed, and how quickly?
It's a really good question, because if we just think about the last week, Paramount's been going through a tumultuous time. As you highlighted, the Skydance exclusive window with Paramount ended on Friday. Right now, we know that Paramount's committee is considering both the Skydance bid as well as this new one from Sony and Apollo for $26 billion for the full business. And there are a couple of key things to think about here. In terms of the timeline, what we know for Paramount, last week, Bob Bakish exited as CEO. They're currently with an office of the CEO with 3 leaders. They have these offers on the line. They're trying to manage competing interests of both controlling shareholder Sherry Redstone as well as the common equity holders. And it seems like this business is ready to have this drama be over and to finalize a deal. And the big question is whether or not the offer from Sony and Apollo is attractive enough for them to get something done soon.
And it looks like, I mean, the Skydance talks just lapsed for exclusivity. Those are still ongoing, right? I mean, do you think there's going to be, what's the likely outcome, in your opinion, if any?
So the Skydance, it's a good point to mention, they are still in this. It's not like their bid has been fully put to the wayside, but clearly there are some challenges in looking at the attractiveness of that deal. There was a sweetener added in about a week ago, raising the cash injection to about $3 billion for both paying down debt and then also managing the balance sheet. But there are also some structural challenges which don't have all the shareholders happy. If we think about the mechanics of this, there is the acquisition of National Amusements, the controlling owner of Paramount, and then the reverse merger, having that body then acquire Skydance, is not as appealing to all shareholders who may look towards the Sony and Apollo deal of just acquiring the full business and then combining the studio powerhouse of Sony with Paramount and then potentially revitalizing that streaming business as potentially more attractive. There is, of course, the one wrinkle here of regulatory concerns, as there are definitely specific ownership rules over what happens with a network like CBS. But given the involvement of Apollo, a US-based entity, there are definitely ways which they could work through that and have this deal still come to pass.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned CBS. I mean, we should sort of backtrack and really say all the things, so many things under the Paramount umbrella, which include Nickelodeon. You mentioned CBS, Paramount Pictures, MTV, just to name a few. And I guess one of the headwinds would be the cord cutting, right? Is that part of the issue?
Yeah, so certainly if you look at Paramount, it's a diverse business. It has the legacy, very famous studio segment. It's a variety of assorted cable assets. It has a network. And within streaming, it's not just Paramount Plus, it's also Pluto. There are a lot of moving pieces here. And one of the hurdles for Paramount to date in getting a merger through is the fact that not everyone wants to own all these cable assets. Not everyone wants to run a network, as that comes with a variety of other challenges as cord cutting is continuing. What we've been hearing from our experts at Third Bridge is that if we just look at the pace of cord cutting today, last year we saw about 7 or 8% cord cutting in the US in terms of attrition of that base. All signs are that's going to continue at a roughly similar clip this year. So it is, again, a melting ice cube for that type of business. So while potential acquirers look at the benefits of getting the studio, getting this library of content, and a nearly profitable streaming service in Paramount Plus, they also have to understand how willing they are to get into a business which, on the linear side, continues to face some very serious challenges.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many names being thrown around. Of course, James Cameron, Ari Emanuel backing David Ellison. And also, so I think it's always interesting when you start to hear all the bigwigs. At the same time, I think about Paramount's controlling shareholder, and that's Sherry Redstone. And she prefers the Skydance bid because she believes it would actually likely result in fewer regulatory hurdles. What say you about that?
So there certainly is the regulatory piece. They don't have to worry about foreign ownership in that scenario. But then there's also, again, the competing interests of various types of shareholders. Let's not forget that Paramount is a dual-class shareholder structure. with Sherry Redstone owning the majority of voting shares, common equity holders having the minority. And because of that, there are some tensions here in terms of who gets the better deal. While there is certainly the regulatory piece, there's also the argument for what synergies look like combining with Skydance, which, let's not forget, is who Paramount partnered with key franchises like the Mission Impossible series, as well as massive movie hits like Top Gun. There are definitely some synergies there. But then you also look at the fact that under the Skydance deal, the payout for National Amusements for Sherry Redstone is a little bit sweeter than it would be under the Sony and Apollo deal. So while there's definitely that piece, it's worth kind of weighing exactly who ends up benefiting the most on top of the ultimate income or impact for this business as it continues into the future.
And so at this point now, I guess we have to wait and see. Very interesting to hear from Buffett and the Berkshire Hathaway team that they actually sold off all the Paramount stock. I know you're not here to comment on the stock, but what did you think about the fact that he just didn't see value in it anymore?
Well, I think every single company's management team is never going to like the headline that Warren Buffett is no longer a shareholder at their business. And certainly it looks, I mean, it could mean a couple of different things. Overall, it could just be in confidence about where this business is going. But it's also important to remember, what the story is of Paramount outside of just one individual investor. This is a business which is going through a tough time, but it has so much potential to potentially make this transition. Right now, the streaming business, the key focus of all these legacy media companies, it had its operating losses last quarter. It's funny because we think about earnings were reported last week and almost nobody's talking about the underlying performance. Yeah. Everything is focused on these M&A talks. There are a couple of positive signs there. There's a bit of a recovery due to the Super Bowl in terms of advertising. The streaming business is making some progress. So even though, Buffett is out, there's still a couple of things which could help the business get on a good path.
Yeah. You want to give me 10 seconds on Disney? Obviously, earnings this week. Anything we should be watching? We think about Disney and Netflix and some of these names as some of the leaders in the group. Disney, quickly, what are you watching for?
Absolutely. Everyone wants to know if there's any more color on Succession. There's certainly a lot of names in the fray. Dana Walden seems well positioned, but everyone wants to know if there's any more clarity, any more sense of that timeline, as that will have a huge impact on the trajectory of that business.
Jamie Lumley, Third Bridge, thank you so much. Great to see you. Appreciate it. Coming up next, our disruptors of the day, and we're looking at Micron. In fact, an upgrade over at Baird. George Sillis will be with us. He'll explain and have an example trade. We'll be right back.
Cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage and insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Only on the Schwab Network.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education crafted just for traders. All so you can trade brilliantly.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. A look at developing stories this morning. Let's bring in Caroline Woods, senior market correspondent here at Schwab Network, taking a look at Spirit Airlines, which in fact is down almost 10% after its quarterly numbers, and some worries for the pilots too.
Yeah, shares of the low-cost carrier are falling after a big earnings miss, falling revenue, a weak forecast. It's really trying to forge its way as a standalone company after the judge blocked its merger with JetBlue, and that whole deal was terminated. It was already down big heading into this report, now down 10% after earnings, so it's down 80% year to date. In terms of the actual numbers, reported a loss of $1.46. That was wider than the $1.43 that analysts were expecting. Revenue, meanwhile, fell 6% to $1.27 billion. That was in line with what analysts were expecting, but Spirit Airlines said adverse weather, air traffic control related delays, and civil unrest in Haiti all negatively impacted the company's operational performance. In terms of Q1 capacity, that rose 2.1%. Load factor, though, fell to 80.7%. CEO Ted Christie said the competitive environment remains challenging due to elevated capacity in many of Spirit's markets. In particular, they're facing pressure from some of the other carriers that have increased their flights to Latin America, specifically calling out that region. In terms of the outlook, they're forecasting second quarter revenue between $1.2 and $1.34 billion. But Wall Street was looking for $1.46 billion, so that's a disappointment there. The company saying while the domestic environment is improving, to date it has improved at a slower rate than the company had anticipated. Did say it's on the cusp of making some changes that will get it back on the road to profitability, but investors don't seem all that convinced. As I said, shares down 10%. And I will say the Wall Street community, not very optimistic either. Not a single buy rating on shares of Spirit Airlines, despite the fact that it's down 79% over the past year.
Yeah, no takers there. All right, thank you for that. Trading at just $3.34. Very inexpensive. Okay, especially after that 80% sell-off. Thank you, Caroline. Let's take a look at the disruptors because George Sillis is with us, markets correspondent here. Taking a look at Micron, it received an upgrade over at Baird. Tell us a little bit about that story.
Well, I think the environment for DRAM chips is actually very constructive right now, Nicole. We've talked about Micron, even Western Digital and Seagate and the memory and storage space. And I think the DRAM processing companies like Micron are catching some cyclical tailwinds. And it's not just the story behind artificial intelligence and high bandwidth memory from a data center and AI standpoint, but these companies serve the PC server as well as the automotive markets and the handset markets. And I think the handset markets also, based on some of the trajectory of earnings estimates for Apple, seem to be improving going forward. And I think this is essentially constructive from the standpoint of what the analysts are looking at. If you look at Baird, they actually upgraded the stock to outperform from neutral, and their price target is 150 from 115. They actually talk about improving gross margins for high bandwidth memory, which is utilized, like I said, for artificial intelligence and data center needs. But at the same time, I think the cyclical traditional components of the automotive markets, but also the PC and handset markets have some positive catalysts going forward for this name. And typically speaking, if you look at the note from Baird, they're looking at a 4 to 6 quarter or 12 to 18 month cycle upswing for semiconductor memory markets like Micron supplies the marketplace. And typically speaking, the the cycles for these particular products typically move in 6-quarter cycles. So it looks very constructive from a price standpoint. I think the other thing is if you look at the earnings estimates for 2025, the estimates for Micron are over $7.20 a share, which means it's only trading around 13 times 2025's earnings, with a tremendous amount of earnings growth compared to 2024, where they're only estimated to earn about 34 cents.
Right, understood. So how would you go about, with it up 4.5% today, how would you go about an example trade?
So I think if you look at the chart, obviously we were part parcel of a correction coming back to early April. And if you look at the semiconductor group as a whole, it's gapping higher based on the price action we saw on Friday. So I think we're in a trend continuation. Micron seems to also respect the 50-day moving average. And so we're going to place a bullish trade in that context. We're basically going to look at a bull call spread going out to the June monthly contract with about 46 days to expiration, and buying the 120 call option. And then we're going to simultaneously sell above that the 125 call option. And so altogether, this costs you about $2 a share in debit, or $200 a contract. So the stock, obviously, if it's bullish, needs to move higher between now and expiration here. Break even is 122. Your max loss is 2 if the stock doesn't achieve at least 122 or higher by expiration, but you potentially could make $3 if it hits 125 or expiration in 46 days.
George Sillis, great to see you. Thank you for that. We appreciate it. Our disruptor today, Micron with George Sillis. Thanks. Coming up next, our 360 round, we'll dive into all those retail names in focus. Many are reporting earnings this week, and we'll look at names such as TJX, parent of TJ Maxx and Marshalls, Ross Stores, Foot Locker, just to name a few. We'll be right back.
Be part of the latest commodities action on Futures with Ben Lichtenstein, weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
I was born on the south side of Chicago. It's been a long road, but now I'm working for Schwab. I love to help people understand the world through their lens and invest accordingly. You can call us Christmas Eve at 4 o'clock in the morning. We're gonna always make sure that you have all of the financial tools and support to secure your financial future. That means a lot for my community and for every community.
Download the Schwab Network app and join us to follow all the market trends. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network. Ethan, how's my favorite client?
Great. I started using Schwab investing themes, so now I can easily invest in trends, like wearable tech.
Trends? All that research sounds exhausting.
Nope, Schwab's technology does the work. So if I spot an opportunity in robotics or pets, I can buy those stocks in a few clicks.
Can't be that easy.
It is with Schwab.
Schwab investing themes. 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
It's time to look forward.
Find the next trend.
From every click to every tick.
There's no fear of missing out on next-gen investing.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. He's Alex Coffey. I'm Jenny Horn. Join us for Next Gen Investing.
1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Trading 360. It's time for our 360 round. We're taking a look at the retail stocks. We're going to start seeing some earnings this week as well. Joining me right now, Zach Waring, equity analyst at CFRA, Tom Nikic, senior equity research analyst at Wedbush. Thank you so much for being with us. So, Zach, I'll start with you. Which names are in focus in your mind this week? What are you watching?
Yeah, so, we really like the off-price retailers. We think they're deserving of their high valuation. They trade at 22, 23 times, next 12-month earnings. And we think that they're benefiting from, multiple tailwinds. We think the consumer is stable, but it's They're still being picky and searching out deals, which benefits these off-price retailers. And we think that, they're really well-run companies. They return capital to shareholders. And so, we really like those names.
Understood. Which names do you have a buy on right now, Zach?
I actually have both of them at hold, but we think their valuations are deserving at this level, and we'd like any opportunity where shares may pull back a little bit more. We'd probably move to a more bullish stance. We think right now valuations pretty much spot on for these companies. Outside of those names, we have buys on Lululemon and Crocs. Lululemon and Crocs are both companies that have proven they can grow consistently over the years through just about any macro economic backdrop. And so we think companies like that will kind of benefit over the next 12 months.
Yeah, Tom, where do you stand on some of these names that we're discussing here?
Yeah, so I would agree with Zach on both Crocs and Lululemon. I have outperform ratings on both of those names. Crocs we're going to hear from tomorrow morning. I believe the core brand, continues to do very, very well. I think their guidance is very, very conservative, particularly on margins. And I think we're in line for a beat and raise quarter tomorrow morning. Lululemon's been a lot more controversial. They mentioned on their last earnings call that they've seen slowing sales trends rather, quarter to date. They attributed this to some issues with sizing and colors in their stores. When they've had issues like this in the past, they've corrected them very, very quickly. So I do believe that the sell-off that we've seen in Lululemon shares year to date would be a buying opportunity.
Yeah, Tapestry is also on Thursday. Zach, I don't know if you had any thoughts on that one and the merger, the Coach Versace merger. Any thoughts on that one? And most of these names in the retailer space that I just was quickly pulling up, most of them have been running up and hit some recent highs. Maybe they're pulling back now a little bit, but most have been in a pretty good place. Zach?
Yeah, Tapestry's tough just because of the acquisition and kind of some of those details that we aren't sure, if it will go through. So we tend to stay away names that are going through a merger or acquisition. We think the company's really well run, and we think they'll continue to perform well. The company that they're acquiring is actually has been pretty bad a performer over the last 12 months. And some of their operating metrics have really fallen off. And so, we tend to stay away from companies like this doing a merger and acquisition, but we do think that Tapestry is a strong company. They return a lot of capital to shareholders, and we think they'll continue to execute.
Right, understood. I'm still watching other names, Lowe's, Five Below, Dollar Tree, Kohl's. That's really in the retail space. Quarterly profit has been a turnaround strategy because it did have some slumping sales. When we think about that, that goes right into some of the department store type places. Tom, how about some of those big names, some of those bigger type of places?
So I don't cover most of the companies that you mentioned there. One other company that I would highlight would be Deckers Brands, which is the parent company of UGG and Hoka. Which does UGG obviously sells into the department stores and some of those retailers. I believe both brands continue to do very, very well. I think you have seen a little bit of a cooling off of the stock post earnings, but I do believe that this is a buying opportunity in the shares for one of the highest quality companies in my coverage.
Right, understood. And Zach, as we look at the lineup for this week, I know we have Crocs tomorrow and some of these other names, TJX, Ross Stores, American Eagle, Foot Locker, right? Tell me anything more that you could add here.
Yeah, so a lot of those companies, they're going to announce over the next few weeks. We really don't like your legacy U.S. retailers. So names like Foot Locker, Gap, American Eagle, they've had inconsistent growth over the past few years. And we just don't like them in this environment. We think the U.S. consumer, like you said earlier, is stable, but we don't think that you're going to see a lot of growth coming from apparel in the U.S. And so we don't really like the legacy names as much as like some of the other ones I've mentioned, like Crocs and Lululemon. We just think you're going to really want to look for people who can continue to grow in any environment in the U.S. And you heard it from Lulu in their last release was the U.S. is seeing a slowdown. And so if Lulu is seeing a slowdown in the U.S., these legacy retailers are probably also seeing that same slowdown.
Yeah, understood. I also think about the mall-based names. It's always a lot of fun to go to a mall and go from store to store. And you have a lot of the footwear names that you said you're covering, Tom. On would be on there as well, right? On Cloud?
Yeah, that's the name I like as well. I think great brand, great product innovation. They've been expanding their distribution. Most of the stores where that they used to sell on were generally smaller, regional chains or mom and pop retailers. Now they're starting to expand into Dick's Sporting Goods, Foot Locker, JD Sports, which is the parent company of Finish Line. So, they're now getting into bigger, higher profile doors that get more eyeballs on the brand, which then also helps their DTC sales. The margins are great. They sell almost everything at full price. They don't have to resort to discounting. Very clean balance sheet. I think there's a lot to like at On.
Yeah, you also have Steve Madden, Tom. I mean, totally different because I think about this, completely different as a lot of those other ones like UGG and all the sneakers. I mean, what about Steve Madden? Where do you think that's headed? It's off the $45 high.
Yeah, so Madden, they reported last week. It was a pretty good earnings print. They just reiterated their guidance for the year. They've been growing their international business, but they're still predominantly a U.S. wholesale operation, and the U.S. wholesale channel, generally speaking, has been more difficult. And I think the stock itself is just in this kind of, no man's land where it's not particularly cheap, but it's not particularly expensive either. You don't get a ton of growth, but the earnings are still relatively stable. So it just kind of feels like, a name that just kind of stuck in neutral without, many catalysts to get it moving higher.
Yeah, thank you so much both for being here. Zach Waring of CFRA and Tom Nikic of Wedbush. Good to see you both and a nice look at those retail names. Appreciate it. That's going to do it for us here on Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalides. Thanks for being with me. I'll see you at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Make sure you download our free Schwab Network app. It's available.
Be part of the latest commodities action on Futures with Ben Lichtenstein, weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors. Named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 5 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with no monthly service fees or account minimums. Unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Every morning, every trade, always live. Expert earnings analysis, in-depth technical insights on every changing trend in markets. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Welcome to Morning Trade Live on the Schwab Network. I'm Oliver Rennick.
My dad was a hard worker. He used to do side jobs installing windows, charging something like $100 a window when other guys were charging $400 to $500. He just didn't want to do that. He was proud of the price he was charging. My dad instilled in me, always put the people before the money. Be proud of offering a good product at a fair price. I think he'd be extremely proud of me. Yeah.
Binge watch the market with the Schwab Network. Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at schwabnetwork.com and on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Good afternoon, traders, and welcome to Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. I'm Tom White. We got a great lineup for you today, including discussions and option strategies and more earnings names. We're going to cover Disney, which has rebounded over 25% so far this year into their earnings tomorrow morning, and Datadog, which has rallied about 89% over the last 12 months into their quarterly report. And like Foley, I'll break down consumer sentiment data on Celsius Holdings, which has risen about 7% this month into their results ahead of Tuesday's opening bell. Now let's take a look at the major indices, which are just off of session highs. The S&P 500 up 0.6%, the Dow up about 59 points, the NASDAQ 100 up 0.6%, and the Russell 2000 small caps leading to the upside up 1.3%. To help me break down this market action, let's bring in my co-host Kevin Hinks. Kevin, not surprising that we're seeing an extension of Friday's rally. I wasn't here for the big jobs report, but it came in worse than expectations. Yields fall, dollar falls, stocks up.
I don't know if worse is the right term, but lighter than expectations.
Yeah.
I think it's what it came in, and what it did was, and we talked a lot about this on Friday, kind of changed the tone a bit on rate hikes and fighting inflation
rate
and
cuts.
the path. Rate cuts, yes. Kind of changed the tone. Although, up until Wednesday, you can make a case rate hikes were in some of the conversations.
Right.
So, big week for the markets. And moving out of that week, noticeably lighter on earnings, on data, it's just a lighter week. There's no top-tier data coming out this week.
Right.
We've got a lot of Fed speakers. One starting right now, Thomas Barkin. We've got a lot of bond and note auctions. Besides that, Tom, not a lot to get in the way of this market here. That doesn't mean, I expect the Fed speakers to come out and say, one data point doesn't make it. Right. They're going to tamp down on that, but the market wants what it wants. And the market, the high frequency nature of this market has gone way past that already.
There's nothing to get in the way of a continuation of or extension of that rally, especially coming off of April losses for the overall market. But let's bring in our next guest. That's going to be Alex Coffey, Senior Equities Contributor here on the network. Alex, you take a look at this, and we talked this morning on the Futures Show. The S&P 500 is just over 2% below its all-time highs, even after a volatile week last week, weakness in April for the equity markets. We're still elevated as far as valuations going forward right here at these levels, right?
Yeah, I think from a risk-reward standpoint in the short term, it probably favors the downside, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to go lower. I just think that you kind of look at the recent trading range, we're certainly closer to the higher end of the range. We had largely been in a situation where, according to some of the things that I look at, dealer gamma had been negative. And what that really kind of suggests is that the moves can be a little bit more violent because those who are on that market-making side, on the other side of the trades, are having to react a little bit more. But I believe it has flipped back positive now, and it's sort of why you've seen almost like the activity screech to a halt here. They're more prepared now as we go higher. They're actually going to be selling into those rallies as they go longer. They'd be buying into those dips if we go lower. So you look at that. There's a ton of open interest in the 5200 strike for SPX on the call side too. So I look at it as maybe the upside, the easy part of the rally has maybe been done in the bounce back. Doesn't mean we can't go higher over the next few months. There's tons of historical data that suggest we were kind of due for a small correction after 5 straight months higher. But the data suggests that the next 6 months are going to be pretty strong based off historical. Of course, that doesn't necessarily mean that's going to happen. Historical isn't indicative of the future. But I would say in the short term, the one thing that maybe is the caveat, as you guys said, not a lot of the calendar. So I don't know what really moves this market one way or another in the time being. Not a ton of big earnings. But I do think just from a risk-reward standpoint, shorter term, next couple weeks, the downside might have more risk than the upside has reward.
Yeah, Kevin, when you look at that jobs data, and that was the big catalyst to the upside for equities on Friday, wages came down. You mentioned this before on our show that year-over-year wages gets below 4%, hit 3.9%.
Kind of a green light.
Yeah, kind of a green light. And who's to say? Earnings have been better than expected. Revenues, their beat rate's not as high as the EPS beat rate for equities here. But to Alex's point, I mean, is the risk to the downside at this point after the bounce back rally that we've seen because we're still at elevated levels?
I mean, we're still quite a ways from the highs in the S&P. We're still, what's that, 75 points?
Yeah, 2.1,
right?
2.2%.
Yeah. So
below those highs.
There's still room, as you know, this market can drift, and it can drift for a while. And where we're getting mid-May, coming up to Memorial Day, into the summer trade, the only, I want to say only, the risk to the market right now is the Fed speakers pushing back on the narrative that Friday was a tone change. Friday was a tone change.
Right.
What are the Fed speakers going to say about that, and with how much fervor are they going to say it? And I just don't know if there's a lot to change the tone this week. We got to wait till next week when we get CPI, PPI, and we're waiting for some more data. Disney's earnings, that could be a market changer? Probably not.
No, bar's high in there.
There's no real event that's going to change the tone this week. And therefore, VIX could come under pressure. The market could drift.
Yeah, VIX is already under pressure because that settled at the lowest level in over 5 weeks.
Got to remember where you are
on Friday. Alex, we always talk about these old adages from the trading floor. Don't short a boring market. And it seems like almost a boring market, even though we've got quite a bit of earnings coming up. Data is really light this week. But it's hard to kind of go against maybe the momentum that we're seeing now just because there's nothing to really throw a wrench into it, right?
I thought you were going to say sell in May and go away. And I think historically May is actually an up month for the market, ironically. But
the last few have been, yeah.
When you look at the S&Ps here, you guys talked about it's under 100 points from the all-time high at this point. I look at this, and I do agree with Kevin. I think Friday was, let's just say last week in general, was a tone change. Now, the reality is I think the tone that actually changed was the soft landing is not, in the clearinghouse yet. I think that we saw some economic data that was concerning last week. The economic surprise is essentially negative now, or basically at zero. Those PMI numbers were pretty bad in terms of what they were suggesting. But the market is still looking at things in the lens of what does this mean for the cost of capital going forward? What does this mean for the Fed? And so in the near term, bad data has been good news. Good data has been bad news. Now, medium to longer term, you want the economy to hang in there. You'd rather deal with a little bit of inflation than deflation. Stagflation is sort of the word of last week. It's a low probability event. It's really hard to have prolonged stagflation. But if you saw the data last week, it suggests that that was the risk. Now, I don't know that that's a true, sustainable risk, but that's a bad outcome too, and that looks a little bit like 2022, and we saw what that did to the 60-40 portfolios, crushed bonds, and it crushed stocks. So there's risk out there regardless of how we want to spin things, good or bad. Bad economic data typically is not good in the long term for the stock market.
Yeah, and geopolitical risk getting kind of overshadowed once again because, I see the news where talks broke down between Israel and Hamas. Israel basically stating that they're going to go into Rafah.
Right.
I mean, geopolitical risks are still there. You got gold up over 1%, even though the dollar's firm today. So maybe there's some push into that asset class as a little bit of a safety play. But we're not out of the woods by any stretch of the imagination as far as geopolitical risk.
Crude 78.5 looks like it's drifting back up towards 80 after a correction here. But crude is actually looking a lot better than it did a couple of weeks ago. So, yeah, we're looking for the next chapter to be written on the problems with Hamas and Israel. So things are getting kind of, it seems like they're pausing here. And so, every week we move along now, things get more and more political. I think that some of the stuff over the weekend got political with colleges. I think things are going to get political. Geopolitics is going to be involved. I think things are going to get, tumultuous, but not. I don't know what can happen this week. Nothing that's on the calendar. Tom, we never rule out something off the calendar can happen. So always be prepared, but boy, there is nothing on the calendar to get your heart rate up.
Yeah, crude oil down nearly 7% last week, and that's boosting a lot of the airline stocks. Delta Airlines hitting its highest level since the start of the pandemic in February of 2020.
Anything that moves something from point A to point B should be better with lower crude oil prices.
Yeah, definitely. Alex, I think the expectations of rate cuts is what's really driving maybe the optimism today at the end of last week also, especially after Fed Chair Powell gave his commentary, which, no rate hikes, but, relatively dovish compared to what a lot of the Fed presidents say. But right now, September, it's pricing in about nearly a 65% chance of a rate cut, and that's what the market wants, right?
It has been what the markets wants. If you look at where the market topped out, particularly in the NASDAQ, it was the day after, I believe it was the March Fed meeting. I think it was the 21st. I think the meeting was on the 20th. Even though Jerome Powell delivered kind of a dovish message, they didn't upgrade their update the SEP with a significant change, the market interpreted the data at that point and actually started pricing in, for the first time, less cuts than the Fed's dots. Since then, we have not made a new all-time high in the S&Ps or the NASDAQ. However, that kind of overzealousness of the hawkishness, almost delivering less than one rate cut for the entire year, that bottomed out too, and last week we saw that start to turn around. As that started to turn around, the market started to turn around. So long story short, although I think that if you get the cuts, it's probably for a bad reason. If you get more than one, or if it starts earlier, it's because you saw economic weakness. And historically, when those are the reasons why the cuts have happened, it hasn't been good for stocks. On the way to the excitement, the projection, the trading on what may happen, it's clear the market likes the idea of lower interest rates, and that continues to be the driver. So the fact that you see, ZB 30-year Treasuries up in 116 handle, not the 112 handle, the fact that the notes are pushing 109 and they were down in the 107 handle, this is all exactly what the market, in terms of big tech and risk assets, wanted to see, and it's been music to the bulls' ears.
Yep, 10-year down at 4.5%, off 11 basis points last week. Kev, when you look at some of the individual names, Apple's weaker a little bit after that nearly 6% jump on Friday post earnings.
I think Berkshire's announcement that they've lightened their position is affecting Apple a little bit, even though they still own a lot. I think the numbers are $905 million down to $790 million.
Yeah.
So
$135 billion worth of stock that they own.
Right.
Still.
Exactly. So, but the stock's probably a little lower because they announced they did sell some. Starbucks, boy, Schultz painting the tape. We covered them Friday on Fast Market, and Howard Schultz out there just all over the tape talking about Starbucks. Disney, I think, is going to be an interesting with Bob Iger. So a lot of big CEOs kind of in some interesting seats here going forward.
Definitely. I mean, Starbucks, if you're a shareholder, that's the worst part about it. Where you got this iconic brand, globally well known, and investors are just going to get pounded. I don't know if it's mismanagement.
Howard Schultz sending a bunch of suits to the cleaners.
Yeah, exactly. You might have to come back.
Another encore.
Yeah.
You're not seeing volatility stay bid at all in Starbucks, though. Right. It's almost suggesting, and I don't, for lack of a better term, this is dead money for the time being, that the story is not going to really change. The fact that you saw this stock plunge the way that it did, going from upwards of $90 a share down to near 70, and the fact that you have volatility at 25. I know VIX is low. I know that we don't have a ton on the macro front, but you see this happen in other names. Volatility stays bid. There's concern. There's concern in Starbucks, but the concern is that it's going nowhere, not necessarily that it's going to bounce back or continue lower. The 70 put in June is not even $1. I mean, it's just there's no premium in these things at all right now.
Yeah, a lot of that event risk gone, but the bar was really low going into Starbucks, and for it had not bounced back whatsoever. And the CEO did come out and state that this is going to be not one quarter. It's not just this quarter. It's the next few.
Well, the market believes that.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, Howard Schultz got really specific in some of his comments about fixing North America and boy, it was, woo.
Yeah, a lot. Scathing, to say the least. All right, guys, let's take a quick break. We come back, we're going to take a look at our first name. That's going to be Disney. Stocks rebounded nearly 30% in 2024, and the entertainment company reports earnings tomorrow ahead of the open. Stick around. Fast Market's coming right back.
Correlates to your IJR is actually underperforming the Russell
No
2000.
kidding.
Why?
I mean, that's not news.
Well, why should that be? If we're prioritizing quality, the IJR should be outperforming the Russell. The problem with small caps is they don't have the exposure to artificial intelligence. The large cap universe has the exposure to artificial intelligence. The large cap universe has the exposure to semiconductors, and that's the engine of growth and appreciation for the market.
But artificial intelligence has been talked about now for 18 months. I mean, that could be a little long in the tooth at this point.
We talk about some things that you're selling, Jim, that obviously haven't worked lately. CVS and NXPI.
Well, NXPI has worked, but CVS we'll talk about. That's the one that hasn't worked. Look, the report came out last week, and it was awful. All right, this company is a mess, and it's not an industry problem. You can look at United Healthcare and see that they're doing just fine in the Medicare Advantage program, and CVS is not. And I'm not going to stick with this and say, oh, it's cheap and it's got a dividend and blah, 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 because it's not going anywhere. I mean, Karen Lynch, the CEO, says this is going to take years to get back to their expected level of profitability, and I'm not going to wait. I'll put money in things that are going to perform in the meantime. So that one clearly did not work. NXP has been a darling. I mean, I'm not going to let that get labeled as something that hasn't worked. It's outperformed for the 4 years that I've owned it. It just got to fair value. We know that the auto production industry is going quite strong outside of electric vehicles. I'm not sure what more I can be hoping for from NXP, but let me be clear. This stock's done fabulously during the time I've owned it.
Joe?
We held on to NXPI. The exposure to automotive has been challenged, and what was interesting is the relative outperformance of NXPI to some of the others, like onsemi, Skyworks, other semiconductors. So we maintained the position there in the most recent rebalance, and I think that relative outperformance was the signal for it.
Okay. Rob, you have several moves as well. You trimmed Lilly, you trimmed Broadcom, and you trimmed Wells. You sold Comcast, our parent. You can hang up your mic and head out to the back alley. Somebody will be meeting you back there. The trims of Lilly, Broadcom, and Wells.
So all performance-based. I mean, two of these stocks are stocks that are up well north of 100% for us in a very short order. We're still overweight the stocks. It's just right-sizing the positions. Wells a little different. There's some NIM, net interest margin pressures, and they're investing deeply in the wealth management business, which we think could pressure profitability. So we've reduced it a bit.
Do you not like the banks here?
We like JP and Wells, frankly. Wells is one of our holdings. It's just a trim. So those are our two favorite. It's performed remarkably since we've added it. Comcast, the parent of this network, Actually, this is a tough one. This is a tax loss simply to offset
Tough for
those
you. I mean,
enormous
if you have a lemon in your throat right
Wait,
now.
Rob, we might have breaking
Go ahead.
news.
It's more like a cantaloupe that I have in my throat right now. But anyway, yeah, we're taking some tax losses for all the gains that we're taking in the portfolio.
Okay. And you bought AbbVie.
Yes.
You bought IBM, 3M, and Deckers.
Yeah, so
last week, all of those, right?
All of those. We really made some big purchases here. Deckers, solid retail company. Obviously, Teva, Uggs, Hoka sneakers. Not cheap. Trades at 27 times, but it's 2 times the profitability of anybody else. IBM, attractive valuation, healthy dividend yield, diversified revenue mix, but we like to focus on AI and consulting services in the business segment. When you look at 3M, this is all about Bill Brown. This is a turnaround. This is a company that trades at 11 times PE. We believe in it. The cut of the dividend to 3% was a prudent move. And they're leveraged to global manufacturing activities, so that's great. And then AbbVie, again, attractive valuation, one of the most profitable pharma businesses, huge operating margins, huge free cash flow margins, and more importantly, a really robust pipeline of therapeutics and other drugs that are targeting serious diseases. There's things to do in this market that aren't as expensive, that have tremendous either turnaround or growth opportunity, and we're repositioning the portfolio as such.
All right. We mentioned Apple, obviously, in the context of the mega caps. I do want to circle back just because of what came out this weekend at the Berkshire annual meeting, where they trimmed their Apple stake by some 13% during the first quarter. Still their largest holding. Suggested it was for tax reasons. Mr. Buffett saying it was, quote, extremely likely that Apple will remain Berkshire's largest holding at the end of this year. Just gives you an idea of the conviction that he still has in this name. He obviously raved about it. Tim Cook was at the meeting too. Bryn, you still own Apple. You don't take anything from this. You take it at face value about the tax idea, but also this turnaround, if you want to call it such, in Apple, really, that it had last week, and whether it's a turning point for those shares, given a little bit back today, but not very much.
Yeah, first of all, always take Warren Buffett at face value. So we'll leave that to the side. Is that I think what's interesting about Apple, and we talked about this on Closing Bell last week, is I was like, sentiment is so negative, I think this stock pops into earnings. And what's interesting is you've had before earnings, it was below the 50, 100, and 200-day moving average. Today, it is above all 3. And so you've had an extreme shift, not only in sentiment, but now in technicals. But technically, if it can stay above this and start building a base, you say brighter days are ahead for Apple. And I think that from the revenue growth perspective, where I've been just like, their revenue growth has not been growing over the last few years. But actually, if you go back 10 years, their revenue growth has doubled. But to me, what's interesting is their margins, their operating margins, are up about 4 percentage points from 10 years ago. So they can continue to keep their revenue base, even grow it slowly, keep these 30+% margins. I think the market is going to continue to value Apple at the premium it trades at today.
All right. I also want to talk about Uber because speaking of annual meetings, theirs is today, by the way, and earnings are coming up this week. Deirdre Bosa has a look at, this stock doesn't get talked about probably as often as the mega caps do, and for obvious reasons, I suppose. But it's been on fire, right? It's up 17% year to date, and over the last 6 months, it's up 50%.
Dare I say, Scott, it's become a little boring, right? I mean, the company has just been firing on cylinders. Yes, the stock has come up, but it's not like this disruptive tech company that we've known over the last decade or so. It's consistently profitable. It even has a buyback. That webcast, by the way, the annual meeting just wrapped up, and that focused on the huge 2023. I mentioned profitability. There was the S&P inclusion as well, and cash flow positive. So a lot of things happened that the street liked, but looking ahead, that is the issue. And there's a little bit of a where does it go next overhang that has been weighing on the stock more recently. If you look over the last 3 months, it has actually underperformed some of the other gig names like Instacart, as well as Lyft even on a 12-month basis. It's slightly underperformed Lyft. The street maybe sees more upside because of the multiple that Uber has reached. In fact, its EV/EBITDA multiple has compressed 10%, around 10% since pre-analyst day. The company now trades below flow, lift and cart on a free cash flow to growth adjusted basis as well. And some of the risks are coming up because there's not as many positive catalysts. I don't know if you guys were tracking this most likely, but even Elon Musk's comments last week are on the back of Tesla's earnings call talking about robotaxis. That hit Uber and Lyft on the day, kind of raising this question that has been raised before. Where does it go in a robotaxi world? Remember that these companies were the ones that were developing, building the autonomous driving technology, but in their push for profitability, they scaled back on those businesses. Also, Scott, once they win one regulatory battle, it feels like another one pops up. Currently, that's in London, where black cabs are suing Uber. But for investors to look ahead to, some disagree with this sort of multiple compression because it is an industry leader. It is producing more cash flow than ever, and it is consistently profitable. So there's a lot to like. The question is, where does it go from here?
Yeah, appreciate that, Dee. Thank you. Deirdre Bosa, stock, we'll call it the highs of the day, just thereabouts, up 4% as they wrap the meeting. Joe, you own it. I guess one of the definitions of quality and momentum.
So this is a name that I will own for an extended period of time, and anytime it pulls back, I'll buy it, Scott. And Deirdre is right. It is all about the recreation of this company's balance sheet. Last year, there was $3.3 billion in free cash flow generation. Talking about this year, nearly $5.5 billion. Warren Buffett gave the wonderful example over the weekend about a consumer having a choice between getting rid of their iPhone or maybe having two personal vehicles. He said he believed that they would get rid of the vehicle over the iPhone. Probably one of the reasons why they get rid of the vehicle is because Uber exists and the alternative is there for that consumer. So they're gaining market share. This is a company that I urge all of the viewers to look at as a staple. It's literally a consumer staple. The challenges as you move forward just will be on margin deterioration and not seeing the free cash flow generation to the extent that you have, but it's a core holding.
All right, we will take a quick break. When we come back, we have more stocks on the move today, including Paramount, Berkshire selling it, Jim Lebenthal. We'll find out what he's doing with it. We will debate the strategy as well. Plus, we have new bullish calls today on Citi and Royal Caribbean, ownership in both. We're back after this.
Are you following the Halftime Report podcast? What are you waiting for? Look for us in your favorite podcasting app. Follow the Halftime Podcast now.
Humanly possible.
All right, we're back. Let's hit some committee moves. Things that are on the move today. Paramount, again, Berkshire is selling all of it. Buffett saying, quote, we lost quite a bit of money. It was obviously a dud for them.
I mean,
dud for you.
Misery loves company. Misery loves company. But
yeah, well, at least they sold it.
Look, okay, but I think we're in.
You are just relentless.
Dude, what do you want me to say?
Keep going.
Okay, all right, but I think we're in end game here. I do think we're in end game here. The exclusive period. Stop trying to make me laugh.
Truth hurts.
The exclusive period. Well, it is the truth. The exclusive period with Skydance ended on Friday. I'm not a fan of that deal. Apollo, Sony have a deal to buy the company at a price that we don't know the details, so it's kind of hard to say exactly what the B shares would get. Looks like something $17 to $21 a share. They're considering it. Look, there's an X factor here that I can't quantify. All right, it's the controlling shareholder, Sherry Redstone, and I'm just going to leave it at that. I can't quantify it, but I do think we're at end game. The stock should be, the company should be sold sometime in the next couple of months.
All right, let's talk Grayscale Bitcoin Trust. Up after the first inflow since January. Bryn, you own it, right?
Yeah, for a little bit longer. I mean, I think that ultimately with Grayscale, it's very existential. When you can buy IBIT, which is really getting all the flows at 25 basis points, GBTC is at 1.5%. I would have expected them to bring that down so much more than the original 2%. And so I think that investors going forward, for our clients that owned GBTC, we move them to IBIT. I'll be doing the same thing. And I think that they just really have to look at themselves pragmatically and say, hey, 150 is too expensive when BlackRock is at 25. There's a reason we don't have 10 GLD gold ETFs. You really only need 1 or 2. I think the same is going to hold for Bitcoin.
Okay. Vistra is coming into the S&P 500. Mr. Sechin, you own that all-time high today.
Frankly, shocking. It's the only utility name we own. It's up 150% since September. Second largest.
Up 113% year to date.
Really remarkable. It's a beneficiary of some secular tailwinds, though. You know, this AI data center demand, it's growing 15% year on year. Arguably, that's understated. They're huge beneficiaries of it. When we bought it, it traded at 10 times earnings. It's up to 18. There's no way we would sell it this short into the trade because we manage money for taxable investors. But, you know, it's still got 25% free cash flow margins, best balance sheet in the industry, and you know, earns 12% return on invested capital.
Utilities are the one sector that are actually positive so far quarter to date. Think about that in a rate environment that's actually higher. And to Rob's point,
maybe it's Rob's point about
that's where I'm going with this. So
AI-related power.
Absolutely, and Goldman Sachs put out a great note on it, talking about the
David
power
Solomon
demand.
This morning with Faber talked about it from Milken too.
So a couple of names that I've been looking at: NextEra Energy, Southern Corp. I think those are two names that potentially are big beneficiaries. And I would say personally, I will increase my utility exposure at some point this week, just based alone on the AI demand.
Okay, it's an interesting play for sure. Citi named the dominant #1 pick at Wells. That's Mike Mayo. Price target 80. Jimmy, you love this stock, and for good reasons.
Yeah, good reasons recently, but it's had a long and arduous road to get where it is now. But I think Mike's right on this. Look, just getting back to tangible book value would put the stock at $87 a share, and I just don't see the reason why this stock trades at a discount to tangible book value. I mean, maybe somewhere along the line they will have a write-off of some point, but with all of the cost cutting that they've done domestically, with all of the international operations that they've spun off, I can't just see where the large write-offs are going to come from. It really should trade at tangible book value.
Joey, Royal Caribbean target goes to 168 JPM. Overweight is where they are. They're bullish, obviously, on their earnings estimates. What do you think here? You own it.
So it's really the restoration of the cruise lines with China, and we're seeing a recovery in China. I know some people on the network have been talking about it recently.
Energy, guys, energy.
Momentum. You're seeing a little bit of outperformance in terms of equities there, but it is so critical. And CEO Michael Bailey talked about strategically how the return of China really benefits this company. The analyst community coming off the most recent earnings report, they raised estimates 7%. The analyst community is coming around. Very surprising outperformance from this company.
Anything on the ISM services that makes you nervous about the consumer?
the ISM services and the consumer look.
Confidence was down too, but I mean, if you're going to place your bets on like discretionary spending based on those surveys, you've been proven to be wrong for the most part because they've hung in there pretty well, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, but it's a pivot from where it was, right? They've hung in, but now they're in contraction
for a month.
Yeah.
I mean,
in manufacturing terms, I mean, there's more than.
You started the show by being all bulled up.
I'm just saying it's something
cantaloupe
to watch.
The cantaloupe in your throat change your thinking.
You see how this feels?
You're ganging up.
Oh, poor baby.
Pippa Stevens has the headlines. Hey, Pippa.
Hey, Scott. Well, Jeff McConney, the former
You feel me? So a lot of motherfuckers, when they face that type of adversity, they wouldn't have been able to get through it because their defense ain't good enough.
You're now tuned into me.
Ring.
Bro.
Exactly.
What made me scared? What you gonna let him down? What you gonna let him down with?
I don't want to let him down. We'll see June 15. I'm telling you.
So you
This
saying if
is-
you
this
show the
is-
footage,
I'm
so,
telling
so if you already showed the footage,
Look-
look,
look at
you
it.
already
Look
supposed to
at it.
whoop me, right? You already supposed
Look
to
at
fuck
it.
me up. So if you show the footage, then what? You already supposed to.
Yeah.
It was your shit,
Yeah,
wasn't
hook up. Yeah,
Every day you was hooking it up, huh?
Nah, not every day, but I was doing it like I didn't want to get too heavy. I was working out a lot over.
How did you stay mentally sane, like during that process, knowing, you hold the key to the biggest purses in boxing most of the time, and knowing that they threw you in a cell? How did you stay mentally right?
It was people. It was a guy named Dana. He was somebody like that, like talked to me like every day type shit. Like he don't care. Like he'd come to my door, boom, and he was older, so I always respected him. Like I never like, but a lot of people were scared to come to my door. Like not scared, but it was like they were, you know how it is. Like he think he that, so I ain't. But he's the type of person like he don't care about none of that. What's up, bro? Like you feel me? So it was time that I was about to get into it, and then he was like, nah, man, and we start working out together. You know what I mean? We start working out. I start walking the yard and shit like that. So like really, like you feel me? And I just took the best of my situation. That's all it is in life, bro. That's adapting to your situation and keep it pushing, bro. That's it.
Like do like being there, was it a time when you was just like you got time to reflect of anything that you feel as though the wrong moves you made and how you was gonna move differently? Did you have that mental time where you just sat back and reflect outside of working out and just going through being upset?
I just felt as though like me being in that situation, I had to better myself. Like I had to once I come back outside, I couldn't like. That's why now like when you see me like not fighting or anything, I don't really be like outside. I be outside, but I don't really be like in people's way. You know what I mean? I like that's how I calm myself down. 'Cause I know I'm aggressive. I know like if anything around me, I'm gonna get pissed off. Like, but I remove myself from shit like that so I could be able to like, even with girls. Like, I used to be like I couldn't like go at a female. I go at her like a guy type shit because I was always like, I'm always made for. I gotta be made for what's going on outside the door. But now I'll be able to talk to a female. I could be able to talk to my daughters, like, and understand more and just be more chill, like on that side more. You know what I mean? Not on the side where I gotta keep going at. Like, that's not what I want. You know what I mean? That's why I say after this 7 fight, I'm out of here. I don't gotta prove nothing. I already did what I did, where I came from.
Let me ask you a question. Like a lot of people, like some people in America, they live in the hood, but you only understand Baltimore if you was there. It's a different place.
Like even with that boy from, I don't want to say, but even with that boy from where y'all from, a lot of people play like that. A lot of people play like they you gotta be that. If you
from Philly, you from Philly?
You know what I'm saying? Like
TF.
If you that, you gotta be that. If you not, get the out the way.
This episode of $1 Million Worth of Game is brought to you by Supercuts. There's nothing more satisfying than making a smart choice, am I right? I know I am. Especially a smart hair choice. At some salons, you don't know what you're getting into. Not true for Supercuts. They deliver close to 22 million cuts in 2023 with an average rating of 4.88 out of 5 stars. Why such high marks? I know that's what you want to know, right? Maybe because every supercut stylist has ongoing training way beyond what you receive at cosmetology school. For the next haircut, use your head. Head to your local Supercuts. For a real smart hair experience, Supercuts. This episode of $1 Million Worth of Game is brought to you by New Amsterdam Vodka. Now, life ain't going your way. Shot of New Amsterdam Vodka. You caught your woman cheating today? Shot of New Amsterdam Vodka. You thought a check was coming and it didn't come your way? Shot of New Amsterdam Vodka. Now it's distilled 5 times. It's filtered 3 times. For that clean, crisp finish, you could drink it straight up. You could drink it on the rocks. You could drink it with juice. You could drink it with soda. Or you could just make a classic New Amsterdam mule. But just know that New Amsterdam Vodka is the official vodka for Barstool Sports. And when you're out and about at your local liquor store, don't you walk past the New Amsterdam Vodka, God damn it. You scoop it up. You get it to that counter. And you get it home and you do what you do with it. Shout out to my wife, the New Amsterdam Queen, be making all types of cocktails at the crib, doing it up with the girlfriends. New Amsterdam. Why would you do any other vodka but New Amsterdam? You wouldn't. Get yours. New Amsterdam Vodka. Right.
What is it that when you know people not even on your level, why do you even feel as though you like, how can they even get to you? You like
somebody like him. Somebody like him. He know for sure he's not on my level, but he got people around him that think he want to put be that man. He know for sure. He know for sure. That's why when we was facing off, he knew. He felt my energy. He gonna feel it during the 15.
Well, I know. If I ain't feel like I was ready, I wouldn't got in that motherfucker.
Yeah.
You feel me?
No, everybody say that.
I wouldn't have got in that motherfucker if I ain't feel like I was ready, my dog.
Everybody say that.
You put your motherfucking pants on like me, bro.
Everybody
we put
say
our
that.
shit on the same, bro.
Everybody say that.
You feel me?
I'm telling you, everybody say
bro,
that.
I don't give a fuck what everybody say, bro. I'm not everybody, nigga.
Okay.
You feel me, bro? We put our pants on the same, my nigga. You hear me, bro?
Right.
We put our shit on the same, bro. Like
I guarantee you.
That's cool.
Okay.
We fighting June 15th.
Okay.
All that shit, bro, is cool.
Okay.
June 15th, we banging.
You said you've been studying him. You know everything about him. What you been studying?
I know how to walk. I know how to walk in the ring. I know, you know.
You been watching the tapes?
Yeah, I've been watching everything. I'm a student.
Did Earl
Real
give you
student.
any pointers?
Nah.
He can't give him no pointers.
He ain't give no pointers.
Can't give him no pointers. What you talking about? Earl give him pointers.
No, because I know you're on the same gym.
We just answer questions, bro.
No, not like that.
He fight.
You mean?
Hold up. Let the record reflect. Let the record reflect. Let the record reflect.
I knocked out
Now
jail,
Tank,
Tank.
Hold up, Tank. I will come down to weight and come in there and let you tighten me up for that bag. I got M's, but I could use some more.
Yeah.
So I don't mind getting the ass whooping. Is AB in here? You too, AB. Whenever you ready, we can do what we got to do.
See, I got my man with me, you know what I mean? Everybody turned that back on him. And
Come here,
shit
AB.
like
Come here, man.
You know what I mean? I got my man with me. We in training camp. We doing.
Look, he in shape too.
I mean?
Look at him. You know he in shape when his shoulders like this.
I'm telling you, me and you gonna rumble when it's all said and done. You said my setup was f***ed up, and you got young boys in the game. I ain't worried about
shit.
You ain't got no gun on you. Now, when you say they counted your man out, speak on it. When you say they counted AB out, speak on it.
I mean, you know how it go when you know what I mean.
Let me
Shit
say,
happens in life, you know what I mean. But
Yeah.
he back.
let me say this. Years ago, I even seen y'all two having words, you know, going back and forth. But it's beautiful to see the growth. You feel what I'm saying? It's beautiful that both of y'all understand that none of that shit ain't really that deep. This my man. AB, you always say, Tank my little brother, man. Tank
And no matter how big I get, you know
He
what I'm
always
saying?
say that.
That's
Yeah.
one
Talk
thing
about-
about me, right? Not to cut you off. I never, when Adrian was in front of me, I never hated on Adrian. I never said I want that. I did say I want that, but I cried, type shit. Like I want that, but I never wanted what Adrian, like from Adrian. You know what I mean? It's more so like little bro. Like once I get there, that's me. You know what I mean? But it's time. Like people like. I don't want to say no names, but and shit like that. You get what I'm saying? And it's envy. It's not more so like I want to fight him. Like it's envy. I want what he got type shit. Like that's what it is. That's what make me turn like. That's why I don't say that name. But I said boy name because he got his ass whooped. Like,
So
y'all
look-
saying all this bullshit. Now what?
So question, right? So when you said that shit right there, right? So when it came to me, when I'm like, all right, I want to fight Tank. How did you feel about me?
I didn't
me
even know
saying
that you. I didn't even know that you said you wanted to fight me, bro.
No, I'm saying though, okay, so like just knowing what type of, like you probably don't know what type of nigga I really am, but just being like, look, hear me out. Just being like, all right, this want to fight. You know, I don't clout chase. I don't do none of that. All that
I
shit
never
them niggas
said
do.
that.
No, I'm just saying, because you was like, how niggas be talking. You know what I mean? So me coming to like me, like, all right, I accept the challenge to fight Tank, right? That, do you feel like, cause you saying I ain't ready, right? I'm just saying, me accepting this fight is some real shit. Like, it ain't no, like, I'm pump faking or this ain't really what I want. No, this real shit. You feel me? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, them other niggas, a lot of them other niggas be talking. Like, nigga, I'm coming. Like, when I come, bro, we gonna fight. Like, I ain't coming on no shit like, oh, I'm just doing this shit for this clout and this and that. You get what I'm saying?
What I'm saying is, you.
Just so we are clear, I'm sure
You
my
ain't
guy is
Okay.
fighting to lose. He's being
June-
paid to
June-
lose. So
June
Not
15th.
that yet. You should have waited. You
June-
should have waited.
But I seen your
you
coach.
should-
I seen
you
your
shoulda-
coaches.
No, you should have waited.
Look,
You
look,
should have
look.
waited for a little bit more time. You stuck your head out there a little too soon.
Nah,
now it's about
nah.
to get completely shut off.
Nah,
I'm
you
telling
think
in front of
you think I
everybody.
cut that?
I'm
I
telling-
mean, you think I did it too
You
soon?
know how niggas come like, and they come suited up, and that top dog get clipped. I'm telling you.
You heard what you
bro,
said.
I'm
That
telling
top
you.
dog.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
top dog
I'm
get
telling you.
clipped.
I'm telling you. When
You
you
heard?
go on that mission, don't come back home.
You
Yeah,
said it. You just said it.
yeah,
That top
I'm
dog get
telling you.
clipped.
You coming into my house.
It don't
Coming
matter.
into my house. This is my shit.
It don't
nigga.
matter.
This
That's
is
cool.
This is
Look,
my shit.
that's
nigga.
cool.
That's my shit.
I did an interview
Exactly.
before. I said every
Exactly.
top dog. I mean, every underdog gotta go through the top dog. You the top dog right now, but I'm coming to take that shit, bro. Real shit. I mean that.
Do you know what you really know what's at stake though? You know if you beat
I know
Tank
what's at stake.
Davis, you that nigga now.
I know what's at stake. You know what I mean? I'm working.
You think I don't know?
I'm working.
You think I
You
don't
know
know
too.
Well, I mean,
And
the
that's
bottom
exactly
line is,
what's not gonna
It's just
happen.
reality is that all of y'all fighters, I don't think any of y'all is scared of anybody. Y'all been getting punched for the most part. Tank, Shakur, Devin, Ryan. You started a little later, but motherfuckers been getting punched since they was kids.
But it's a difference.
But
though. It's,
the
'cause some
only thing I
niggas
can
be
say
talking.
that what's the name that will help him.
I don't
it's
even.
him.
I don't even know.
That's
Oh,
it.
oh
Derrick
yeah,
James?
our game plan
Yeah,
encouraged.
that's it.
We got great. We gonna
Wallow
always have a
cousin.
great game plan.
That's the only thing.
That's the only thing?
That's the only thing that probably can like. It's that guy right there.
It's always the little things, ain't it?
Let me ask you a question. You
But
and
that
Errol
won't be
cool?
enough.
You and Errol cool?
We ain't cool right now.
Y'all not?
Nah, we
Y'all
ain't
put
cool.
some money on this?
They really ain't gonna be cool after this. Shit.
Why? Why?
I'm talking about after the fight.
Shit, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Cause that motherfucker been hating on me for a little minute anyway. That's cool.
But Tank, you the big dog.
One
bro.
thing about me, I ain't listen. This whole room could go against me. I don't give a fuck. I know what I have, and I know what I have on me. You know what I mean?
Listen, you the top dog, bro. When you the top dog, want
See if
that,
we get
they
a,
want that money, they
a
want that
pullback
spot,
off
they want
this
that
level
fame,
here.
they want that success.
Watch the
That come with the
volume.
game.
Watch the
You
volume.
know that come with the game. This is what you asked for since you was a little kid. When you wanted to be famous, this is what you asked for. You feel what I'm saying? So you gotta understand when you here and motherfuckers is here and they trying to get to a certain level and they feel like they gotta go through you, the only way they can get your attention is to say, man, I want to smoke with Tank. What's up, Tank? Let's fight. That's the only way they can
That's
get your
cool.
attention.
That's
bro.
why I said it's not with him. Like I ain't no. He from the Birds. I'm not from there. I'm going to.
What part of the Birds I'm from?
I'm going. I get that information.
Yeah, get that for me.
I
Let
get
me
that.
know what it is.
Man, come on.
Get it
You
from
his
me.
brother.
Get it from me.
You his brother.
Ain't that bro right there? You were saying ain't that bro right there?
What?
Right there. Ain't that bro?
What about him?
Once you say bro gonna vouch for me, bro. You say bro vouch for you when you said I was scared.
I didn't. Oh yeah.
For the sparring.
Yeah.
So how you gonna say
definitely-
bro? How
yeah.
you gonna say my bro vouching for me?
But
Because
come
I
on
know
now.
somebody. I know somebody.
All right, that's
I
cool.
mean, the
I know
reality
somebody.
is it.
I know somebody.
I seen from the suburbs with from the ghetto
Not
ass.
this.
I'm not saying
this.
you. I'm not saying
Not
you.
this. Not this.
I ain't
Not
saying
this
you.
nigga.
I'm just
We
saying.
the-
I'm just saying there's plenty of boxers, and everybody in this room can agree. Where from the because boxing, honestly, a lot got to do with
one mistake,
the teaching that you got when
and
you
one
was younger.
mistake,
If
one
you had
mistake, and you
the
done.
coach coming in the game who taught you up things, then you probably got beat the up your whole life.
I had a messed up coach.
Yes,
And that don't mean you're the better fighter because you win.
26.
Because you get
Punched
one,
him, he
you
rolled
caught
in
him
the
on
car
one
like he
mistake.
worked at Jiffy
But the
Lube.
7 came after the 26, so I got a different coach.
That's what I'm saying. So if you young, when you absorb you absorbing all the right teachings, then you should turn out.
Even like what's the name? Like different sports, you know, you gotta like basketball. You gotta be young when you to be football. You gotta be young. Baseball. You gotta be young. You can't start this shit when 15 and then think you're gonna be. Come on, bro. And then slack it at that.
How you slacking?
He probably not slacking now because he know what's on his hand.
I don't never slack. I'm gonna live my life though, but I don't never slack. You know what I mean? No matter when you start, you gonna go outside, you gonna do what you do. You don't live that life. You can't just be like, oh, start late, you can't do nothing. You can't go out. That sound crazy as hell. That sound crazy in the bitch. I'm in the gym. I don't take breaks, for real. To keep it G, I don't take breaks.
You don't even know. I follow.
I don't care who you follow, man. I don't take breaks.
You don't even know.
That's
bro.
cool.
I know.
That's
I
cool.
know what's going on.
I'm in the
I
gym.
know what's
I'm in the
going
gym.
on.
I'm active. Year round, bro. Year round.
So how this fight gonna end?
Shit.
A knockout.
Yeah. Knockout.
A knockout.
Knockout.
Doc James.
For sure.
How's it gonna end? How's it gonna end?
But don't ever put my
Huh?
own. Don't ever
Huh?
put the own hand out there. Tell me
Hold
going
on.
here for a check.
I don't go into the knockout unless I don't get into that.
Okay, okay. What?
Come to win.
Come to win?
I can't see it no other way.
Okay.
Just like y'all can't see it no other way.
No, I'm just. You know what I mean? I know.
You're supposed to feel like that. Just like I'm supposed to feel like what I feel.
And you're coming up off a hell of an upset victory.
That was, you know,
I'm just saying you.
Each individual are their own individual.
Right.
Absolutely,
right.
but what I'm
I got you.
what I'm saying is you did a hell of a coaching job.
But you can't ride away. You can't wait to ride.
See,
He got to do his own situation.
Yeah.
he do got to do his own situation.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. He got to be that man and step up.
He already saying he's doing that, so that's what it's all about.
Okay, I'm just
I ain't
saying.
even in the picture.
Yeah, you are. You the coach. You in the fight too.
I'm the coach, but I'm not in the fight.
Yeah, you for sure. See, you in the fight.
Okay.
Hold on. Come here, Derek. Come here.
Come back here, Dick. Come on.
Come on, don't run from this smoke.
Let me sit down. Go ahead, Cal. Sit down, Cal.
Come on. Okay, yeah.
Get down.
No, it's my man.
Yeah.
We understand the game.
Yes.
That's why we, where we at today. You know what I'm saying? And it's not personal. But you're the man. You're the man as a coach.
And then you get fired out of the year?
to lose.
Then you get fired out of the year?
Trainer of the year.
I mean, trainer out of the year. My bad. I'm sorry. You got trainer out of the year?
When they gonna give it to
We
Coach
come
Calvin?
and Get your ass, man.
Coach Calvin better get one. I know that. Coach Calvin better get one. Coach Calvin better get one.
I understand.
Whatever you
The
gonna say,
bigger
I gotta say it
man,
right.
same situation. We on the same
Okay.
situation. But Derek, he knows
Yeah,
that.
my man.
He know he
Okay,
like,
so you saying you got to beat him. Your fighter got to beat
I
him.
got to beat him.
Yes.
That's it. That's
But
him.
you know what,
Yes.
That's me. But let me tell you
I'm
something.
not fighting him.
But at the end of the day,
Mentally.
mentally,
I know that.
He know that's
you
why
know
he
you old ain't fighting, man.
But we are in a sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
He putting that in him.
Right,
I know what's in him.
right.
You know what I'm saying? I gotta go through him to get what I want. I know what he gonna come. I want you to bring your best game, please.
I am.
I'm telling you, the reason why, because guess what? Let me tell you something. If you bring your best game, I'm gonna shut the fuck out of everybody else up. You know what I'm saying? Because they're gonna beat your point like, damn, I don't wanna fuck with that.
I'm bringing
It's a
that
different
best
beast
game.
with us.
Best game coming.
Please.
You
Coming
gotta
for sure.
bring his best game because the
Please.
best fighters bring the best out the best fighters.
Tell him again. I want you to come hard.
The best fighters bring the best out of the fighters.
want you to
so
come
you gotta
hard.
expect him to be the best. Best version of
It's not personal with you. You're just in the
it's-
way.
it's-
You're in the way.
Now, when I'm sitting here looking at him, I can
coming.
see Frank is
I ain't in the
considerably
way.
bigger
I ain't
though.
in the way 'cause I'm coming to take that shit.
What?
Frank is a bigger guy, considerably bigger.
But that all that it don't even matter. Size and all that shit don't matter.
That don't matter in boxing.
It matters to an extent. To an extent. Having yeah. He didn't beat big. He didn't beat.
No, I didn't say
no.
I didn't say who he beat. I'm just saying, sitting here looking at y'all, I can see that you are considerably a little bit bigger than Tank. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, just because it's a bigger don't mean nothing.
Are you on that shit?
What'd you say?
Natural.
Are you on that shit?
It's natural.
Oh yeah, you used to wrestle.
Just natural.
You used to wrestle?
Yeah, dog. A dog.
What was you like
dog,
top flight?
Dog, top.
At the state?
Dog.
Oh, all right.
That was my main
That's
sport.
what he was doing on the video.
What?
Main
Where the video?
sport.
Where the video?
What
man?
was you doing?
Show me the
nigga?
video.
No,
show
what
me
was
the,
you
you
doing?
can show us the video. Show me the video.
What was you doing?
I want to see this video.
I want to see the video.
Show us that video, man.
He won't keep ignoring it, bro.
Yeah, what
I
happened?
that mother. You caught me one time.
But
you
I'm
caught me
saying,
one time.
what was you
did.
doing though? When I was grabbing, what was you doing? You kept trying to put it in the headlock.
Hold on.
Right
So
or
when
wrong?
he caught you, Tank, did it stun you? Did it sting you? Did you ooh? Did you say, oh, I felt
Listen,
that
first,
bitch? Oh, that motherfucker hurt.
Listen.
What was the reaction when he caught you?
Like I said, when we was supposed to I sparred already, and I told him he was scared to spar. So me,
Bro,
already
Floyd can't.
know that he was scared to spar. I jumped on him. He's southpaw. He threw the brick hand. Boom. That's what caught me. But it wasn't like no boom, and I'm like, hell no. Once he caught me, boom, I'm on your.
What did he
Everybody
do?
know in here, if I get touched, it's
You
on-
come.
I'm coming on that ass.
But what happened when I did?
No
it?
diddy,
What
no
did you
diddy,
do?
no diddy.
What did you do?
I'm just playing with you. I had to throw it out there.
Bro,
You said I'm coming on that.
But I'm saying, what did you do?
It's cool.
Huh? What?
What did you do?
What you mean?
What did you kept doing? What you kept doing? Like when they
Did
kicked us out
did
the
I
ring,
touch you?
No, look.
Did I touch you and you start backing up? Did I touch you and you start backing up?
What do you mean? What did you touch me with?
Everything.
Show
Everything.
me. Show me. You got the footage. Show me.
Don't worry about it.
Because the shit that you
Don't
showed
worry
me
about
wasn't
it.
you showing me shit.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
You set that up.
Don't worry
you
about it.
had that. Y'all did some shit. You set that up.
He talking like
For sure.
Well, you know,
No, I ain't
sparring.
But look, this is the thing though, bro. I'm really tired of the fucking sparring story. You feel me? Like sparring is sparring. Like they always say, under the lights, fighting. I just want all that shit matter. Like this, that sparring shit don't matter. You done got days where you ain't have good sparring with somebody else. I done had days where I ain't had good sparring. That sparring shit don't matter. It matter when we get in that bitch June 15th and then we fight. That's the only time that shit matter.
Your arms too swole.
So if you get knocked
Your
out,
arms too swole, bro.
I'm solid.
if you get knocked
Your
out of
arms too
sparring, do that
swole.
count?
Solid.
Do you get count? If you get knocked out of sparring, do
That
that
don't
count?
count.
Shit,
That don't count. You got to take that off my record.
Get the fuck out of here. I ain't
That shit
taking
don't
off the
count.
record.
You can't count. My joints was all sparring joints. I got
No, it
knocked
wasn't
out in.
sparring when Lou with the dead eye punch on your fucking
That was
back
in
of
the
your
street. That
fucking
was
head.
different.
That was in the streets.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, right, Frank,
Fucking miss Tesla, man.
you said it's under the lights.
Oh
It's the
my
big
God.
lights. Tank used to this
What a
stage.
hell of a recovery.
He been here several times.
Yeah.
It's
I ain't
something.
gonna lie, that's gonna hit him. When he go into there and they see all them people, I'm in some real shit.
Oh,
He ain't never.
What was your first fight when you knew it was real? When you was like, oh,
the lights.
Tesla's done this before.
You performed under the
You
lights.
got to, but the thing is, bro, you got to
You
be
just have
prepped
to
for
be
that.
careful.
You
You just have to be careful. Like, it looks real good. It pulls back, right? It pulls back, looks bullish as hell, right? Going into the close, right? You got a little rally. Oh, shit, we good. We coming in with a gap up. You end up motherfucking down here type shit, all right? It's caught me before. Like, ever since that day, I will not get sucked back into Tesla. Or I cannot get it out of my head because I know what it did, and it set you up for it. Literally traded like it was, nice and bullish, and with options, you know what I'm saying. Trading options, you can't take it. You can't trade after hours unless you do shares. So if you want to buy the shares. I'm thinking about it. I gotta be honest, y'all. I'm thinking about it. I am. I just wonder if it's going to start to roll over here. Oh, wow. Kelly's been going for a minute. See, I would have felt a lot better if Tesla held 185. Damn, those 192.52s or 192.50s.
You got to get prepped. You was prepped for that.
It's 2 o'clock.
I was prepped for what?
You was prepped like Pedraza?
What I was prepped for? I was.
No,
I was not. What?
No, I'm saying the level, right? The level of a Pedraza, right? I jumped in that shit. I'm going to fight for a WBA against you, Gervonta Davis. I'm going to fight you. You feel me? You said your first time hitting them lights was when you fought Pedraza. My first time really hitting them lights, nigga, I'm coming to fight you.
You still didn't hit the lights.
No, I'm saying when I'm coming to fight you.
Exactly. What are you talking about?
Bro,
you're not even saying.
You say Pedraza, right? My first going to get a title, I'm hitting the stage, hitting they say in the face of boxing.
Exactly. They was. Come on, bro. They was already prepping that for already.
Who? Pedraza?
Yes. You know who Pedraza was?
Pedraza ain't nowhere near
right now. Pedraza will beat the shit out you right now, for sure.
Bro, Keyshawn.
What?
You know the whole story. It was a reason why he had to fight.
Oh, he talking about this bum ass.
Why would he fight?
Cause he in my way.
You gonna
in my way?
No, because that ranking, because where was at.
Oh, so you saying they kind of forced that through?
I mean, I want to say that because this motherfuckers do what they want to do.
Right.
You know what I mean? And this, you know what I mean? Like him accepting this fight, he really fucked up. You know, I appreciate him accepting it, but he really fucked up taking this fight, and that's on everything. For real. Hey, B, what's that song you got? That's on everything. Yes, that's on everything.
All right, well, June 15th, man.
Ass whooping section.
Mm-hmm.
That was a hell of an ad-lib like the Migos.
See some shit.
Yeah.
June 15th is going down.
They gonna see some shit.
Come on, bro.
They gonna see some shit.
It's old demeanor, bro.
I don't see what you said my demeanor.
I'm telling you, you saw it.
I don't see. Yeah, okay.
AMD underneath this 155.
Yo, brother. You saw
keep that.
Oh, that's Pops.
Clay tough. What you mean play tough? Nah, it ain't gotta be tough. We already tough. We fighters. We ain't gotta play tough. We ain't gotta play tough. We getting in there June 15th. Nigga, what is it to play tough about?
Yeah.
This shit real.
Yeah.
Yeah.
June 15th.
Let me ask you a question, Tank.
Tank versus Frank.
How do you got everything, all the money, the lifestyle, you got everything, and you still keep that dog? Where did that come from?
I ain't gonna lie, bro. I'm in a community is a bigger house than mine, it's a smaller house than mine. It's people that's way richer than me. That's why I like when Floyd say like, not to even keep bringing him in it, but for him to say like how he kept on the grind after he had everything, I understand it, cause it's you know what I mean. It's still more out here. You know, you don't settle for less. And me, how I'm going, I'm trying to get so much out this shit and get away from it. Like, I f around have a house on an island. Y'all won't see me again.
That's probably a bad idea, Tank.
Like, that's how I'm trying to beat. I'm trying to beat.
What you gonna do, bro? You be right back in fucking jail without boxing, bro.
I don't even want the spotlight. Y'all can have it. You can have it.
I don't want that for him,
go ahead. Fight another.
Well, that's cold blooded. Once I beat him up, he can have it.
Like, come on, bro. Like, for
type
real,
of shit is that?
Like, for real, like, I'm not bullshit.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
I'm not, like, it's not, and it make you look like something you not. You know what I'm saying? I ain't.
When you say make it look like something you not, what you mean?
It can make you look like a clown. It can make you look like this tough guy. Feel me?
What?
Like,
and really,
you got I'm just talking about everything.
Life.
Like, it's a whole like an image type.
Yeah,
shit.
this shit fake.
Like, come on, bro. This shit is not it at all. It's not it. I'd rather be able to like get people that's behind me and let them do it. Like, y'all get y'all chance. Like, let me. You feel me? This shit ain't nothing, bro. It ain't nothing.
Well, AB, what we gonna do? We gotta do.
Get the fuck out of here, man.
No, I'm just saying, man. You
June 15th.
I'm gonna see you.
Tank versus
I
Frank.
need to train me to fight. I'm gonna spar.
Tank
AB,
versus
I'm tired of
Frank.
this.
I'm talking about this the biggest fight of the
Tank
year.
versus Frank, man.
We talk about Amazon Prime. We talking about Tank versus Frank. Co-main event, David Benavidez. We talking about all action. I'm talking about don't close your eyes. Don't blink, don't go to the bathroom. I don't give a how bad you're bubbling. Don't move. We talking Tank versus Frank, June 15th. Pay-per-view, Amazon Prime. This is me and Ellsworth Game. I appreciate you for coming through, brother.
Appreciate you, bro.
I appreciate you, brother, for coming through, man. He's a veteran. I think it's like his third time, man. But June 15th, Tank versus Frank. I know where I'm gonna be at. Where you gonna be at?
Always in the front row.
Y'all gonna be
Right.
probably having to pick him up with dad and his brother.
Yo, stop it.
Pick Frank up.
Telling you. And you
Frank coming off
you
like
got
he
the-
confident.
And you got the eyes for the shit.
That's cool. You got the chin for the shit.
You got the eyes.
You got the chin for the
You
shit.
got the eyes for the shit.
You got
Whereas
the
though
chin.
you got cut
Hey,
before
you got the
already.
chin
I
for the
see
shit.
it.
You got the
I see it,
chin
and
for
you
the
got
shit.
cut there. And you got cut on the other
Hey,
eyebrow.
you got the you got the
It's
chin
over
for the shit.
I promise you it's over with.
So what
I
you saying?
promise
You open up like a can of tuna?
We ain't worried about
Both
that.
of them- both
we
of
ain't
them
worried about
sides.
that. All that
Both of
psychological
that.
shit they do, we ain't worried about
Them
none of that.
facts.
Like,
Everything I'm saying
we
is facts.
we ain't
Then
worried
you
about
get cut right
hey,
there.
We ain't
Then-
worried about all that.
then
It
you
don't
get
matter
cut
where I
right
got cut
there.
at. It don't matter.
Then you get cut right there.
It don't matter where I got cut
Then you
at.
get cut right
It
there.
don't matter.
Them
It don't
all
matter.
facts.
It don't
Them
matter.
all facts right there.
Let it be.
Them all facts.
Let it be. But all that
Them all
psychological
facts.
shit y'all do.
And you got cut
hey,
on your nose.
Hey, look, all that psychological
Yeah,
shit y'all
see?
do. Nigga
It's
ain't worried about
over
none of
with.
that.
It's
Nigga ain't worried
over
about
with.
none of that.
It's over with.
All right.
You better be on some that shit that Ryan was on.
All right. No, you better be on that shit.
telling
You better
I'm
be on
telling
that
you.
shit.
I'm telling
No,
you.
don't be
I
on
don't
that
need
shit
none of
Ryan was on,
I'm
man.
telling
Don't,
you.
don't do that,
telling you.
please. Don't
I don't
this
need none
fight
of that.
up.
None of
Please.
it.
telling you.
I already got it. I
I'm
don't need.
telling
I don't need shit.
Bro, you don't got that pop.
I don't need
You don't
shit.
have pop like that.
Okay.
You don't have pop like that.
Alright.
You do not have pop like that.
I'm so glad y'all sleeping on me. I'm so glad y'all
Okay.
motherfuckers sleeping on me.
Yeah, I'm giving you too much
Yeah,
information.
you is.
Yeah.
You is.
You right. Right.
June 15th, Tank versus Frank. And it's
And I
just
seen you hit the pads recently.
Oh.
You think ain't shit changed? Ain't shit changed?
Yeah.
Ain't shit changed? He looking at his coach like, yeah, ain't shit changed.
You seen, you ain't seen nothing.
Right.
You ain't seen nothing.
Right.
You know what I mean? Anything we put out, that's what we want you to see.
Yeah.
You ain't gonna see the real shit.
Yeah.
That's real. Yeah.
look at the mastermind in the back. Stop talking so much.
I know.
Hey man, June 15th. PBC, Amazon Prime, Tank versus Frank, and it's just like that.
Fed's barking. Said still feels like the weight of risk is towards inflation. Barkin said the metrics of where neutral rate is have moved up. It feels like current policy is restrictive. Barkin said at this point willing to believe that current rates are restrictive.
We in there tussling and shit. He showed clinching. He didn't show the punch that he got here with. He showed clinching.
Frank, in your own words, what happened? What is the story? We haven't really heard the story about the sparring with Tank Davis from your own mouth. What actually happened? Can you clear it up for us?
Man, just tell him to drop the sparring from round 1 to when it was through, and then that's it. I don't even want to talk about it no more. At the end of the day, the shit sparring. We fighting June 15th. I'm on his ass June 15th.
When you were looking at.
Inflation is on track. Barkin said tend to imagine that the Fed will need to take some edge off demand to finish inflation fight, though some help from supply is still possible. That's from the Richmond Fed president.
Man. Oh my God.
The earnings front, I think we should expect earnings to continue to rev up. The profit cycle is accelerating. I think we should see that continue in the next several quarters. The interest rate side, I think, is a little bit more interesting right now because the reaction to the weakness let's say last week that we saw in the employment report was not for defensive stocks to outperform. It was for speculative assets to outperform. In other words, the expectation that the Fed would cut, that there would be more liquidity for speculation. We're still very much in this speculative period of the stock market.
Yeah, you had consumer staples and healthcare, two of the three worst performing sectors then on Friday. And all of that against this backdrop of the geopolitical tension we've been reporting today on the headlines coming out of Israel and whether Hamas has accepted the ceasefire and whether Israel doesn't. Does that factor at all into how you're thinking about your investments more broadly right now, Rich?
So definitely longer term. I don't think we think we're smart enough to know what's going to happen in the next 2 weeks or 2 months or something like that any more than anybody else. But I think as you look out, these are symptoms of globalization contracting, right? Whether it's in the Middle East, whether it's in Eastern Europe, whether it's our relationship with China, some of the things that are going on in Africa and Latin America are all symptoms of the bigger picture, which is globalization is contracting. That, we think, continues to be the major long-term investment theme. I know everybody's up on AI these days, but I think that, and I think my colleagues here would agree with me, that the deglobalization, the reindustrialization of America is a critical theme to the U.S. economy. And you think that's going to happen? We think it's
DGX Quest Diagnostics to acquire Path AI Diagnostics to accelerate AI and digital pathology adoption in cancer diagnosis. That's Delta Golf X-ray, DGX.
We have a massive trade deficit in the United States, which was no big deal as long as globalization is expanding. But to be dependent on the rest of the world for everything, it's not just semiconductors. We're dependent on the rest of the world for everything at a point where globalization is starting to contract. Not a very good combination. It changes the story from secular disinflation to secular inflation.
Except corn. We have a lot of corn here in the United States. But if that's the case, and you're watching at a contraction in globalization, then where do you put your money? How do you make money on that trend?
Right. So I would say, look, there's the energy sector. We need a lot of energy infrastructure. Whether it's ground or green, I think is just a political question. We need to be energy independent. We're not. We're not even close to energy independent. Utility infrastructure, right? Everybody in California is hyped on electric vehicles, but nobody's figured out that the grid can't support that. Maybe a better investment theme is the industrial companies are going to build out California's electric grid as opposed to the EV companies themselves. Right? The United States ranks last in shipbuilding, last in infrastructure among major economies. Not first, second, third, last. So imagine we went from last to like fifth. That would be a pretty good investment theme.
All right, Rick, very interesting picture you paint. Rich Bernstein, thank you. Always good to see you. And I love the Ranger jersey, by the way. You're doing well. All right, coming up, today's Power Player is a rare, an exclusive interview with Citadel's Ken Griffin. That's next on Power.
Let's see if we get a lift off here. And that would be like 75%. What is that? Same thing. Close to 61. Yeah, almost 61%. It's just, this is so weird, right? I'm not going to carry this into tomorrow. If I do take a position here. Oh, man, this is tough. Look at the volume. The volume's not increasing like it should. It's 2 o'clock. We should be starting to get, even on the 15-minute chart, this volume should not be going down. It should be curling higher into the end of the day. One of the little things that is going to be in the book You notice Friday that I disregarded and I set it to myself on the trade Friday. Look at how the volume never curled back up. Like if I were to go to like a 15-minute chart or something, you'll see that shit was dead flat, bro. Dead flat. Even though it was like on a Friday. Alright? Like look at that. You are not getting the increase in volume by 3 o'clock. By 3 o'clock, by 15, bro, you should be poking that thing past lunch. You should have a volume bar at least on a 5-minute, 15-minute that's past that lunchtime. Right? Like you see it here, right? It starts to increase going into the next day. It starts to increase. But it was Friday, so it was kind of like we didn't have a reason to move, kind of to be expected. You know, do we take a long? We could probably hop on like a 518 or like a 516 long into tomorrow, but it would have been smarter to do that shit yesterday. Here's the other parts of this, right? Why your volume not popping back up? It's 2 o'clock, so it should start like soon, you know, the next couple 15-minute candles here. So we still got a little bit of time going into the end of the day. I think, you know, on the S&Ps, let's go to a 5-minute chart or 3-minute chart real quick. Let me poke that out real quick. All right, let's go look. The overall indexes, IWM, is still just hanging out right above Friday's high. That's crazy. That's weak. That's weak. Right? Look at the Dow. It actually dipped below Friday's high. Just poked its head back above it. QQQ. Way above it. So you can see what's relatively strong. So we'll look at NASDAQ names, communication information. Names, Snowflake. Something I haven't watched in a while is Snowflake. I don't know when they have earnings, but it's not for a couple more weeks. So we'll see with the first quarter with this new CEO taking over on Snowflake, how he's, how the street's going to perceive him. It's going to take time. I don't think the street's just going to say, oh, cool, great, grand, wonderful. Like, you can't prove yourself in the first 3 months of the job. So, I still feel like it's going to take time for this guy to prove what he can do. And I'm sure he, to be nominated and stuff, it's obvious the prior person, believes in him. But that, again, that doesn't matter until it matters. I don't know. Like, it doesn't matter if, like, you're really good at, I don't know. It's like, until you do the job, you can't say whether or not you're good at it, right? You can follow someone else around who's running the company. And obviously, he's always on speed dial. He can pick up the phone and call him and ask him what he would do in certain situations and, his opinion on stuff, which is what he'll more than likely do. But I can't zoom in. My stuff is frozen. That's why I'm stuttering too. Come on, bro. So yeah, I don't know. I forget his name. I don't know if he's ran a company before. And again, I'm talking about the new CEO for Snowflake. I do not know his background. I don't know if he's ever ran a company before or not. It was perceived that he has not, the way that Snowflake sold off when the CEO said that he was stepping down. Damn, I should have looked at Moderna. Alright, and also, for anybody that's new, if you're worried about, or if you're ever curious what stocks are in what, just go type in So the biggest weighting for the QQQ is information technology. All right, and this is a list of them right here. TSM, Workday, Intel, Oracle, NXP, Palo Alto, ASML, Cisco, Dell, Snowflake, Baba, actually, Square, wow, PayPal. This thing's popping right into the 50-day. I wish I would have bought Snowflake back when I had a chance back at 110. I'm really pissed that I didn't. I mean, I also didn't think that. I don't know.
Official briefed on talks that the Hamas agreement is to latest proposal. Israel made on April 27th with no changes to major elements.
Listen to this.
One that I wanted to ask you about, because you guys have really taken the lead in fighting it, and this is the SEC's new tools. They call it for transparency and surveillance. You find it very problematic. Just fill us in on what the big issue is here.
Well, the issue with the CAP program is twofold. Number one is it creates
Biden
a repository of every trade done by every single American with all their personal identifying information. As an American who had my tax return stolen from the IRS and published all over the pages of American papers, I can tell you I worry about whether or not the federal government is going to take steps to protect my PII, your PII. They're very, very strict in making corporate America protect that information, but the SEC has yet to even agree on their own cybersecurity standards for the PII in the CAP program. And that should give every American pause. Is the government working for them to protect
till the next
their
question.
privacy?
They did this with
That's
your
number
phones.
one. Number
I
two
tried to
is
tell you
the
about
program
this.
has been just an
But they
absolute
still a bunch
out of control
Biden
spend
dick riders
fest.
out here, which is crazy. And they want to talk about
We're going to
democracy.
spend
This is not
$200 million plus a year in administering this program. That's roughly,
and I'm going to say
rough
this
numbers,
before she
20%
says
of the
it.
entire
You are
budget of the
innocent
SEC.
until proven guilty.
And yet not one
You're not
member
guilty
of Congress
until
approved this
proven innocent.
legislation.
That's what this says.
This is really the regulatory state growing out of control. And who pays that $200 million?
Oh, it does this,
American
it does.
investors pay it.
SEC would say that they're
Listen.
just trying to
Bro!
fraud, and they're not using it to spy on you.
Well, it's always about cost-benefit analysis, which has been...
It's for this, not that. Well, guess what? You are innocent until proven guilty.
savings. And I'm certain we'll see announcements over the months to come about how they're going to try to address security. But it's sad. It's really sad that it took a lawsuit from a private firm against their regulator to really drive needed cost savings in this program and to drive home the point that we need to have better security protocols. For choice, I think they should go back to the drawing board and think about the most cost-effective way to hit that sweet spot of good market surveillance protecting PII and achieving both the regulatory and compliance goals they seek to achieve in a manner that doesn't deprive American investors from the returns that they should have in investing in the stock market.
This is just the latest
It's just not constitutional.
SEC rule that you've been critical of. There's been a long line of them. And
they
is
scream
it having
at
an
Donald
impact, Ken,
Trump
do you think, on
is
the
a
markets and on the economy? That kind of overreach that you accuse them of?
actions just keep happening.
Yes, it does. And in particular, it makes it harder for active managers to be successful. Why does that matter? Roughly 35–40% of the entire U.S. equity market is owned by passive investment funds. The entire theory of passive investing is predicated on markets being efficient. That happens because of the work of active money managers like Citadel, like Wellington, Capital Research. All these big firms and these really big commitments to active management make America's equity markets efficient. When the SEC introduces rules that make it much more difficult, much more expensive to be an active money manager, they take away those participants who create the fairness and equity in the U.S. capital markets that allows the promise of passive investing to work.
Exactly.
And that's important.
And
that's how we
for other traders
capital
that need
moves
that
across
liquidity.
our economy. That's how millions of Americans save for their retirement is in passive investment funds.
Take.
What about the FTC?
That's
There's
the
been a lot of action
Biden
there as well.
agenda.
Blocking deals,
Take.
deals, the non-compete. I'm sure you have thoughts on how that's going to impact businesses even like your own.
Well, I mean, we've had the most hyper-aggressive FTC in modern history, and I really don't understand their agenda. American businesses consolidating under long-standing principles of undue concentration is good in terms of the rationalization and efficiency of our economy. And of note, one of the key ways that venture capital funded businesses actually realize their full potential is when they're bought by large companies that have the distribution and scale to really capitalize on the innovation that was built. So the FTC's adamant anti-merger stance is really reducing the efficiency of capital formation in the United States. We don't know how big that number is, if that's a number in the hundreds of billions, trillions of dollars. Like, we don't know where this is going to land, but it's a big hit. The most recent position on anti-competes, I mean, 3 unelected officials just threw out tens of millions of contracts between employers and employees. And these contracts were written in good faith, entered into good faith by consenting parties. Why is this a problem? American companies have to invest a tremendous amount in building their workforces, given how broken our K-12 education system is, and frankly, how off-point so much of America's college education is. American companies want to know, as they make this investment in training their workforces, how will they be treated fairly? And much of this legislation is going to discourage the investment of training in American workers. So maybe some employees will be able to secure a short-term bump in pay, but overall, the federal government's not doing its job of educating American people. That burden falls on the shoulders of American corporations. American corporations are going to be far more hesitant to invest money in training people on the back of this legislative shift. For us at Citadel Securities, it's a whole different story. It's about protecting trade secrets. There's a recent case between Jane Street and Millennium where Jane Street argues that a trade secret that they developed was taken by one of their traders to Millennium. Now, for Jane Street, that trade secret was $1 billion a year in revenues. And they spend billions of dollars a year developing their intellectual property. They lost that trade secret to Millennium. Their revenues cut in half. In going to protect their trade secret, it was disclosed to the world just enough hints about what they were doing that now Citadel knows exactly what Jane Street was doing. So for all intents and purposes, Jane Street's trade secret, it's forever lost. It's gone. And all the money they spent to build it is forever gone.
And that's what happens if you get rid of non-competes. Is that what you're saying?
Well, the judge said to Jane Street, why don't you have a non-compete? That's why we have non-competes in America.
Yeah.
It's to protect trade secrets.
Yes.
Well, Leah Khan just took
development
away
thinking.
one of the only ways that Jane Street could protect its trade secret. They chose not to have a non-compete at Jane Street. They lost that trade secret, and they lost it forever. When you lose your trade secret, you lose your incentives to
business.
invest in R&D.
Right.
It's part of what makes
Yeah.
American business so
Exactly.
successful.
Exactly.
Is we've been so good at creating
Exactly.
insights in whether it's technology.
Why you think somebody wants a
financial
McLaren
markets,
over a
healthcare,
Lamborghini?
That leads us as a world leader.
Or a Lamborghini over a McLaren? Like,
and Leah Khan just said, I
You
don't
could-
care
it-
about
it can
American
go through
innovation.
so many
We'll see if she
different-
prevails in the courts. It's going to be obviously a big fight.
Back in the courts.
Back
Here
in
we
the
go
courts.
again.
Does it make you, Ken, less
Worried.
enthusiastic about President Biden? We have an election coming up.
Yes, exactly.
I
Yes,
know
it
that
should.
you were betting on Nikki Haley. That didn't happen. You're going through the state. You're focusing more on
Gotta
state
go for Trump.
elections
Ken. You
as far
got
as
to.
where you're
And
giving
you know
money.
you do.
But
He's not going to say
how do
it.
you think about the world after this election? And who would you rather see for all of these key priorities that you have?
Look, I would like to see both Biden and Trump really put forward their best foot to the American people as to why they should be elected. We have elections for a reason. It's a chance to really vet our candidates and their policies. And I think it's more important that we have a good,
He's not gonna
wholesome
answer.
debate about the
But
future
we all know
direction
the
of
answer.
America. I do worry about the regulatory
my
overreach of the Biden administration.
Absolutely,
I worry
and
about
you
the
should be.
profligate spending. And I worry about the fact that we're now in 2 wars around the world of
Yep.
consequence.
In
The war
3
Ukraine,
years.
I mean, it's a war
Started
in
in
Europe.
2.
You and I never thought we'd see a war in Europe again in our lifetime. I'm willing to bet that's the case. I never thought we'd see one. I can't imagine you did either.
A lot of things that we're saying I didn't think I would see in my lifetime.
Exactly.
That's really, really, really worrisome. So I'd like to know from President Biden, what are you going to do to keep this country and the Western world
He's
out
not
of
going to do
wars?
anything.
Like, I want concrete
Because
answers.
those
And he's gonna have
decisions,
attested that
those decisions allowed these things to happen in the first place. Going back to NATO, going back to the old ways, reaching out for other countries to join NATO, and it to be against Russia and against China and against Iraq and all these other countries, starting things. Those actions he knows has consequences, but he doesn't care. And that's why
How are you thinking about it?
Well,
things are going on the way that they're going. That's why Ukraine is pretty much blown to smithereens, and it's sad. It's sad.
Key cabinet positions.
Because
Really
he could have
qualified-
minded his own business and pretty much stayed by where every other country stands by. Because you got to understand, other countries also leave and come and go towards NATO, and just say when they have presidents that have came in that say, look, we have a mutual respect, right? If something happens, we're there to help. I don't need to join this club that says I'm against you, and you, which is going to cause conflict. We have a mutual agreement. If they do something happens to you, I will be there. I don't need to be in NATO and join the club that says it's us versus you. We don't want to do that. And that's why we had things calm down for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And this is not Russia in 1880s with Ukraine, this, that, the third. Russia has only entered Ukraine twice, under Obama and under Biden. Not none of that 1880s, 1900s, 1930s, 1940s, 70s, 60s, 80s, Soviet Union type shit. No, Biden and Obama. That is it. Why is that? Ask yourself that question. That is a fact.
With the Volkswagen Group of America.
And they are trade partners.
about the
We would
electric
feel
vehicle
some
market.
type of way if Canada went to OPEC. If Mexico went to OPEC, there would be problems there because that is coming close to home. So you can't blame Russia for the things that are going on with Ukraine joining NATO and NATO potentially being on their borders. You can't, it is just, hey, listen, it just is what it is. You make those decisions, these are the consequences that come from those decisions. That's why, like other countries, they decided once their presidencies, whether they were for NATO or against it, once they would leave and come back. But there was always a mutual agreement when they left. If something happens to you, we are there to help and support. But we're not going to go in this club to say, I'm against, it's us versus you, because that's what it says. And that's a fact. people say, there is history there, but the only history of Russia invading Ukraine is Obama and Biden. That is it. That is trying to spread and grow NATO. All right, that's causing a problem. But anyway, yeah. So hopefully we can make that change. Again, you just got right there from Ken Griffith pointing out cases that are in the courts for companies that develop things, and because of the no clause actions and the regulation from the Biden, I keep wanting to say Obama, from the Biden administration, companies don't want to spend money and do things like R&D, because if it gets taken and they go to court, they can't have a clause that says, listen, this is us, this is what we're doing here, whether it's biotech, automotive, whether you're building something for whatever, right? In this case, it was a company that was building a program for money management. The information got released. All the money that they spent, Citadel, because of the government providing some of that information, they were able to take Citadel and other companies were able to take that information and see what they were doing and pretty much do the same thing. So all the money that they spent all went to waste, and they pretty much had something really good that only they had, and they lost it because the government says that they are not allowed to compete. This is you could say, just like McLaren and all the work that they do in the McLaren F1 and all the money that they spend for the testing and all that stuff. When you have these no clauses, they have to release that information so other automotive companies could potentially have that, and it's sick. It's just like, what the fuck are you really thinking, dude?
Now.
Like, seriously, go to biotechs, right? Somebody wants to come up with a company or has a development going on, and they don't want it to get out, right? It's not about whether it's about money or not, but they want to be the first to do something. They've worked hard on it, and they should have the right to, make money off of it. But spending your hard-earned time and money on things just for somebody else to come along that has not put out that time and money to pretty much take what you're almost there having, whatever that is, whether it's a car, a program, a new medicine, right? What gives the government the right to say you have to release, X amount of information to others so others can do it too, right? It's sad. It's this trophy for everybody. The ones that put in the work, that go out and jog and run every day, the kid that does what he puts in the grind and the grit and the is tired because they're just, right? They're jogging, they're running when everyone else is playing video games and hanging out. But everyone else gets a trophy. Everyone got first place today. So it's good to hear Ken say that. And Ken is absolutely right. The overreach and the regulatory of the Obama administration is why he'll probably be voting for Trump.
Still relevant here. Ukrainian drones are attacking Russian oil
Trump
infrastructure.
administration.
So I
It's
think
more
what the
so
oil market is telling us
against-
is that until we get more details about
It's against government overreach. And if you missed it, you just heard with the new legislation in the SEC, right? Pretty much saying we're going back to the old, you are guilty before proven innocent, right? Your information, all your stuff is going to be watched by the government. Oh, because they want to stop fraud. No, if you want to stop fraud, there needs to be an investigation. There needs to be a reason why. Like, it's not that is saying you're guilty before you're innocent. It's just going back to the old ways with the Obama administration, but I'm dumb. I don't know what I'm talking about. The government can spy on your phone, listen to all your conversations, all your emails, but we do it because of 9/11. We just throw 9/11 out there as an excuse just because we want to know what the hell you're doing. No, that's just getting that is it, like a tight grip on people, and that is not what government is for. That's not what government is for, in my opinion. That's not why government was built in the first place. It was to help companies be ran and all the other things that came with, taxes and, your government officials used to be company owners, like George Washington, right? All these people owned companies and farms.
one startup looking to help consumers reduce
It was
their
to protect
grocery
rights,
bills.
not take
That's
them
today's
away.
Clean
And they
Start
scream.
when we return.
And they scream Trump is against democracy. It's actually quite the opposite. It really is. It's actually quite the opposite.
Sometimes they need help cutting through the noise. To ensure fresh investment ideas keep flowing. And to analyze the market from every angle. At Allspring, we deliver the
Well, Meta got above 460, guys. You know, this level is actually, it's like a tight level here. I brought this up this morning. This level here to watch for, because it might be tough to get through it. It's an area, but it was like this level right there, and it looks like you did get it. You did get through it. Yeah, it looks like, because you have a little gap right there at 463.33, 463.30 on Meta. That's so ridiculous, bro. Like that's gonna stop a lot of people from going out and doing things. If they have to give out the information that they're gonna spend money on. I don't know. I don't understand it. I really don't. I really don't get it. I understand why, and it just goes back to them against us. They're not your friend. They're not my friend. I could see them 4th of July at a party at the estate, between the governor of Biden. I can see him at the museum. Or I can see him at the beach. Whatever. He ain't your friend. You know, it's just government overreach, and he believes in that, and he wants that. So, and it's sad because it's like. It just really is, because you should be innocent until proven guilty, not guilty until proven innocent. All right. Let's see here. Let's see if Tesla holds here. I'm not sure if it will. I'm really curious what Tesla's going to do. I've been watching it.
Welcome back. Do you ever do this?
And
Go and buy
AMD.
stuff at the
Let me turn this off. I'm going to actually go pour another cup of coffee. Trying to decide what I'm going to trade. I've already taken a trade on Tesla. I'm green today. You know, I was green last week, but the two big trades that I missed was Tesla and Moderna, just because I had to, you know, it's not because I traded them wrong. I guess you could say that for Moderna, but and AMD, let's see here, like AMD, I was watching this level here, you know, let's see. Yep, exactly. That's exactly how I feel. If you're not, until you're not in the system, or until you have a reason to be in the system, then there's no reason for the government to be going after people that haven't done anything wrong and putting their nose in other people's business. No, I completely agree. And that's exactly it, right? You're innocent until proven guilty. But it's this, like, what's even funnier about it is using things like 9/11 and using things like fraud. Like, it's just a way to get away with saying, to make the action seem okay. Well, if I say this and I paint this picture, right, people will say, oh, well, okay then. Well, okay then, that's fine. It's for fraud. There's ways to find out if there's fraud going on or not. You know why? You know how I know? Because every single one of your bank statements and transfers and everything you buy and wherever you spend your money on your debit card goes directly to the IRS already. So there's no more real need for more overreach than there already is. Let's see. I don't know what to think about JP Morgan there. That's a V-bottom recovery there. Amazon. So Amazon still is yet to break out. I don't know what to do with Tesla. What do you guys think? Can I get a poll going and see what you guys think about Tesla? If you guys think it's going lower. Maybe you think it's just going to hang out here for a little bit. I can't use this because that doesn't have
Crypto investing begins with Grayscale.
Did you know taking Xyzal at night relieves allergies while you sleep? So you wake refreshed for a more productive day. Get 24-hour continuous relief that does not fade. Be wise all, take Xyzal at night.
In a world of uncertainty and disruption, how will your investments stay resilient?
Boeing, Disney. Boeing is actually popping nicely here.
Anticipating risks. And trusted to manage over $1 trillion in assets worldwide. Solving for the needs of investors today and tomorrow. That's the power of Nuveen.
Yes, focus on an American Home Shield warranty. It can protect your covered home systems and appliances, like this AC, with a repair or replacement.
Yes, thank you. It's home, not home.
Yeah, it's home. Pretty sure it's home. American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
When Lila was ready to sell her ring, she sent it to Worthy, where they took care of everything and auctioned it on her terms. Then, Worthy sent Lila her money. You're worthy of more. Get started at worthy.com.
Healthy blood pressure and CoQ10 support? It's super convenient thanks to the ingredients in Super Beets. And now new Super Beets Advanced Heart Chews with a clinically researched dose of CoQ10. Plus the grapeseed extract you love for 2-in-1 healthy blood pressure support. Why take CoQ10 separately when you can enjoy twice the benefits and the added power of CoQ10? The choice is simple. We're Super Beets.
NVDA Nvidia shares at the highs now 921.10. Nvidia shares up about $32.
We empower
NVDA.
those who act. Those who see the correlation between predictability and probability. Those who manage risk by anticipating each movement. Flawless execution. Timing and accuracy. Identify the goal. Match power with precision.
Dude, why is this shit so loud?
Meets opportunity.
Are you kidding me, bro? So I just watched the video on this. It popped up on my phone last week. So I brought this idea up last week.
Coming up, losing juice. Data showing that electric vehicle sales slowing here at home, but we'll speak to Volkswagen's America's chief about why he's still betting big on EVs. We're back in 2.
I'm just a regular trigger.
All right, let's give you a quick market
Come
check.
on.
Stocks are just off their session highs. The Dow is up about 146 points, 38,822, about 1,200 points from 40,000. The Nasdaq gaining nearly 1%, on track for its third straight session of gains. Chip stocks leading the way higher. Micron getting an upgrade from Bayer. I'm Tessa.
Coming up, losing juice, data showing that electric vehicle sales slowing.
Rafah, did concerns over Rafah and what the Israelis could use this ammunition for, did that play any role in halting that shipment?
Don't have a better answer for you other than the one I just gave you.
I just want to go with that question one more time. Did the United States put a pause on arms shipment to Israel? Is that reporting correct?
I'm not going to confirm that reporting.
Okay. Just on another topic. Well, same topic, different question. Over the weekend, the Queen of Jordan said in an interview that the United States is giving the world mixed messages and offering both expressions of concern and support for Gaza, in addition to providing arms to Israel. Can you comment at all on this, on her criticism or her critique of the United States position?
I'm not going to.
Y'all remember Obama in the Mohammed cartoon?
Oh,
they attacked our soldiers over a cartoon.
We have
straight lied to everybody.
Said that two things can be true at once, and they are. Israel has a right and a responsibility to defend itself.
No, Miss
and we're
Hillary
continue
just
to provide for
didn't
their
do her
security and
job
help
to
them with
protect
that.
them.
And at the same time, they have a right and an obligation to be careful about civilian casualties and getting more humanitarian assistance in. And that's why we're working so hard on this hostage deal. And that's why the President and the United States continue to lead the world in terms of actually making a difference in that outcome, making life better for the Palestinian people. No other country is doing more than the United States to try to increase that.
Do any of you
that
guys think
assistance
that there
and get
are
this
still
ceasefire.
even survivors?
Really quickly, the Israelis.
Do you think that they're being fed and taken care of?
Broadcast of Al
those
Jazeera over the
hostages?
weekend. Can you comment on whether that's an appropriate
Honest
action
question,
for
like, do you guys
United
still
States
think
ally?
that they are
We
alive?
don't support that action. As we said very clearly on
Think about
World
that.
Press Freedom Day on Friday. I know Karine talked about this.
They know the majority of them are not
alive.
alive.
Is absolutely vital.
They know.
It's important to an informed citizenry and public,
And
but it's
this
also
is why
important to help
I don't know. I'll
inform the
get back more
policymaking
into it.
process. So we don't support that at all.
And did the president bring it up at all in his call?
The focus of the call was on the hostage deal and on Rafah.
I'm going to give it to
But
Al
you saw
Jazeera.
you saw, I think I put a statement out this morning on that, so we have officially reacted to it. Sorry.
Thank you so much, Karine. Thank you, John. Is the administration planning on discussing the banning of Al Jazeera in Israel with the Israeli government? We just celebrated the freedom of press here in the United States and across the globe, and then this decision came, and it was really a big shock.
As I just said, we
Will the
don't.
administration raise this issue with the government of Israel?
We have raised this issue, and I've made a public statement about it.
On Rafah, has Israel presented or provided the administration with a comprehensive plan for Rafah until now?
No.
Good.
I want to take you back to this report on whether shipments were paused.
Okay.
Are the reports wrong?
I'm not going to confirm the press reporting, Ed. What I've said is our security commitments to Israel are ironclad. The president pushed very hard to get that supplemental funding so that we can continue to help Israel with its security needs. And
You can appreciate the ambiguity makes it sound like it's true.
I can't speak for what you appreciate in my answer. All I can do is tell you that my answer is not going to change.
All right. What is the definition of a assault or attack on Rafah in the view of the White House that would be seen as impermissible?
There hasn't been an assault or an attack
reports
in
tonight
terms
that
of
there
a
are-
ground operation at this time, so let's not get ahead of where we are. President did express, again, our concerns about operations in Rafah that would put at risk these people trying to find shelter there. I think it would be a futile exercise for me to get up here and give you a laundry list of what would or would not compose some kind of ground operation in Rafah, we have to, well, let me put it another way. The IDF has to speak to what their intentions and their plans are.
But it's still ground operation versus missiles that may be landing over Rafah tonight, which is what we're hearing.
Well, it doesn't matter whether it's missiles or rockets. Things that kill innocent people, that's not okay. And again, the president made it clear that we don't want to see operations in Rafah that put at risk those 1.5 million people.
I just want to
How
talk
does the
about
president
this
assess
real
Bill
quick.
Burns' ongoing attempts to make sure this deal comes together?
It's a nice side way of getting at sort of talking to the parameters of the deal. I appreciate that. He's
Well,
very grateful
there is
for.
no deal. Well,
More generally
there is no
interested in what he
deal.
thinks of
Really?
CIA director's work on this, yes.
Excellent. I'm sorry, I impugned your question. Look, I think he's very grateful for the work that Director Burns and the whole team has been doing to try to
If
get
there's
us to this
anybody
point.
here.
But it only really matters if we can get the deal in place, and I'm sure Director Burns would agree with me on that.
The deal-
and those hostages can get home. But he's done terrific work thus far, and I know
And if
that he
there's
wants to see that get
proof
this
out
across the
there,
finish
please
line
let me know.
just as much as we do.
Thank you, Kareem. Admiral, on a different topic, reports breaking this last few minutes that a U.S. soldier has been detained in Russia. This apparently happened in the last few days. The reporting is he had been stationed in Korea, traveled to Russia on his own. He's being accused of some sort of theft. Is the administration aware of this report?
Yes.
What can you tell us about what happened?
I can't really say much about it right now, Jonathan. I hope you can understand that. And certainly it's a better question put to our DoD colleagues, but we are aware of this case.
And another matter just related to Russia, there's been threats from Moscow in the last couple of days about striking British military facilities because of and also simulating nuclear drills as it sharply rises tensions because of weapons manufactured in the UK being used in the conflict. This says it could potentially apply to other allied countries as well, theoretically the United States. Do you have a response to that?
Well, what I'd say, number one, is it's just reckless and irresponsible for the leader of a major nuclear-armed power to be saber-rattling the way that he is with respect to potential use for nuclear weapons. Obviously, we monitor this and have continued to monitor this very closely. I can tell you we've seen nothing, even despite the reckless rhetoric, that would cause us to change our strategic deterrent posture. And look, lastly, if Mr. Putin and Russian officials are worried about their troops in Ukraine getting hit with weapons from other countries, then the easiest thing to do is just take your troops and leave.
There are reports of AFP right now that Israel is committing airstrikes on Rafah, intense airstrikes on Rafah right now. What would that timing mean to the relationship between the President and the Prime Minister?
Well, sir, you know something I don't know. I haven't seen those reports. I can't confirm it. I'll just go back to what I've said, I don't know, half a dozen, if not more times today. We don't support operations in Rafah that put people at greater risk.
Thank you, Colleen, and thank you, John. I just wanted to make it clear that regarding the limit on the refined petroleum provided by Russia to North Korea, the annual refined petroleum limit under UN sanctions against North Korea is 500,000 barrels. But last week you said that the limit was exceeded at 165,000 barrels in March alone. So how many barrels were supplied in January and February?
I will have to take that question and get back to you. I didn't bring the barrel data with me today.
Question again. State Department spokesperson Miller said that the sanctions against this will be imposed this month. And North Korea oil tanker sanctioned by the UN is currently staying in Chinese water. So is China include the sanctions this time, or sanctions against Russia and sanctions against China altogether?
I will admit that I will owe you now yet another answer. I'll get back to you with
It's a
something more detailed.
mystery.
I will only just say to exit myself from this question gracefully that we want everybody to enforce the sanctions that are against North Korea appropriately and consistently. And not everybody does. And North Korea has benefited from sanctions evasions by countries in the region and beyond the region. I'll leave it at that.
Okay. We're going to start right here. Thank you very much, Colleen. Thank you very much, John. I have a question on Russia and growing ties between China and Russia. Putin is reportedly visiting China this month, and right before this visit, just last week, we learned that Russian police raided the homes of Falun Gong practitioners in Russia. This is a group persecuted in China, and detained several of them. Does the White House have any reaction to this? And I have a follow-up on time.
I haven't seen the reports about the detention of these individuals. If they're true, certainly that would be concerning to us. But I'd probably refer you to the State Department to speak a little bit more about that than I can. Just again, writ large, we have seen China and Russia try to grow closer together. We believe a big reason for that is frankly, the United States.
What are they really doing? Is it just it's a ceasefire? There is no hostages. So I don't know why
they
they
oppose
say
our
that
foreign
there is.
policy objectives or to
I would almost
try to be an
bet
obstacle to them in many, many different ways. So it's concerning to us.
If I wouldn't say, but maybe a few.
Most specific concern that we have right now is the fact that some Chinese companies are providing
them
microelectronics and components so that Mr. Putin can continue his defense industrial base improvements and developments and put weapons in the field that just kill innocent Ukrainians. And again, we've been we've made those concerns clear directly to our Chinese counterparts and at the UN.
Did you also make clear that when you were moving, NATO
Yes, I did want to ask
when he
just a clarification first on the King's visit. Is he meeting with any other senior Defense Department, anybody?
Not that I'm aware of.
So this wasn't like a broader bilateral kind of.
See, we need people in there asking the real questions, yo. For real.
And
Ask
secondly,
the real
can you give us
ones.
I can't, but look, I can't speak to his whole schedule. He's in town, so I'm not aware of any other meetings. But that doesn't mean that
But
he's
it
got
wasn't like
something.
a broader bilateral here at the White House.
No.
And on the pier, the temporary pier, if you could give us an update on that and whether or not like a ceasefire would need to be in place for that to be fully implemented in operation.
A ceasefire doesn't have to be in place for the pier to operate. Now, obviously, it's a whole heck of a lot easier if there's no fighting going on, but it doesn't have to be. In fact, one of the big issues that we are still working out is what the force protection laydown would look like and how not just the people operating the pier, but the material itself can be safe from any attack. As far as I know, and again, you should go to the Pentagon for more detail, essentially the pier itself has been constructed. It is not in place because last week they had some weather issues in the Eastern Med, so they weren't able to put it in place. You should go to the Pentagon for like where it is right now. As I understand it, it's still not being
Surprised
put
none of
into
them are
place.
asking about the.
Then you got to anchor it, and you've got to make sure you build a causeway so you can get to and from it. And so there's still a lot of work that has to be done to get it operational, and that would include the force protection laydown. But no, the short answer to your question is you don't have to have a ceasefire in place to use the temporary period.
Thank you, Admiral.
Thank you, Kareem. Appreciate you. Ooh, appreciate you.
Thank you. Thanks. All right, I do have a couple things at the top. We wanted to get to the Admiral at the beginning. So tomorrow, the President will deliver remarks during the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum's annual Days of Remembrance ceremony. You can expect the President to make
There's
clear
nothing
that
more
during these
powerful
sacred
than-
days of remembrance, we honor the memory of the 6 million Jews killed in the Holocaust, and we recommit to heeding the lessons of this dark chapter never again. He will speak to the horrors of October 7th, when Hamas unleashed the deadliest day for Jewish people since the Holocaust, and he will speak to how since October 7th, we've seen an alarming rise in anti-Semitism in the U.S., in our cities, our communities, and on our campuses. The President will touch on how his national strategy to counter anti-Semitism is putting the full force of the federal government behind protecting the Jewish community, and that all Americans must stand united against anti-Semitism. He will reaffirm that we respect and protect the fundamental right to free speech, but there is no place on any campus or anywhere for anti-Semitism. There is no place for hate speech or threats of violence against the Jewish people.
Next today, as part of the Economic Opportunity Tour, Vice President Harris is traveling to Michigan to announce $100 million in funding and resources for small and medium-sized auto manufacturers and auto workers. The Vice President will also announce actions to expand workforce training and improve job quality in the EV supply chain. For decades, trickle-down economics drove manufacturers overseas. Thanks to the Biden-Harris administration's Investing in America agenda, companies are making historic investments in EV battery supply manufacturing. More than 20 auto and battery plants have been announced after no net new plants opened under the previous administration. Historic contracts secured by the UAW and the Big Three automakers in Detroit, as well as recent organizing victories like Volkswagen in Chattanooga, Tennessee, ensure that these jobs of the future will provide comparable wages, retirement security, and respect at work. These actions build on the Biden-Harris administration's ongoing work to ensure that the workers and businesses that built the auto industry remain community anchors for generations to come. And finally, I want to acknowledge some important news. While the previous administrations oversaw
look like that today?
The largest one-year increase in murders ever recorded under this president's leadership, President Biden, violent crime is at a nearly 50-year low. Thanks to the extraordinary efforts of law enforcement and community leaders, Americans are safer from violent crime today than they were a year ago. Violent crime declined across every category in the first quarter of 2024, and murders are down 17%. Let me be clear here, this reduction in crime is no accident. President Biden and his administration are taking historic action to make our communities safer and give our law enforcement officers the tools they need to protect and serve. We are stopping the flow of illegal guns and making the largest ever federal investment in fighting and preventing crime through the American Rescue Plan, which every Republican in Congress voted against. But we can't stop now. Through the Safe America Plan, the president is calling on Congress to invest $37 billion to support law enforcement and crime prevention. Every family deserves to live in a safe community. With that, Songmei.
Why?
You had another school, Columbia University, announced this morning that they're canceling commencement ceremonies. I'm wondering if the White House is concerned that the situation on college campuses is not calming down despite what the president said last week.
So I want to quote what the president said from last week, as you laid that out for me. And here's a quote: "Peaceful protest in America, violent protest is not protected. Peaceful protest is. It's against the law when violence occurs. Destroying property is not a peaceful protest. It's against the law. Vandalism, trespassing, breaking windows, shutting down campuses, forcing the cancellation of classes and graduations. None of this is a peaceful protest." And it is unfortunate that a small group of people went too far and cost their classmates this important event. We've talked about it many times from here. When it comes to commencement day and when it comes to speaking at commencement events, this is something that the president has done for some time now, and he understands that this is a moment of joy, a moment of celebration, and we feel for them. We feel for each of the graduates. And we're going to continue to reiterate the president's comments and statements and what we've said from this podium to call for protests peacefully, and that's what we're going to continue to do. But we do feel for them. These are graduates who are going to miss out on an incredibly important day of commencement.
Follow-up. Does the White House anticipate any issues, or how are you preparing for any potential issues when he delivers the remarks on Morehouse later this month?
So, look, I'm not going to get into, I'm not going to speculate on what might happen, might not happen. Obviously, when it comes to any type of, when it comes to events and security, that's something that Secret Service obviously is going to deal with and figure that out on their end. But I'm not going to get into speculate from here. I'm just going to reiterate what I just said about how the president truly enjoys doing commencement speeches. He understands how important, not just for the graduate, but the families and the loved ones that are there to celebrate a really, truly important day. And so that's what we're looking forward to. As you know, the president's also going to go to West Point and honor those who serve to protect our country. and we'll continue to do that, obviously. And so that's what he's going to look forward to, really being there for the graduates and lifting them up in this moment.
Thank you, Corinne. Congressman Ro Khanna said that the president should and will be out
And
visiting
lift
these
them
campus among the protests,
And lift
amid the
them up.
protests. Is there any plan for him to get out there and talk to students right now? Okay. And then separately, GW's president has called for Metro Police in DC to intervene to dismantle what they've deemed an illegal encampment. And DC police have so far refused to respond to that call. It's happening in the president's backyard. Is there any reaction from the White House on what should happen?
So that is something that I'm going to leave to the local law enforcement and the universities. That's for them to figure out, for them to work it through. They know what is happening on the ground, and we've always been very clear about that, and we'll continue to be clear about that. We're going to continue to call for peaceful protest. Dissent cannot lead to disorder, and so going to continue to be very, very clear, as the president has been, as I have been, and so
Why
many of
don't
us
you
here
just tell them the
in this
truth that
administration.
shit don't do nothing, bro?
Why-
We still gonna go to war.
DC
and
police would not respond to
motherfuckers
it?
is
I would
gonna
refer
die.
you to the DC police. That's
Like
something for
you
them to
out
speak
here
to.
with a sign and some random ass
And
lawn.
then, just lastly,
on your
on these
lawn in-
reported
in a
plans for
college
the
or
U.S. to
something,
bring
that shit don't do
over
nothing. Stop wasting your
Palestinian
time with
refugees
it.
potentially.
We still
So
out
maybe you
here
can tell
killing
us about
triggers.
where we are in the works with that, and what
Stop
I know it would have
bullshitting
to
them. Tell
depend on
them the
coordination
truth.
with Egypt, which so far has been resistant to cooperate on this. What can you tell
Triggers
us
is
about this
gonna
plan?
die,
don't have
and they're gonna
anything
die
further
today,
else. I know I was asked this question a couple
tonight,
times
and
last week. Just don't
tomorrow.
have anything else to share.
The speech tomorrow, is it a broad brush speech, or will he get into some of the specifics of the Gaza conflict?
I'm not going to get ahead of the president too much. Obviously, it is a day of remembrance. You know the term. We, as I just stated at the
I'll just
top,
keep it
never
real.
forget
I'm just saying.
or never
That's what I
again.
would do.
And so
Like,
certainly
listen,
the president will.
if you just
will,
want to go out
talk
there
about
to
that day
get an
and how
exercise
horrific
and,
it was
and to get some
for
clicks,
the
that's
Jewish,
cool. But I'm
Jewish
just letting you
American
know,
Jewish community.
that shit
I
ain't
just don't
gonna
want to
do
get
nothing
too far
for you.
ahead, but
You know what I
obviously
mean?
it's
That
an
shit ain't
important
doing
day
nothing for you.
For not
That
just
ain't
Jewish
doing nothing
Americans,
for
but Americans.
Palestine. That ain't doing nothing for Ukraine, Jerusalem.
Thanks, Corinne. Given the key role that Jordan
You want to
played
get a gun
over
and
the
go
last
over
several
there
months in
and
the
help
Middle
fight
East,
the
especially on
fight?
humanitarian aid
It's up to you,
and
bro.
the day's
That's
developments, there was obviously a lot of news value to the King's visit today. Why didn't we see the President and the King together for a photo op? Why was that close press?
So look, we try to do everything
what
that
we
we
do.
can, obviously, to
Y'all
give
must
you
have
all
forgot.
as much access,
We
give the
politicians
press as
in
much
here.
access.
We
It
kill
is
triggers.
sometimes the
Day
visitor,
after
the visiting
day,
country,
year in and year out.
have
We start
you
shit.
know, they
That's
have
my
their
job.
own
Y'all must
requests,
have
and we try
forgot.
to certainly accommodate their request as well. And so, look, we will try.
All right, Tesla.
At every turn,
I
at
am
every of
going
these
to-
events,
I've already made
to
a
make
trade
sure
on
that there is
Tesla. It's
press,
green.
there is press access
3
in this
o'clock.
particular
I don't know what
instance.
to
It
do. I'm
was a
not gonna
private
trade
lunch,
just to trade.
and we try to also accommodate the visitors that come here as well.
Did not want to do anything on camera.
I would leave it up to the King and his team to speak to that, but again, we try to also accommodate the visiting country as well.
And if there's any news from the Israeli side on this, where things stand, should we expect to hear from the President today or this evening on this?
I don't have anything of note or any changes to the
what
president's
is
schedule
there
at
to
this
be
time.
had?
Obviously, if there
What are they
are any
gonna say?
changes,
What do
you all
wanna
will
know?
be one of the first, if not the first, to know. I just don't have anything at this time. The president was going to speak tomorrow, so stay tuned. Okay, go ahead, Andy. I know I have to wrap up.
Thank you. I just
Stop
wanted
lying
to go
to
again
them.
at the
You know there ain't
speech
no
the president
hostages
is
left over
expected
6
to be giving
months
tomorrow.
later.
I mean, just given the
Forget
context in which
the
he's
majority
giving
of
it,
it. I would be
where
surprised
there's,
if there was even a couple left over.
34,000 people
So
have
they keep
died
talking
in
about
Gaza.
hostages.
He's
There
going to be
ain't no
talking
hostages.
about
I
never
promise.
again and a genocide.
Unfortunately.
And he's protested almost everywhere he goes,
it's sick
you know,
and
with
it's
that
sad.
moniker of Genocide Joe. And it's I'm just wondering, how is he going to
Obama.
sort of thread the needle of addressing a genocide that happened quite a while ago, while there are some people who are saying that there's one happening right now that he bears some responsibility for. And I understand that that's not the view of the administration, but it's still a very tricky line to walk. And I'm just wondering if you can share any sort of thought as to whether he may be trying to send a subtle message with this speech at all, or if there's any sort of nod to the broader context in which the speech is being
So I'm going to let the president speak for himself. I gave a broad stroke of the day and how important it's going to be for the
Give a
president to
broad
speak
stroke.
on this day of remembrance, the
I gave a
ceremony.
broad
So
stroke.
just going to be really mindful there. On your broader question, look, the president
Talk about painting a
understands that
picture.
this is an incredibly painful time. And we have said that over and over again, and we understand that. And he also respects the right of all Americans to peacefully protest. And also with the understanding and the knowledge of having those conversations, those sometimes really tough conversations with community leaders. And we have done that on the White House. You've heard from senior White House officials, or
I think
you've
kids
heard us
need to
talk about senior
understand
White House officials
that when a
going across.
country allows terrorists to build cities and no one speaks up and they allow it to go on and they don't stand up and are willing to die like, you know, some of us were used to, you know, would die for this country for bad acts. Like, there's no way in hell nobody on this stream would see something incredibly disgustingly wrong and not say something and or do something. I guarantee you, if there's guys on here, you would not sit there and watch a woman get the shit beat out of her. You would go do something. Palestine did not do nothing. The government did not do nothing. So what happens? They go out, they do this act, and guess what? If y'all don't handle your country, somebody gonna come in there and handle it for you. And that's just the truth of the matter. They can call it what they want, but at the end of the day, they went over to Israel. Israel did not go to Palestine. You can talk about all this history, and they've taken over Gaza, this, that, the third. You're right. That is neither here nor there. The fact is, 1,200, almost 2,000 people lost their lives in a messed up way. And a couple other countries are going to go in there and restore it because Palestine couldn't do it. Really, Palestine probably don't even exist no more, if you want me to be honest with you. All right? There's no government official there. There's lawlessness. I mean, hey, if you're not going to do it, someone else is going to go in there and do it for you. Right? I believe in government. I believe in government to an extent. I don't believe in the over-tightening of a government on the citizens. Right? I believe in innocent until proven guilty, not guilty until proven innocent. So that's what we have here, you know. And the fact that they won't stand up, not a single sign for Ukraine, just shows like the ridiculousness. And this video that I watched of this girl, and I felt bad for this girl because you could see that she just wanted friends, because she was, let's just say, like not appealing. She just found a crowd that she fit in with, that accepted her. So she did what they did, and it was a bunch of dumb shit. And now she's not graduating. But you know, I don't know. Ask them where were they when Ukraine got raided? About all those lives that were lost and all the cities that were demolished. You think Palestine got shit on? Shit. Go look at some of the stuff from Ukraine. Where were y'all then?
And the country having those conversations with Muslim leaders, Arab leaders, Palestinian leaders, in talking through this painful moment. And I would also say that this is why this hostage deal is so important. This is why we continue to work around the clock. This is why Director Burns is there, continuing to meet with partners in the region to try to get to this deal, so we can get that all-important humanitarian aid, get that ceasefire that is much needed, and also make sure that we get the hostages home.
I'm trying to figure out what I want to do with Tesla.
American hostages are part of those hostages, and we need to get them home to their loved
finishing
ones.
green today.
So that's what we're going to continue to do. The president will speak for himself
Wait, did
tomorrow.
she say
so I
get
would say
hostages
tune in,
home?
Listen to what he has
Bro,
to say.
stop lying to
but
them.
We understand how painful this is for many, many communities.
Can somebody write in and ask them where's proof that there are even hostages? Why do these people fall?
Have any of those communities had any impact?
And people keep talking about hostages. Bro, it's been 6 months. I guarantee you, there isn't hardly anyone left. I would bet my net worth that there aren't more than 1, 2, or 3 people left. I guarantee it. There are no hostages.
And remarks like these, he understands what's
I
going
could
on.
almost
Has the finger,
like
his
it's
fingers
just
on the
hard
pulse
for me
as
to
far as
believe
what people are feeling,
that they would still be
and so,
here.
Just not going to get beyond that. And I
to
would say
be
tune in.
fed and taken care of.
Quickly,
and
what's your
not
response to
already
Kristi Noem's
perished.
comments implying that commander should be put down?
Look,
Because if they're perished as
you
well,
know,
they're
when
already rotten.
we learned
and,
last
you know
week,
what I'm saying?
obviously, like
so
all
don't
of
fall
you
for
in
this
her book,
hostage
that
stuff.
she,
I really don't think so.
Killed her
I'm not going to act like I know it all, but guys,
you
it's
heard
been
me
6
say
months.
that was very, very sad. We find her
know.
comments from yesterday
There could
disturbing.
be a few.
We find them
I would be surprised though if
absurd.
they kept them alive because
And,
they're having trouble getting food.
And here, this is a country that loves dogs, and you have a leader talking about putting dogs down, killing them, and that's a disturbing statement to say.
It was a disturbing
I
statement
would
when
say
you wouldn't
to,
acknowledge
I would
the
say to
cocaine that
her
was
is she
found.
should
So
probably
let's
should
just not
stop
do that.
digging herself in a hole. Thanks, everybody.
Exactly. Don't dig yourself in a hole.
So Commander, we said this back in the fall, Commander is living with family members. In Delaware. Yeah, in Delaware. Yes. We said this before. All right. Thanks, everybody. See you
So
tomorrow.
guess what, guys? You might remember when I told you guys that that I seen the Marine One. There were 2 Marines Ones this weekend. The military, the helicopters that take them, like for the inauguration, the helicopter you see when the president leaves the inauguration. I seen 2 of them Friday afternoon. So I was kind of curious who it was in those. I wasn't sure if it was Joe or not, because usually they will take I forget what they're called. The ones with the blades that like face forward and they rotate. The blades are on the side. But yeah, it was Marine One on Friday, so it probably was whatchamacallit, one of the generals along with Biden. It's hard to say. Oh shit. Well, we can try to fly it and land it. Steve, serious question. Do you bark at trucks or chase school buses? Okay, what else do we got? Got a half hour left, guys. Gals. Let's see. I probably won't carry anything into tomorrow, but I will say this. We got some data today, right? Meta, really strong day today. Nice gap up, double bottom here. This was a really nice setup. I was just watching Tesla, and I took a trade on Tesla. So, you know, it is what it is. I can't trade everything. AMD kind of making progress. I mean, hey, it's closing green. The semiconductors were kind of strong today. Look at names like JP Morgan tried to make a nice V recovery. I was actually thinking about shorting this up here at this 190, 150 level. 192, 190, 150. So I'll probably do a watch list later on and cover all the sectors and see how they went today, so we can continue to watch them, you know, into tomorrow and into Wednesday, right? Like you can see JP Morgan, that red box should be the 50-day there, and if it's going to hold that or not, right? We could probably find a trade there. Banks have been doing okay. I think what I'm waiting for as well is this data right here to come back out. Now, I may get it late. If you guys have an account with Fred, you'll probably get it sooner. But I'm telling you guys, this has been the direction of the S&Ps, right? Just go back to the dates. This bank term lending program, because this is also credit spreads. And it just, you know, let's just say, right, here's your double top. You're pulling back, and it's not a coincidence that when this is starting to pull back, the S&Ps start to pull back, right? It's not a coincidence. It's just one tool that you have at your disposal. We have Palantir Lucid tonight, or this afternoon, Simon Property, AECOM, Goodyear, HIMS, Hearst, FMC, Coca-Cola Consolidated. Not sure what that means. Microchip and Rocket Labs. JLL. How did JLL do today? Jones Lang and Associates, I think is what that is. It's a real estate. Jones Lang LaSalle, that's what it is. That's what it is. I'm sorry. I almost bought this. Wow, are you serious? I could have got this at $90. You gotta be kidding me, bro. I almost bought this back here. Look, it was like $90. $100. I can't believe I didn't buy it. I may have. I actually may have bought a few shares. I'll have to go look. Because I was going to buy... I know when I went to look at it, it was like 100... Like, it was like 90 bucks. I don't think it was 100. It was like 90 bucks. So, this pays a nice dividend. Let's see. When was the last one? Earnings. How did it perform today? It's pulling back. Alright, so that's really all I got. If you guys have any tickers, you want to throw them in the chat, you can. You can see JP Morgan with these... Like, this is the weirdest chart pattern that I've seen in a while. Like, honestly. So there's another break of the 50-day. I don't know. Like, I don't know what's going on here. What I would say is if this breaks, if we do break 190 or 190, 189, you have nothing stopping you, honestly, till you get down to like 186. I might go ahead and throw some puts on this. What do you guys think? See, that's lower volume. Like, swing trade some puts on this would be... I don't know what to do. I mean, we're holding here, so tomorrow maybe we could look for like a long at 190, unless you like it right now. I mean, this could be a really nice pullback, like a break, pullback, and look for the long there. What do you guys think? Should we try for the long? You guys, I might put this on. Especially if the market's gonna kind of, you know, kind of go to the upside. Shit. It's in a downtrend. I think we can all agree on that. Oh, fuck, I don't know what to do. I really don't. Feels like 192 and whatever. It's just been getting smacked hard. Like, look at the sell volume, guys. You know what I'm saying? Look at that. I would love to know why this mouse is such trash. Like, I have never met a mouse like this that was such garbage ass fucking trash that just... It didn't even deserve to be hooked up to the computer. Like, for real. I can't even breathe on this thing. You breathe it and it clicks. So I'm sorry for the cursing, but 192. I don't know what to do, man. I guess it's not a trade. Why will it not keep the fucking volume up?
At least traditionally, to, shake out some things that needed to be shaken out before you can, refresh. Now, the market may be proving that incorrect because it's been a pretty strong snapback, as I said at the top of the show. And you think it's believable based on earnings good enough, economy strong enough, and rate cuts eventually coming?
Yeah, you add it all up, we do. And again, you look at just how many stocks in the S&P were above their 20-day moving average back in...
Alright, so we are bouncing off of that level right there. Man, I feel like I'm going to get snaked. I feel like I'm about to get snaked. Like, for real.
guests have pointed this out before, but I'll mention it again. May is higher 9 of the last 10 years. Sell in May and go away. These worst 6 months have been higher 8 of the last 10 years. So again, history will repeat itself, but often rhymes. Mark Twain liked to use that. There are just many things that we have to wash out. The economy's strong. The Fed is dovish. We get into that here if you want. But overall, we're optimistic.
Probably wait until tomorrow, right? I think that would be best.
Let's put it this way. I'm not going to exactly suggest they're screaming dovish, but they're certainly at least the chair himself. And at the end of the day,
Because that's a nice pullback to 189.90. I just feel like.
I don't know that I would go as far as to say they're all that dovish. I mean, they're certainly.
Man, watch us come in with a huge gap up tomorrow too. And there goes Tesla.
September or December, but we're not getting nearly what we thought.
No, you're right. Good pushback there, because again, it wasn't as hawkish is the way to put it. But we look at like inflation was up over 9%, then down to 3 on the CPI. We know we've hit this little, this little blip, if you will, and we're optimistic though, Scott. Inflation is going to continue to
182.65.
last week scared everybody. Then we saw the positive wage growth. ADP also saw some decreasing year-over-year wage growth across the board.
Yeah, it's holding here.
Supply chains are still improving overall. So the bottom line is this. A couple months ago, everyone said 6 to 7 cuts is what the market said. And then just 2 weeks ago, we're saying, listen, maybe no cuts, maybe even a hike. We pushed back against that. For the first time, I've been at Carson Group for 2 years. For the first time in 2 years, we added some treasuries. Not a lot, just a little bit. About 3 weeks ago, in some of the models we run for our partners, our advisors. And again, it's not like we're big bond bulls. We just thought that pendulum swung way too far. And we're optimistic with the strong productivity. I know last week's productivity number was a little weak. Still 2.9% year over year. When you have stronger productivity like we think we will continue to see, the bottom line, I have higher wages. There's a little cover for the Fed to cut, and the economy tends to do a lot better when you have strong productivity. So we're optimistic there could be 2 cuts this year. Okay.
Oh shit. I don't have the chat up. My fault, gang. My bad. This guy Ryan, he's funny. I mean, like, he's funny as in he goofy as shit. Okay, I don't know.
Optimistic with the
What the
last week's
fuck is going on with his
productivity number was a little weak. Still 2.9% year over year. When you have stronger productivity like we think we will continue to see, the bottom line, I have higher wages. There's a little cover for the Fed to cut, and the economy tends to do a lot better when you have strong productivity. So we're optimistic there can be 2 cuts this year. Okay. Put a bow on it.
All right. So, I mean, if we do get the summer rally that you expect, what takes us there? What leads us during it?
What the hell is going on with your hair, bro? What
We've
you got a
been
little heart
over
going on,
cyclicals.
dude?
Last month, we added more to industrials and to financials, so those areas. But I know a lot of people come on small caps. It's a dirty word sometimes. Small caps and mid caps, though, if we start to see some more pullback in yields like we have, look what's happened. We think that is one of those areas that's so underloved and so underappreciated that we could see a broadening out, and that's what's needed. We need inflation to come back to have that broadening out of this bull market. And we are slightly overweight, at least mid caps and a little bit of small caps in the models we run. So we think it's possible before this year is over that you're going to see some growth, some good outperformance there.
Do you prefer those areas over mega cap tech, which, by the way, reminded everybody, for the most part, over the last 8 days or so, why those stocks have been preferred?
No, you're right. Yeah, they said don't forget about us, didn't they say that? But it's all relative in the models we run. But we do have a slight overweight to mid caps and to small caps versus even weight when it comes to large cap technology. But by no means are we bearish large cap technology. We do think more alpha will come from those kind of underloved. And one final comment: what's cheap about the market, right? Tech is pretty pricey. It's pretty expensive. Doesn't mean you shouldn't own it. But again, small and mid caps really are cheap relative to other areas. And I get it. Things are cheap for a reason sometimes.
Yeah, right. That's exactly what I was going to say. Right? That's what some would say.
I knew you were.
They're cheap. You're anticipatory. Good. How do you respond to that, though?
Yeah, no, you're right. Bottom line, good discussion earlier. I think Stephanie pointed this out. I think it was Stephanie. But again, it's all about the earnings have been that great from small caps. Mid caps a little bit better. If you again get some better inflation data, I'm not saying I don't care about the earnings, but it's those areas are going to do much better. And there's a lot of earnings growth coming out into 2025 and into 2026. I know it's a long way away, but that's where a lot of growth in revenue going to come from small and mid. So it's something to think about also for investors from a little more of a strategic point of view.
Ryan, we'll leave it there. I appreciate your time very much.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon. All right, Ryan Dietrich. Coming up, Bracing for Disney, the company set to report earnings tomorrow before the bell. Shares outperforming over the past 3 months. They're up nearly 17%. Now the New York Times' Jim Stewart is standing by. He's going to break down what investors really need to watch for ahead of that print. We're back after this.
All these ideas. Tell him, bro. When the government don't let you get bought out, you said, okay, it's time to wrap it up. I'm taking my money and I'm going. The Dow. So the Dow is back below Friday's. The Dow is back in the Friday's area, which is okay, right? The Dow has actually been an outperformer for the past, like towards the middle of last week. Last week the Dow just was on a roll, right? You can see the SPY and the Qs. They are, they're just above this level, right? So if I go to the Qs, I mean, it's made some headway today, so to be up above it a little bit more, but you guys can see there some nice outperformance there. But the Dow did it last Tuesday, Wednesday. So let's see what happens here. We are above the 50-day on the Qs. Yes, we are. Damn, Meta. Unbelievable.
Exclusive access to help you identify opportunities in any market.
Go pro with a flash sale offer for a limited time. Go to cnbc.com/joinpro now. A CNBC exclusive with Lucid CEO Peter Rawlinson breaking down earnings before the call with Wall Street. An inside look at the EV market. John Fort, Morgan Brennan, closing bell overtime. Today 4 Eastern, CNBC.
We are back with shares of Disney higher ahead of earnings tomorrow before the bell. Investors keeping a close eye on streaming ads.
There goes Tesla. Damn, look at Snowflake still going. I fudged up. Oh, they have what's his name on? Oh, never mind. That's not him. All right, so that's another red day, guys, on Apple. It looks like a little bit of indecision here. I want to see us break this level. I want to see this level crack. I do. I want to see if 180 cracks or if it does hold. If this does hold, then hello 190. Hello 190.
What about the content issue?
Damn.
whether they have good enough content going forward beyond the legacy content, if you will, to do what you suggest needs to happen.
That's a huge issue. I mean, there are two issues here: the quality of the content and the quantity.
I don't understand. What happened up here? I don't get it. Looks like it was really bullish today and then something happened. Somebody said, Apple, you ain't riding this ride. You ain't allowed on this ride. We don't like your kind around here. Ejectocito, cuz. So we are below 183. Look for 182 if it can start to somehow get above that level. If it can't, then I'm going to just look to get short this thing and look to see if we can break 180. It's just my opinion, but I think we could look for some more downside on Apple. You know, and because, you know what, maybe because everybody else is so bullish or bearish, Apple, maybe that's a reason to be bullish. But it closed Friday red. You know, you had a nice gap up, but that volume is to the sell side, and I don't know what it's going to take for that volume to, other than sellers running dry on Apple, that 185, 186 level up here.
How should investors, we, think about the issue of succession at Disney since it went so terribly wrong last time?
I think that's why you do need to be concerned about that. I mean, I myself, over the years, have been somewhat in the school that, well...
Some nice volume today. It's not, or at least not so much to the sell side. Could probably take, there's probably a long there.
Going through, radical transformation. I think who the CEO is hugely matters, and I think investors should be following this very closely.
I mean, I think his point was like, yeah, well, I mean, Iger is the CEO now and is going to be for a while here. I'll worry about that again when I have to worry about that, but these more structural issues, perhaps, are more relevant right now to the shareholder base.
Well, that's probably true. I mean, look, Iger's at the helm now, and he's going to be there for a while, so we don't have to worry about some, radical upheaval in the C-suite. And these structural issues, by the way, are huge. I mean, this is like one of the biggest business transformations I've witnessed in my now long career, and it's very unclear how this is all going to shake out. Look, we've got the drama at Paramount going on. Clearly, the status quo, with the industry collectively losing billions of dollars a quarter, is not sustainable. So there has to be some major transitions. But I do think Disney should be one of the...
I hope you guys had a great day today. I'm unsure what to think about this market other than, the overall market going up higher. Let's see here. Could we take this off?
Well, there's no question that to merge with an existing competitor, a horizontal merger like with Sony, is going to offer competitive advantages that no standalone buyer can match. So I think on the face of it, that looks better. On the other hand, they've got to offer Sherry Redstone a premium. I mean, she is the controlling shareholder. Everybody knows that. She deserves a premium. She has more valuable shares, and they have not yet tipped their hand. So I still don't know how...
Alright, guys, there's 10 minutes left. I ain't even going to try to do anything. If you guys have any questions, throw them in the chat. I hope you guys had a wonderful day. Hope you did not get yourself hurt. All that fun stuff. Just a grinder, and this can keep going. Thursday, Friday, Monday. This thing could just keep going. Remember, these bull markets just can keep going and going and going. You're like, oh damn, right? You turn around, and we're back at 5 something crazy, right? 5:30, 5:20 by the time you blink. So
The Bond Report is
But yeah, I'm gonna get up out of here. Y'all take care. I'm gonna catch y'all on the flip side, or I'll just be here by myself on the flip side. It don't really matter to me. But you guys have a great afternoon. I will see y'all another day.